brothers of Northern League of Legends, and welcome back to another Professor Foxtrot's proper professional play breakdown. As you can see, I've got my educational budget back. Glad that's all fixed up, but I'm not giving out any grades today because not enough teams played. So instead, I'm going to take a deeper look at one of the finer plays in the NLC last week. Today we're putting the spotlight on League of Legends' most unconventional and infamous professional player. It is, of course, the Messi of League himself, Baus. Draws a lot of attention to himself, as you would expect, but what goes underrated about this guy is just how well he can outplay these scenarios. Let's take a closer look.
You've got Baus, right? He's going damage on the Vine. No tanky stats, no bruiser stats, but now he's got Mountain Soul. Does he need to, right? He's going to get them from just having a Mountain Soul shield. It's fine. Well, the dive under the turret, though, maybe less fine. Does get out of the shield of Durand. We'll cease and desist to buy some time. Gooby now in danger. The Eclipse shield and the Blast shield combined is good. Over comes Reckless, and they all go down with the quickness. In comes the hero's entrance, but it might have to be a very swift exit as well. Wendell flashing away, gonna get a bit of speed. The Vault Breaker lands. There's the taunt, but Baus has such a huge shield at this point between the Eclipse and that E passive.
First thing to take note of in this outplay is on the minimap, actually. It's Crowny and Reckless who have complete control of the mid wave, which means they can move down when this dive starts. So when it does start for Baus, he realizes all he's got to do is buy some time. He starts by charging up that Vault Breaker in an attempt to dodge the taunt from Galio. This is crucial because if the taunt lands, it's going to get followed up by the body slam from Gragas, the counter strike from Jax. That's a whole lot of CC that an AD Vi is not going to survive. As we move forward with the play, you can see the dodge happens and then the ultimate comes through afterwards as well to block out the Jax, the Galio, and crowd control the Gragas. At this point, Baus is still on full HP. His passive shield's gone off. The Eclipse hasn't even triggered yet. And again, on the minimap, Crowny and Reckless, they're here to save the day. Crowny's playing Kai'Sa, who can jump into a play for max range out. But even without his bot lane, Baus has outplayed this dive significantly enough that he's not gonna die here. And this is what makes Los Ratones so hard to play against. Baus, even when he's up against it, refuses to die. How do you defeat the Inter when he refuses to int? It may seem like a somewhat small, insignificant outplay, but Baus's penchant for pressure is what inspires Los Ratones' tempo, and his ability to do it without dying is what sets the Rats up for success. We've got a whole nother week of NLC coming up with no doubt a whole nother bunch of brutal outplays on the horizon. Don't miss it.
Welcome everyone to the Northern League of Legends Championship Winner Brackets Final. This is it. This is the best of 5 that is going to decide who moves into finals on Copenhagen, but also gets himself a ticket for the EMEA Masters Spring Split. My name is Alshadar Maya. I will be your host for the day, and I'd like to introduce you to the desk. We have Foxdrop, and we could only afford Duckling.
Hi, Duckling. How are you doing? I appreciate your presence here.
I'm looking forward to be on the desk with you. This will be fun. I am very much excited though. It is an absolute banger today, right? Upper bracket finals. We'll see both of these teams in Copenhagen, and one of them will get an even more exclusive ticket to EMEA Masters.
Imagine, we just won EMEA Masters on winter, and now we're talking about it already on spring.
Yeah.
We have 2 teams that we can send there, but only one can win. I think, like, that's rough. How are you feeling for today? Any expectations? Don't jump into the analysis. Any expectation?
League of Legends will be played, and from that we shall decide who will go to the EMEA Masters. That's my expectations.
That's extremely fair. You know what? Let's show the bracket so you are aware of where we stand right now. There you go. This is it. Nord versus the Ruddy Sack. 15th of May. Yesterday, we had a clash between Bulldog Esports versus Verdant. It was a clean 3-1. But on the next week, we'll see Los Ratones versus Verdant. Will the Rats be able to qualify themselves to Copenhagen? Or Verdant, will they be able to make that miracle lower bracket run they've achieved so far? A lot of questions, but from yesterday, we only had answers coming in from Verdant.
They were good, weren't they? This isn't. Yeah, where are we going?
There they are.
Okay.
I love it.
There we are.
No, it's good. Okay, cool. No, we did. You're bang on there, Archmate. Verdant were quality yesterday. A lot of expectations coming through with that Bulldog might have the upper hand. I myself thought it would be a 5-gamer, but going into Bulldog's favour. But Verdant were just so quality yesterday. They had the execution. They had the plays, they had the schmoves. It was all beautiful stuff, and yeah, it was a quality to watch this series yesterday.
Yeah, it was an absolute banger. I think Verdant looked really good, despite Bulldog giving them in some games really a run for their money. I think Verdant have improved a ton in recent weeks. Tayron has been looking better as well, I think, and the whole roster really does seem elevated. I think they'll give Los Ratones a good game, and really, ever since Akali came in, I've been seeing him a bit on Twitter talking about he spent a month VOD reviewing Los Ratones, and now he ended up at Verdant, improved them a ton, and he now gets to fight for a Copenhagen spot against Los Ratones. So it will be really exciting to see who comes out on top, and this was just peak entertainment.
Yeah, gosh. Yeah, there was some oopsies for sure in the execution of some fights in the series.
Absolute cinema.
It had its moments for sure, but it was all good fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, I like the way you talk about it. Akali also had experience with Nord in the past. This is a coach that is actually stepping up in the ranks of the coaching EU. So let's see where he's capable of bringing this Verdant team. Like Senkax was talking on the interview, the fact that they can now have a guidance not only on the champion select itself, but with some mistakes within the game. It's cool if you have a lot of experience like Senkax, but if you have someone with the bird's eye view, it brings something else. So Verdant are looking hot. Los Ratones failed that one versus Nord. Let's see how they can pick themselves up after that situation. With that in mind, I want to know where you stand today. This is going to be Nord versus the Ruddy Sack. Everybody believes in the Phoenix. There's not a single Ruddy Sack.
Well, it's hard to vote against the team that brought down Los Ratones, really. Yeah, the Sackers look good. They've had their moments, and they've been climbing, right? I think they've improved a lot throughout the split, and they have high highs. Certainly can challenge Nord. But what we saw out of Nord before, for me, they've just got to be the team today.
Why is he pretty disappointed at you when you look at him?
He's looking at the L.
Yeah,
He's just so used to that.
I think the trio
in the eyes.
The trio seems a bit bold from Hipbrain, but obviously the confidence you get in a team when they've beaten Los Ratones, the only team to do so in the NLC, of course I'm gonna give them the edge. But I do think that Ruddy Sack will put up a very good fight and could potentially win it. I did flip between the 3-2 if it was going to Ruddy Sack or not, but again, what decided for me? They beat Los Ratones. It's really, a hard title for anyone else to take because they're the only one who's done it.
Regardless of what happens today, both teams will be playing in Copenhagen. We just need to understand if one of them is going to qualify straight into finals and who's going to do it. If you want to be there as well, just look into this QR code with your phone and head on to the ticket sale. We have some cool things set up for Leagues Disrupt. This is not only NLC finals. This is going to be a show of its own, the first of its kind for the Northern League of Legends Championship. And also, we have Duckling doing a lot of things. Yesterday, we revealed you are our makeup artist. So good luck with that, Duckling. Cool that you volunteered
We
for
are
that.
cooked. We are cooked.
Yes, I also heard you're going to be cooking for us, ramen apparently.
good.
And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
feel
yeah.
scared, by the way. With that in mind, if you want to buy it, notice to the public. Thank you for noticing. This is from Los Ratones themselves. They're gonna be there. So if you want to talk to them and meet them, and Reckless looks like Slenderman like this.
He does,
I love
doesn't
it. It's so
Love it.
funny.
Love an A
But hey,
pose.
be there. Be there. Duckling! I'm gonna ask you something, okay? What are you watching? No, look at me, boss. Look at me. Look at me. Are you ready for this? Because we always play a game with you, and so far, you've been doing fine. So that's why we made a game specifically for Nords. We set up a challenge for them to see if they would be capable of winning the Squid Game green light, red light. Do you have any idea one? Let me show you. Welcome to another game of NLC Games, now featuring Nords playing Squid Games. I'm playing with Pike level 18, they're level 1. Their objective is to go from turret 1 to the next inhibitor, to the red enemy inhibitor. I'm gonna say the Squid Game sentence, and by the end of it, you move. You're done. Best of luck. Nord, you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. 멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다. Oh, I saw you, Rakan. Oh, I saw you.
What do you mean? Where do I start now? The turret?
Yes, but I need to start singing again. 멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
What? Why you kill me?
It's the bull girl. It's too hard to stop as well. It takes time.
It's
I'm getting beat
Scholar
up.
Yui.
I didn't move. Why did you kill me?
Collateral damage, I'm sorry.
Collateral damage.
Can't stand next
Wait,
to
I'm gonna stand where I was, bro.
Wait.
What the fuck?
What is that?
But he killed me. I didn't even move. It was the
Yeah,
fucking
you
goal.
joined in.
Yeah, join in. Yeah, you deserve this. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm ready.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
Oh, Camille is so broken, actually.
Yeah, Camero's a good pick for sure.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
Ah, you can't E now.
Ready for it.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
What? I didn't move, bro.
You
He deserves it, he deserves it.
No, no, okay.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
You fucking teleported back to the middle again. You're supposed to start from the beginning.
Oh, sorry.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
Also, Ramis went from good to absolutely
Where
terrible
did he
with that rule change, by the way.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
What is the finish round, by the way? Like, where do they have to go? Don't look at me like that. I died too. Nothing.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
You can't roll.
Yeah, I can't roll.
Hey, this Camille is a bit sassy, no?
Also, this skin takes time to stop rolling. So
I'm not
just
rolling.
stop it early.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다.
Oh, fuck.
Ah, hell no, dude. I made it to the end.
You couldn't cancel it. You can't cancel it that quickly. So I got away with it.
멍구와 꽃이 피었습니다. 멍구와 acqua ci piacerebbe.
Oh! Wait!
Final
can't!
words?
Wait!
Final
He's-
words?
Wait, no!
Mango
my
acqua ci
God.
piacerebbe. He's gonna do it. He's gonna
He's
do
locked
it.
in. He's locked in. He's locked
He's
in.
locked
He
in.
can't lose now. He has too much of a lead.
Mango acqua ci piacerebbe. He wins! Shenko, Yankers. What do you have to say?
My team is just bunch of losers. That's what they are. They are losers. Cheaters, losers. You guys, all of you will die in Squid Game, but I'll be alive, okay? I'll win the 1 million.
This is an interesting interview. Yankers from Nord, Don Jake from Ready. Welcome. I know both of you know each other, so do you want to say anything to each other before we start this one?
Sup, man? Like, how have you been? Played pretty decent in the last series. Shame you couldn't do that here, but nice to see you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are definitely doing better without me, so it's a win-win.
It's like a nice breakup, you know? Like we both found new partners who are treating us well.
True, actually, that is true. And now we meet to see who was the problem.
Oh.
I see your brand every time I go to sleep, so I know what the answer to that is.
My what? My brand. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I cannot really flame you because you're not a player, right? So I guess, yeah.
I play Nunu in Emerald 1, so you can watch those games.
Yankers, let's talk about Nord for the moment. You did the unthinkable. Everybody thought it was impossible. You took down LR with style. The 2-0, it was clean. There was a lot of preparation. How were you able to achieve this from like beginning of the seeding stage until now? Because this team looks like a completely different one. What if it was the biggest change from seeding stage until now, Yankers?
I mean, I don't think it was much. Okay, so let me just like rephrase it a little bit. I feel like Los Ratons were not their usual self in a way, right? Like, I don't think it's just us playing the way we did. I think it's also them having like an off day. I think that if we were to meet them again, I'm sure that they would perform better. But outside of it, I feel like this team, it feels like we are all on the same page when it comes to what do we want to play. So it's just easier to progress games. Like the difference between, I would say, Nord in this split and let's say Ludisac Ras split is that in Rudy, we had a lot of ideas on how to play the game, but we couldn't always agree because all of us really wanted to like show off and play the carries. I feel like with Nord, we are more happy to let others carry. And when some of us have to play tanks, we just allow it. Or when some other players have to play something else. Like people are just more agreeable overall, like what to play. Yeah. And that just makes us be on the same page easier. And this is, I guess, how we beat Los Ratons. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure, right? It's like, I just didn't feel like the games were insanely, I don't know, like high quality, you know, it was just, yeah.
But it's good on your picture. Yeah, it's looking good for Nords. And Don Jake, I would say the same about Ruddy. The way you're looking at this split. What do you believe changed from previous split to this one? I walked into this one. Tell me, Don Jake.
I mean, you know me. I'm a big fan of LEC GMs. I've been following their tips recently. It's actually not good to get established LEC talents who should just save money and get rookies. So it was actually better for us to do that. They were a lot better. It's crazy how much further you can go when you get people who aren't washed up and don't care about their career anymore.
Naming anyone in particular, or
just a thought.
Just a thought. Okay, just a thought. Full thought.
Yeah.
So, Jake, tell me something. You've met Nord before this split. So far, it's tied. It's 1-1. Okay, nobody has the lead so far. What's different today, and why is Ruddy going to win in your point of view?
For me, why is it different? I mean, you talk about we've met 1-1. I mean, there's a lot of history between these organizations as well. Two of the oldest orgs in the NLC. We've met them multiple times over the years.
I knew
you have
that.
to remember. You didn't know that. You still call it Rudy. You didn't even call it.
What do you mean, Jake? What the fuck? I knew that. It's history. It's legends fighting for it.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. I'd just like to point out briefly before I go into my answer, when Jankos did a stream about how the review of how it happened in the split, he put 1 D instead of 2 Ds for Ruddy. So that was incredible. Anyway. You'll have to remember, you know.
I mean, okay, but to be honest, like North is an easy name, so I can remember.
my time to speak right now. You've had your time. Just, shh. Anyway, you'll remember obviously Spring 24, Artron, when we beat Nord 3-0. Natty Nat Rengar. That was the first time. They were a team. They had the original streamer team. They had WoW come in, big French influencer. And then after that, you know, it was pretty. So they're a team that we've contested. What's going to be different today? I think it's going to be a good series. I think if I'm being honest about ourselves, we're a team that is very dependent on the day. We can be very high variance in how we play. But I think we put the work in, and if the gods favor us today, then I think we'll be able to take Nord.
Like it. Yeah, because why do you think it's going to be Nord today?
I feel like there was a lot of build-up for absolutely nothing.
For nothing.
No, I'm joking.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt signing you.
Oh shit! Okay. I mean, there's no comeback to this. Okay, that was a good one actually.
Cinema.
Actually, that was a good one. Absolute cinema. Okay, how do you feel today? I actually didn't have the best night of sleep today. I'm not sure why, but it's. I feel like we perform better on some days than other days, and lately we had very good scrim results, and that worries me because normally when you win scrims, you actually don't do that well on stage, in my experience. So I hope that we didn't get overconfident and that we can show up big time today and just 3-0 crash them.
That's amazing, amazing news for me because it's you know, it's the opposite for us. We played G2 main team, we got absolutely smoked by them. We lost 7 games in a row to like Carmine Corp, KCB. We're getting absolutely railed all over the place. So we'll have to see if scrims really matter, I guess.
You guys played
Tell
good
me something.
teams. We didn't play good teams.
Oh, that's concerning. Jankos, tell me something. I always talk about the mid lane and the jungle synergy. How are you feeling playing with Noe? I know communication is key, and I know the first thing you asked Noe when he joined the team. I'm not gonna say it live. But how do you feel in terms of synergy between jungle and mid lane right now?
I mean, I think overall, I guess we have decent synergy with all of the players. I think it's not just me, Noe. I think it's also me with Visitazi and with the bot lane Inax and Nash. I feel like all of us are. I mean, again, right? Like we discuss things together, and all of us are quite agreeable. And it's good that some people have like stronger opinions. So, for example, Noe seems like a very chill guy, but when it comes to opinions on the game, he's actually like he has his own opinions, right? And he's not afraid to share them, especially if he feels like something's wrong. So I'm happy to know that he's not very. He's not like a mid laner that needs resources. Like he's not gonna call out loud for resources. So I need to look mid more. But in a way, it also reminds me of Caps because I also remember Caps as someone who would do very well in one-on-one, but wouldn't necessarily ask for help. I think Noah in that matter is similar, that he wouldn't necessarily ask for help, but he can hold his own against anybody he played against so far. So yeah, I mean, it's a blast playing with him, and I think I like him as a person, and I think the whole roster is like very similar personalities, so it helps a lot to be on the same page.
Both teams are looking extremely good. So final question for both of you, Don, Jake, and Jankos. Where do you think is going to be the score at the end of the day?
You can go, Don, Jake.
I don't care as long as we win.
Okay.
Easy.
I think it's gonna be... Yeah, you know what? I don't care as long as we win as well. He's right. He's right.
Wait, you went
as long
back.
As we win,
you
I
had
mind.
something to say.
I mean, I hope,
okay, good to know.
I hope it's like 5 games, and the reason why I hope so is because it's the first BO5 in the NLC for us at North to have 5 games, like theoretically, to be able to see like how far we can go in a fearless draft format. And I think that's important because I'm not really sure exactly what we are gonna play in like game 4 or 5 or whatever. So it would be a very good like starting case to see what can we pull off in late games, you know. So I'd like to have many games today.
I think that's interesting. It sounds like you look at us as a stepping stone potentially. Just make sure you don't fall off the stone and slip.
No, I actually think that you guys are a good team, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But either one of us will have to face Los Ratons in like the Saturday semifinals in Denmark. So I feel like it's better to know your limits now than later. And I also think that, I mean, my experience playing on Saturday is better because normally if you win on Saturday, you also win on Sunday, since you get like warm up before stage. At least in the LEC, it's often like this. The only problem is when I said it to my team, they said that even though Nord did play against Bulldogs last split, they got completely smashed by Los Ratons 3-0 in the finals. So maybe it doesn't always work this way. But anyway, let's just focus on, you know, our game. And I think that it's very nice to you know, that I'm very happy that Rudisak found a competitive roster after the fiasco that we had last split, and that you know, all of us can still be here facing each other in the upper bracket final.
Thank you.
Good vibes. Good vibes. Good luck for both of you. Let's see who wins at the end, and good luck for Copenhagen. I'll see you soon.
Good luck.
Yeah.
This is it. Nord Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. Both teams on the upper bracket. It's a best of 5, and just as Yanka said, we want 5 games. We want to see how far both teams can go and how deep is that champion pool. This is the first real test so far for these teams on the upper bracket. They changed through seeding stage. This is it, gentlemen. We're looking at not only this, but another value on top of the winner for today. Because if you win, you go to finals, you go to Copenhagen, leagues is wrapped on Sunday, but you also get a ticket. And that ticket allows you to go into EMEA Masters Spring 2025. There's a lot at stake, right?
Yes, sir. You get that buy into the finals, which means you're one of the 2 teams that comes out of NLC into EMEA Masters, and there's high expectations for NLC at EMEA, right? Because we're reigning champions. That is such a strange thing to say. How are you?
It is, isn't it? It is.
So,
It is.
I was feeling like, are we? Yes, we are. Actually, we are.
It is a crazy thing, and I think it's worth mentioning as well, right? If you're not qualifying today, well, you've got 2 teams hot on your tail, Los Ratons and Verdant, who are both, one of them gonna be coming into that lower bracket final as well, both hungry to make it to EMEA Masters and the main final as well. So don't risk it, just secure your ticket today and get that EMEA Masters ticket booked early on.
So let's talk about these teams. Let's start with the Ruddy Sack so far. They've been showing up, they've changed, and the synergy is looking beautiful for these lads. Every single one of them can carry, they have a lot of personality, but in your opinion, who so far has been the one to watch?
I'm gonna take the mental on this, right? Because I think often
when
you speak of a one to watch on the side of Radisek, you're thinking of the flashy plays of Ping, Natinak, and Gathan most likely. But I want to highlight something different. And no, let me make this clear. It's not because Nata is Danish. It's because I think he's been performing really, really well. He's someone who often, and then when he was in the NLC before as well, has gone a bit under the radar. But he's consistently able to gain leads for himself in lane, despite having very few resources from Natinat or whoever he's been as jungler. He always steps up in the fight, and really how I want to describe this is, whenever Radisek have tried these crazy tactics with paying Natinat and Gathan, and they haven't quite gone correctly, Nata is always the reliable backup carry who will carry them through most of the games when their creativity doesn't necessarily work out.
That's it. You need that stable, good old reliable in the bot lane. And whereas there may be some more flashy elements from Radisek and specifically Peng, I think has been fantastic as well. To get the reliability from your ADC, Nata has just been the guy, really, for the SAC, especially in these playoffs here. And it's been super impressive to watch him grow throughout the regular season into the playoffs here as well. And take a look at his stats too. They're really impressive stuff. And yeah, I mean, to me, when you come into this matchup against Nord, facing up against Inax and Nash, who have also been very good as a duo too, you're going to be relying on that to get the job done.
I love it, because if you look into the damage per minute, like stale numbers, 876, with only 23% of the gold team. We've seen Exofang, we talk about ANX, those AD carriers bring a lot of gold and they can provide the DPM. But Nata is working with so little economy, just as you stated, Duckling. This is a good one to highlight from the Ruddy Sack. And it's not only him. We talked about the bot lane, obviously, but we talked about someone that needed to actually adapt throughout the split and be reborn. So far, he has been stealing bans left and right. You know who I'm talking about. It is NettyNet. He's taking away 3 bans.
It is crazy, right? His Rengar and Mundo, his 2 most known champions, and they are so known that out of 11 games played for Ruddy Sack this split, these 2 champions have been banned in every single one of them. It is, like, that is unbelievable. Every single game you're forcing 2 bans. Do you know how much easier that makes the draft for Ruddy Sack to do? They get so many more power picks in other positions and other lanes, simply because the opponents always have to ban Mundo Rengar.
Shades of Hjarnan on G2. Well,
Yeah,
remember
with
that?
the
The Heimerdinger permaban. Yeah, it's the advantage that you get in draft is it can't really be understated, especially in Fearless, because I feel like drafts, when you're narrowing champion pools down, to narrow it even more with bans, it's a big deal, and to just lose 2 of them for free basically is certainly going to give you an advantage at that stage.
Yeah, Yankas was talking about the fact we don't know what to pick if you go to game 4, game 5. Well, you don't know what to ban as well, because you have to lose those bans eventually. You will have to let Naughty eventually play the Rengar and the Mundo. The thing is, he's amazing with them, but he hasn't been able to practice because they keep banning it all the time. Ooh. Is it worth it? That's the question mark. That's the question mark. But that's a question mark for the ages as well when we talk about the coach coming in from the Ruddy Sack. Yamato was able to provide some of his knowledge in an interview. A lot of wise words. Do you remember this about Nord and Yankas?
And 2 banger games that we played, and I think that Nord is a formidable opponent. Respect to Jankos, you know, he showed today that he still has it. But you know, the youth. The future is for the youth, Jankos. You know, same for you, Vichichachi, and you know all your homies here. You guys, your average age is fucking 34. You know, like it's borderline. I could play on this team, you know, with the age. So it's like the youth is coming to fucking take over. So don't worry about it, man. It's just the passing of the torch. That's life, Jankos. You were a GOAT in the past. That's all good. You're the GOAT jungle of LEC, but this is the NLC, baby. It's 2025. Like, come on, Jankos. We worked together in fucking 2015. I coached you in Rockat. And you still think you're going to be able to beat us in the final, upper bracket final? No way, bro, Jankos. We're coming for you, man. We're coming for you. And now, we've made it personal. You made it personal with us? Big mistake, bro. We're coming for you, Jankos.
I did a reaction video from Jankos. I need it. Well, the future is now, and the old yaps need to get away from the stage. Apparently, Nord is getting too old. You know how old they are? Production. Bring it in the roster for North. Here we are. The average age is fucking 34. Yamato Cannon.
Direct quote, by the way. Direct quote from Yamato Cannon. I mean, Inax and Nash have been around for quite a while. Nash in particular actually did break through with Ruddy Sack just a few years ago in the NLC. But they are the younger guys, right? But take a look at your grandpas on the left. You know, back pain and whatever else struggles come with it. I will say though, Yankas, a very fine fella there in his dress. He's dressed up to a T as an old man, and I think the veterans of Ruddy Sack have stepped up massively, and they delivered alongside the younger guys as well a masterclass against Lost Returns.
Yeah, they were quality, absolutely. It's 2-0 as well. They didn't just beat Ruddy. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I've leaked the script, my bad. They didn't just beat the Rats. they handed it to them, right? They really beat them. It wasn't even close. It's not just the first time we've seen the Rats lose a proper game, I guess you could say, in the NLC, but get dominated. It wasn't even close. So I'm you know, definitely, I'm scared. If I'm Ruddy, I'm scared of the old men.
This is why when you look into the stats from Nord, you get scared. Their overall stats are amazing. They're terrifying. Look at this. First in gold at 15. The CS difference at 15 is really high. Damage per minute. Even turrets. And the turrets are a little bit hidden. Like it almost looks like fake. Duckling, we were talking about this. Tell me the real one.
Yeah, at 50 minutes in, they've taken about half a turn more than their opponents. But what was really impressive is that on average throughout playoffs, they have taken 7.3 turrets more than their opponents. Do you realize how insane that is? To, on average, have killed 7 more turrets a game than your opponents. That is so much gold that goes right into your pocket. And, well, that leads to those high gold difference at 15 and damage per minute stats. Because when you have more gold and more items, well, you hurt just that bit more.
Yeah, really gross. That's one of the more insane stats that I've seen as a team stat, right? And I was talking about dismantling Los Ratones. I think the way it happened for me, with Nord finally found the formula to punish the Rats and to keep the punish going with Baus in the top side, right? Look at the scoreboard, 0-8-1, not exactly a score that we're unfamiliar with for Baus, but Chachi himself on the Trundle, you know, picking that very unique champion that's really good in the 1v1s, great at the split pushing, was constantly pressuring in the side lane, and the Rash has never had an answer for it, like, at all during the series. And I think that's just something that they really, it's something that they've obviously gone to the drawing board for in their lower bracket run. But for Nord, you know, if you're looking at it from Ruddy's perspective, maybe that's something actually that works to your advantage, because you don't have a Baus in the top side if you're Ruddy, right? So maybe the strategy would have to be different, and that could be something that you win from.
Yeah, I want to highlight, right, in these highlights we've just seen, I think the Grandpas in particular, we just joked about their age, well, they really stepped up, and despite Los Ratones often winning on macros, well, and being able to fight back from deficits like we saw at EMEA Masters, they failed to do so here. It's one of the highlights we saw. When they tried to punch back, well, what happened? Nord, they turned it around, and they got 2 free kills instead.
Yeah, they were able to read them like a book, which is not easy. We're talking about EMEA Masters winners, and Nord are stepping up to the table. Now talking about that champion select. Here we go. The Vanguard is removed. The Rumble on the other side, obviously. But do you go for the Mundo again?
Yeah, you do.
11, 12, 13.
Not changing,
bro. He's stealing bans.
All right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is it. Natty Nat is not going to get to play his 2 favorite champions here. It's wild, isn't it? Not just 1 but 2. Like, that's crazy. Let's see though how this one goes down here. Look, you saw like there's a lot of options for topside. I think strategically, in this series, I actually think the top lane matchup specifically is really important. I've been a little bit critical of Getten from Ruddysack. He picks up his split pushing, like carry style solo laners up there, but I haven't quite seen that execution come through. And yeah, there could be something like if you don't get a great matchup, that maybe Chachi can punish again.
I mean, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if they first pick the jungler here, right? It definitely is a possibility. There are a few junglers available, hovering the Pantheon for now. A lot of the strong B1s have been taken off the table despite the 2 net bans, and Nord obviously as blue side will always get something half decent, and the Pantheon definitely fits into Yanko's hand, who's really worked out well with the aggression in the past few games.
You do have the Poppy available for Chachi if you want to bring it out on the first game. You know he's the king of the Poppy, but this is it. Nafiri was piloted by Yankas in the previous game versus Los Ratones in paying with the Yari.
Okay.
Those are 2 dashes.
Yeah,
the
big
Poppy
damage.
Would be valuable.
That's not a bad shout actually, and it's Chachi. You don't really need a lot of conditions to slam in a Poppy for Chachi. And you're probably not going to get a lot of options to select it either. I think it's not a bad shout either for the top side here for Nord, but it's a very strong one too. I know that Georgia Trouble is always talking about this matchup, always talking about LPL matchups, combos, and Ari. Yeah,
I see that
Ari Nafiris, the dash in, the jump in, the power forward, and Peng loves to do that. He plays all these kind of champions that jumps forward, and Ari is certainly one of them.
Yeah, and I think it is a natural response here from Ruddysack to take the support. They're going to take Natas AD carry on 4 and then keep the counter matchup secured for the top side. I think the Poppy ban would make a lot of sense. You now have three champions out of 3 who will be stopped by it. So obviously, the Talia is already going to be annoying. You don't want double trouble with letting both of those through.
300%. AD carry so far being left out of the equation. That could probably be the pick for Ruddy on the 4th one. That's why they're going to take away the Kai'Sa. They don't want their team to go even deeper. This looks like a team that just goes. And Gaithan loves those sort of champions. So let's see what he picks to the top side as well.
Yeah, I'm interested in this Talia pick specifically. I think Talia Pantheon is a super strong 2v2, as is Neferi Ari. But we haven't really seen no way on a champion like the Talia, right? And I'm more thinking like he likes to kind of stay away and be at range, and obviously at threaded volleys you can do that, but it's certainly a style champion where you want to, you know, get a little bit grubby, get a little bit involved. You saw the highlight that we had from Verdant versus who did they play yesterday? Oh my goodness, my mind's blanking. Whoever they beat yesterday.
They beat Bulldogs yesterday.
Bulldog, holy crap, thank you, jeez. Yeah, Talia gets up in your face, right? She is that kind of champion as well. So see if Norway can pilot that style. It's going to be the Ezreal now for Nata. As you predicted, their Duckling saving the counter pick for Getten. It will be that top side priority here in this draft.
Let's see though what the matchup will be. I think the Tristana could work here. I think the Kogi is the safer option though. I do like the Ezreal. I think the two bans that Nord got though, Nata was two of his stronger AD carries. I thought the Kaiser, as you highlighted, Foxtrot, would have worked perfectly. I think the Ezreal is the best of the rest, especially because you don't want to get picked out either. You don't want to be too immobile here. The Corgi, the safe lock-in for Inex. I think you just lock in some tank here for Chachi, maybe get a bit more engaged. I mean, there are many safe options, and then you just pray that Gaethan don't counterpick you too hard or try to punish too hard. Yeah, the Cassandra would make sense.
That's hideous, bro. That's ugly.
That's the standard, right? You can boo it all you want, but you can't deny he'll always be better. He will always fit in. And now it's really on Gaethan, right? He's the more creative of these two in terms of what will he play. I mean, you could go to just try and split push. You could go for the Fiora. You could go for the Gwen. There are many things you can do right now. I think he'll find himself a matchup where he feels comfortable and whatever they feel suits the team the best.
Gwen makes total sense. AD jungle. Bring it up.
Yeah, you're going double AP for mid and top. Ez has some AP elements as well with some of his abilities. But you can't really argue with the shove that Gwen provides either. It's one of the few things that Cassante somewhat isn't great at, considering he has literally everything in his kit. He will not shove as fast as a Gwen does. So the expectation, you know, to put that pressure to push in the solo lane and then move around a little bit can be what Gettin's aiming at. But you're right. I think a lot of this, you said it, Archer, the AD jungle, I think a lot of it rides on Natty's shoulders for this game. The Nefiri certainly has the tools to pop off.
The last time Nafiri was picked was by Yankas versus Velia. It was Pantheon versus Nafiri. Yankas had the upper hand. Let's see what happens on this one. Tell me, gentlemen, who do you think is going to win after the champion select? With the name tags on.
I like what Roddy has done here. I like that damage profile. I think that comp is looking good. I like the ping Natinat duo here. So I'm leading them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say I kind of like that too, but I don't want to... we'll keep it cool and say I'm going for Nord. Yeah. Pantheon Talia, bro. That's where it's at. Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. Let's see what the casters have to say. And for today, we have the lovely pair of Solari and Hempride. How are you doing?
We're doing all right. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the caster desk. We are ready to go into this first game of the day. I hate to say, but I believe Duckling was right. I actually really like Ruddy's drafting.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of power picks, a lot of comfort as well. Curious your thoughts though, Solari. What are you making of this?
I am happy to admit that I actually agree with both of you. I think Radisak have drafted themselves a stronger combination here, because if you look across the board, if you look at both drafts, there are a lot of interesting duos to work around throughout the whole game, but Radisak just have more of them, and most importantly, have we all collectively forgotten how Gaethan plays on that Gwen? I mean, he has a 50% win rate in this play so far, gotta give him to that, but in the last game, which was, I believe, against Bulldog, he went 5-0. He was absolutely unstoppable and unkillable, and I feel like giving Gwen to Radisak on R5 is a punishable crime.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one up there on the top side. I also feel like the Ari Nefiri combo. Like,
yes.
Both teams have really, really solid kind of 2v2 skirmishing between their mid jungle, but like that Nefiri Ari combo is terrifying. If you do hit that charm, it's brutal. Although I will say the ability to kind of find that point and click lockdown with the Pantheon into the seismic shove over the Unraveled Earth is a massive burst combo, which can be a bit of a nuisance for them. So it's gonna kind of come down to some of the mechanics and like who gets to move first and who sets up and plays around the vision right. But yeah, this first game is going to be very exciting, because for anyone who is maybe a little unaware, there's a fair amount on the line here. Like, both these teams are going to Copenhagen, but this is the difference between playing both days and not playing both days. This could just lock you into finals off the bat. No more worrying. You're in the grand finals, and you're probably going to have to play versus... I mean, it'll either be Ruddy or, realistically, let's be real, Los Ratones. So... I say Ruddy. I've shown a bit of my favoritism towards Nord there. It's one of these two teams plus a third who we realistically expect to be Los Ratones. As great way to start the show off. Immediately go into a pause. Welcome to NLC. That is the status quo here. But yeah, let's talk some win conditions then.
Yeah,
while we got
absolutely.
A bit of time. What are our win conditions for both these teams?
Ooh, maybe let's start with Nord, because to me, this screams we want to have really good objective setup. We want to be the first as objectives, and if you allow Nord to be the first, how do you even enter the river? Because there is a Talia with a wall, there is Pantheon who is going to lock you down, there is Xante who is going to not let you go through him later in the game. There is an opportunity to re-engage for Nord, starting with their Rel, with their Pantheon on top of her. It feels like Nord need to be dominant about those objectives. They need to be the first one at the river. They need to establish vision control. And if they do so for Radisak, that is going to be a very big trouble to get through them and to try to fight for the set objective.
Yeah, and the kind of the setup there with the fact that we talked about it with Gaven on the Gwen. Well, Des talked about it was, realistically, we expect this Gwen to have the shove and have the control of the lane. So whether it's a topside objective, realistically, you expect Gaethan to get there first and Chachi to be a little bit slower to the play. So there are the little caveats in seeing how those lanes individually go. As right now, lanes assignments are just going to be starting as standard. Although we do see Radisak, we're looking for a little bit of a poke.
Yeah.
Minions are going to block the vast majority of that one. Marlon is going to eat a little bit of poke on the way out.
Yep, Nord read that. You gotta remember that Nord just read Lost Returns like an open book in the previous series, and they had done a really good preparation for that series. They did a really good homework. So I wonder how much preparation went into this matchup today versus Radisak, because, well, there is a ticket to EMEA Masters at the stakes today. That's a pretty juicy prize to whoever wins this one.
Yeah, I kind of forgot to mention that. It is, we are playing for a spot in the grand finals, but we're also playing for just a guaranteed spot at EU Masters as well, which is such a big prize to be playing for. Is that no way? Just gonna spot out Natty Nat on his early clear. We'll give him some good tracking information on where he's gonna be. That's gonna help Jankos pretty effectively. Although they are just playing away from each other, so neither jungler will be exchanging blows anytime soon.
I would say it's still very important to keep an eye on Natinat, especially throughout like the first half of the game, or at least throughout the laning phase, okay? Because if you look at what is happening, Natinat in a combination with every single lane is going to have insane kill potential in the early. With Ahri, insane setup throughout the Champ Blast and the Fury following up. On the bot lane, you have Nautilus to set up for the dog. On top lane, well, you have Gwen, but you can still work around that if you really want, though. I don't think the early game should be the lane that Natinat is looking to play for, because the other two lanes are just so obvious for an Fury to go into.
Yeah, absolutely. Does look like we may see Gaethan get some attention put into him. Jungle clear's just about finished up for Jankos. And Gaethan is pushing, so Chachi could call up some help here from his jungler. I think Gaethan is recognizing that, there's a potential that this Pantheon is in the area. And, he has now been seen on a ward, so they know he's here. He's just going to reset. And it's a relatively relaxed start from the junglers. Nothing really early going to be happening from either of them. Both do the exact... They literally mirrored each other perfectly. Yep. They just cleared on the opposite sides, put a ward on each other's Raptors, and then just reset for the first base.
Yes, nothing big happening so far in the beginning of the game. Again, just looking at Nord, for example, you don't really expect that draft to have a lot of action happening super early in the game. They kind of just want to farm up, especially if you look at Talia, if you look at Corki. It is crucial for them to get to their power spikes as soon as possible. For Radisak, though, I think we should expect something different. I want to see more action from the Fury. Whenever I see the dog in the jungle, that dog needs to look for the kills. Do you remember last time Jankos played on the Fury, how successful it was for the team, partially because of how proactive he was on that dog?
Yeah, you do need to kind of get the snowball going off the back of it. I mean, it's not like Neferi is like, like a Lee Sin who has to have something happen early or is completely useless. But it is a champion which enables and benefits of kind of taking initiative and taking the tempo. So I do want to see Natty Nat try and look for a play. But I mean, Jankos the same. I mean, Pantheon, a champion who, a bit like the Lee Sin, does kind of nosedive in power as you move later into the game. It's very based on, getting some early power and then playing with your team off what you have enabled them to do off the early game. So I do want to see a little bit more from Jankos. He has been very quiet on a champion who, wants to get going ASAP. Is that Nata just go for a little trade here with Vinax. Is able to get some damage off. Caught by Nash, though. A lot of damage comes out in the return. Ruddy gonna happily take the victory off that little fight.
It's a pretty good victory for them, even though they didn't get anything pretty much from Nord. They still got the prio on the lane, and if you look at what's happening on the bot side of the map right now, the dragon is already up, and Nadanat is in a really good timer to go into this dragon with the support of his bot lane, while for Nord, Jankos is on a completely opposite side of the jungle. There is not going to be anything happening from them at the dragon pit if Radisai decide to pull the trigger.
Oh, it looks like they may be going for a dive. The wave's crashing in. Natty's coming in on that collapse. Inax has already taken the Q. Barriers come out. They've got the slows. Natty's just going to turn the towers off the dogs. Leap forward and secure the kills. 2 over to Nord. 1 over to Nord, 2 over to Ruddy. That should be Dragon off the back of that as well.
Yeah, just looking at Nadanat's health bar, he seems fine, but they decide not to over push and they decide to go away. And having 2 kills already in their pockets is a really good start for the game, for them. I just wonder if now this is a window for Jankos to go onto this Drake, because he's going back into the Summoner together with Nash. There is a little lane swap happening at the same time, but theoretically, if you are Nord right now, you might want to try at least to establish vision around the Drake and to see whether there is going to be an opening for you to go for it.
Yeah, they weren't thinking about it, but looks like the attention has shifted away, although Jankos does find Marlon, gets caught by the hook there. Just going to get a little bit of poke put into him, nothing too major, as the lane swap is very much towards these grubs spawning up early, although Jankos, let's come over, has been spotted out over the ward, gets the smite off. Steals that one away, hits level 6. Natty has now got 6 as well, so they have that dash. Nash is just going to hook over the wall. In comes Talia, though, no way. Going to make his way forward. Unraveled Earth goes into the shove back to get the damage off. Marlon low HP, but not dead yet. Jankos' spear doesn't quite do enough damage. And I think that should be Nord able to get themselves control of the grubs. Although they're going to grab Starfall into the mid lane. Peng has been forced to use the ultimate here. Jankos has the invincibility of his W, is able to break away. Ultimately, it was a lot of posturing, but nothing really is going to come of it.
And now we have 30 seconds before the grubs, and Jankos is pathing away from the grubs. I am struggling to read what Jankos is doing in this game, but Gaethan.
Needlework's coming out, though. He's able to do a fair amount of damage. Chachi flashes forwards and takes the kill.
Okay, what I'm not struggling to read is Visit Chachi in this game, okay? The typical Visit Chachi. I hope you saw what he was doing in the beginning of the game, by the way, because there was a lot of proxying coming from the Xandra on the top lane. Because in just 1v1 with Gwen, when the lanes are in the neutral state, it's really hard to survive as Xandra, especially pre-6. But he was proxying so much into Gaethan, but no way.
Hello.
Hello.
Peng has flash. No way. Could just go to an orb of deception. Flashes forwards. He catches him. Ruddy able to secure the kill. Natty's got 1 grub, but has to make an escape here with Chachi teleporting in. Ruddy gonna have to give it up. Call it over. 2 grubs over to Nord, but the feat of warfare in favor of Ruddy Sack. Lovely solo kill from Peng.
Yes. It's only the first feat of warfare there. You gotta remember, they still need to secure something else. And they just lost the grubbies that go into Nord's count for the feats of warfare. And that is the replay of what happened on the bot lane there with Visit Chachi. He doesn't even have a completed item, if I recall correctly, at this point. He only has a component. But with all the knockups happening onto Gaethan, and with how up close Xante forces the fight with the Gwen, it's so hard for her to pilot those fights pre-first item.
That is such a balanced champion. He was like CC for like 6 seconds, man. Like
He's
literally
nerfed,
just couldn't do anything.
Clearly needs some buffs, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I hate that champ so much. Terrible design. Anyway, before I go too far down the rabbit hole of ranting about Casante's terrible design.
We could stay here for long.
We could.
Yes.
But we shouldn't. Dragon is up. Lane assignments have been set back towards the bottom side, so I expect to see this be the next kind of point of contention. You got the Malignants now finished up onto Peng, so first item's already coming in there. Nata closing in on that Triforce. Actually, significantly further along than Inax is right now, at least on the current items in their inventory. So it's a little thing to keep in mind. May see some item spikes coming through earlier, though it looks like No Way, with the ultimate coming up, was thinking about setting a wall up on the bottom side, as Gaethan needs to be very careful. Chachi's just taking plates for free. Got the double grubs, so it's going to make quick work of these tower plates.
And got a little bit of additional magic resist just to make sure that leaning into Gaethan's Gwen is a little bit easier. looking very good for Nord on the top lane. I wonder how it's looking on the bot part of the map, because the ultimate is available for Norway, and you gotta always keep it in mind for those big objectives. Both Jankos and Norway can relocate very quickly if they want to pick up a fight. And that is a big if, because right now, Nari is starting a Dragon, and Jankos is
Grand
on the lane.
Starfall coming in on Gafen. Gafen's able to put some space away, but it's not gonna be enough. Chachi catches him with the all-out and finishes him up. Beautiful kill.
And you know what? There is... Wait. Before I go into it, no way.
Oh no, I think that might just be the end of No Way. Down he goes. Lovely little kill over to Natty as well off the back of that.
There was no way he was surviving that, unfortunately. That was a bad find, sorry. Anyway, what I was trying to talk about is that's really interesting what Nord are pulling out here as their general strategy. But before that, actually, the replay of how exactly Norway went down. And it's as easy as it gets. The control. You're not allowed to jump onto your wall if you're being knocked up and then jumped down. And there is literally nothing you can do if you're flashless, just like Norway was at this point in the mid lane. And he was punished very badly for not having a flash in that situation. But just to go very quickly again, Kenny Kruger already completed on Vizichachi, and Vizichachi is the guy I want to talk about. Or rather, his opponent on the lane, Gaten, who is currently 1.2k gold down compared to that Xanti. It is so interesting what Nord have decided to do here as their general strategy versus Radisak's draft. It's to shut down Gaten's Gwen, because we have already seen what happens if Gaten's Gwen is allowed to do whatever she wants to farm up freely to get to 2 items. She kills everybody on the enemy team, because that's the champion and because that's what the player is capable of. So what they're doing is they're shutting down Gaten. Gaten has been denied quite a lot of farm. Gaten has been denied kills. Gaten has gone down 2 times already throughout this game. He's losing a lot of prio on the lane as well. This is not a good game for Gwen, because she's so slow with completing her items, and Gwen depends on her items so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I also do think that Kenneth Ruken is just really effective at dealing with, you know, the other really strong player on the team in Peng, the RE. As I think Gaten might be not long for the world. Jankos kind of messed everything up, but it doesn't matter. Gaten will go down 0-3. Jankos secures the kill. We don't have to do Jankos dirty, but I also kind of low-key want to do him dirty. Let's just see him absolutely fumble every ability.
Can we get the replay of that in slow motion, please? Production, thank you very much. Okay, maybe not. Let's be nice here for a second. Okay, they got a kill. A kill is a kill is a kill, and they didn't exactly lose anything there except for the flash from Vizichachi. So it's a good one. However, in the bot lane, things are looking so much worse. Nara is taking away the jungle from Jankos. There is so much pressure onto this bot lane turret right now, and it might be the first turret for Radisak that will complete the feats of strength for them.
Man, I feel like Amato might have been right. Just watching back on the talking about Jankos being an old man. That was some grandpa hands moment for him. Here we go. We're gonna get into him dirty. Watch Jankos. He failed his ultimate, I believe. He cancelled. I know he was. I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah,
what was he doing?
Don't know. I would love to break that down for you, hey Brain, but I can't. I have like a big question mark ping in my head right now next to Jankos. But hey, a kill is a kill is a kill. Okay, let's stop bashing Jankos.
Nice little pick up there. Press W a little bit too early. Doesn't matter. Marlon going incredibly low, though, and it looks like Nord are going to be able to pick this one up in response. You know, ignoring the top lane, it's actually a relatively close game. I did just get an update from Archer, by the way. Apparently, he was stacking passive to get extra movement speed.
Oh, so it was a smart move,
so
see? And
I clowned on him, but actually, Grandpa Hands had intelligent person brain. As we do see what happened to Natter. Grandpa Hands making up for it.
Damn, that was clean.
So hold on, Dog's in danger here. Natty, has he got the W? He is going to be able to use it to buy some space, but Noe's hunting him down. Unraveled Earth's not going to come out here as Natty may just have to flash over the wall, but is able to get some space in time. Nash continuing to chase forwards, but it looks like they're just going to cool it off. Ready, going to make their way away.
And what do we get out of here now? Because we are at the 6-4 situation. There is no second set of grabbies. I still know them, by the way. But there is going to be a Herald spawning up in half a minute from now. Radisak are still pushing in. There is currently Pang on the top lane trying to push in the wave to create pressure. Nata with Marlon are doing pretty much the same here on the mid. And they'll need to be really careful because Jankos right now is a real threat to Radisak. And especially to Nata, wherever he goes, Jankos might be able to follow up with him and shut him down really quickly. And at the same time, 45 seconds before the Drake is going to spawn. Judging by what Nord have been doing so far, there is a possibility that they will decide to abandon the Drake completely and go for the Herald instead to have additional pressure on the lanes and to push into Radisak. But at the same time, there is a second dragon. They've already lost the first one. Do they really want to give up another one?
I don't think they do. I really don't think they do. You can see from the posturing here from Nord, they are looking to contest. They've sent Peng up to the top side. Peng has teleport, so does No Way, so we'll be able to rotate down. I think we might be in for a full-on 5v5 here.
Oh, yes.
There's Natty just going to pick up the blue buff. Nice shove back, though, onto Peng's going to chunk him heavily just before this dragon spawns. And they've got the wave pressure as well, because, I mean, the Corki is always going to outpush the Ezreal. It is a... It's definitely just a bit of a waiting game for that opportunity to take the dragon. Although I say that, Marlon finds a hook onto Nash. Nash is able to break away, and Ruddy may just be able to pick up this dragon. Although Jankos and Nash are in the area, they do have that teleport available to No Way. Inax is coming in slow. See if they can get it. Chachi.
Come on, Grandpa.
Jumps onto Gapen already, gets a big chunk out of him. Jankos just flushes the wall, lands the smite, and denies Ruddy anything. Beautiful play.
Oh my God, he still got it in him. He does it again. You remember the previous series of Nord versus Los Ratones, right? Do you remember all the previous series of Jankos? And now
Gapen might be dead here. Needlework's not really doing much work at all. We do see Natty jump over the wall, though. They get the slows down, and the shutdown is there for the side of Natty, as it looks like Ruddy are continuing to chase. Ultimate from the depth charge connects onto Nash. In jumps Natty now for the double kill. And Ruddy Sack gonna walk happily away off the back of that.
Vizichachi is the one left here, but they're not really killing Xante. No, they're pushing on top lane and on mid lane at the same time, I gotta say. So it's not like they're wasting time and they just gave 2 kills for nothing. Chachi still needs to be a little bit careful, but again, I really doubt they're going to kill that thing so close to the turret. However, what happened before is Jankos definitely overstepping, definitely being a little bit too zealous there, definitely fighting more than he could chew. He followed Gaten so far into the enemy jungle that he found himself surrounded by too many members of Radisak and went down way too quickly. But as I'm speaking about it, the mid lane outer turret just went down for Radisak. Nord did amazing, Inax did an amazing job there, so now they have even more pressure onto Radisak.
If I'm honest with you, I actually feel like that play did not favor Nord. Sorry, did not favor Ruddy. They got a few kills.
Ruddy.
Sorry, I got my teams modeled up there. I feel like Nord, they got a few kills, but Ruddy... sorry, I'll ignore that because Vizichachi's all-ing in and Peng here. Peng gonna be able to throw the ultimate down. Kasante balance, but Peng will survive. But yes,
Turret will not.
Quickly to go back, Ruddy did get himself a few kills, but Nord got some time on the top side. They got some time on the bot side. Sorry, in the mid lane, they've got that tower down. They've opened the map off the back of that one.
Yep.
And Ruddy, they didn't actually outwin a tower on the bot side. So they didn't really get much of anything here. Now, they are looking for Chachi. Teleports are coming in. This could be their opportunity. Natty jumps in forwards, throws the slowdown. They get the depth charge off. No W available, but Chachi has bought the space. He's able to make his way away. No Way also chasing over. And this tower may just survive. True Shot Barrage will not even clip anybody. And yeah, it's a bit of a desperation play from Ruddy, to be honest.
Yeah, you can argue with me here, but I think that was a really bad play from Radisak. They gave up the Herald in the top lane. They didn't get Vizichachi, and honestly, I don't see any world in which they would have been getting Vizichachi's Xante in that scenario. And on top of that, because of the whole play and because of the teleport from No Way, they lost control over the both side of the map, where Atacon is going to spawn in a minute from now. Now this gives Nord a lot of time to push onto the bot lane to set up more vision, because right now on the bot part of the map, their offensive vision is suffering because it, doesn't exist. It gives Nord all the time in the world they need to prep for that and for the next Drake that is coming up in 2 minutes. Radisak are losing so much on the map, and for the last 2 fights, it was them being an active participant of them losing that much on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's like Nord, complete control right now of the map, to be honest. It's Ruddy on that back foot, and you can argue, that Gafen had a incredibly rough time in lane, but I don't feel like the top diff is actually the issue right now. I just feel like Nord are just making smarter decisions. Like, whenever Ruddy make a play, the cost of making that play seems to just go in the benefit of Nord. Like the fight bot lane, they got a couple of kills, but they lost mid tower. They lost a lot of health off that top tier 2 as well. And I just feel like every play that is being made is coming too steep here for the side of Ruddy. And I actually just believe Natty lost his entire jungle.
Yeah.
No, Jankos is on the other side. It wasn't... okay. I think he's just mistimed his camps. Atakan up. Gonna be a big one. Changes to Atakan this mini season is halfway through. It's very powerful in team fights. I think it's like I can't remember how much the slow. It's like a 90% slow when you get a kill from Atakan.
It's some big numbers.
It's pretty
Don't ask
brutal.
me about numbers, please. I'm begging you.
I only know because I looked it up the other day. I was like, oh, I can't remember how much the slow was. So I looked it up. I think it's about 90%. It's a pretty hefty slow.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Let's move next. Let's move to the fact that actually this Atacon is on the map 24 seconds before the Drake is gonna spawn. And look at where Node are right now. They are already entering the enemy jungle. No, don't worry. Inax is fine. No, they're not catching him like that.
I was nervous for him for a second there. Inax is going to open onto Natty. Charm lands onto Peng. Peng loses a fair nothing, really. He's A-okay. Quick reposition, resummon of the doggos. But, I mean, this is the thing about the Corki, is the Corki just a so much easier shove than Nasa. Nasa spent quite a lot of time being able to answer a wave. Inax just throws a Q and an E out and a couple of auto attacks and the wave's gone.
Yeah. Interesting enough, if you look at the minimap right now, Gaethan is recalling from the top lane. Gaethan was on top lane, he didn't even join the team, so there wasn't really any real attempt from Radisak to fight for this dragon number 3 in the game, because Gaethan doesn't have TP in his pockets. Visicharge on the same hand was in the fight, but he then went on the top lane and he has a TP. Not where so much more in control of the position on the bot lane river that Radisak made in the end a smart decision not to engage onto this dragon. However, now is the big question, what are they going to be playing around? Because they have lost Prior on the bot lane, they've lost Prior on the mid lane, and even though Gaethan is trying constantly to push through the top lane as far as possible, there is so much wave clear on the side of Node that they are easily answering that Gwen on the side lanes.
Oh, Charm goes a little bit wide there from Peng. I just feel like Ruddy are kind of in a position where their damage is entirely on Natty, and the front line from Nord is just getting a little bit too big for them.
Yes.
Peng hasn't really done much since that solo kill on the Ahri. It's just kind of been collecting waves, got the Leandries and the Malignants. But Nord, I feel like they have so much easy access to damage in Inax and No Way. As you're going to just see, you know, a hook comes out actually onto Inax, gets a nice chunk, True Shot Barrage comes in. Inax may be in trouble, but the fight's going to move upwards as we're just going to see them chasing in. Chachi's made his way forwards, Marlon low, Natty inside the pit. No Way forced to flash backwards as in comes Ruddy Sax Gaethan. The needlework cutting through the health bars. Chachi on his lonesome, and it is just so messy for the side of Nord. They are crumbling apart. Chachi finds the W back, kidnaps away onto Nasa, but there is the ace for Ruddy.
What just happened? I literally asked the question, how are Radisak going to, what are they going to do in this game? And apparently that was the answer. Wait out until Gwen has a TP available, or almost has a TP available, and then find a really good fight. Or rather, you know what, it's not even Radisak finding a good fight. It was Inax overstepping and getting himself in a position where it was so easy for Malone to hook him. You don't even need to think. You don't even need to think twice or once. You just throw in your Q, and that is an AD carry dead for you because you have a great follow-up for the hook with the Nefiri, with the Ahri if you need to, but they didn't even need to unleash Peng here. Look at that immediate follow-up from Narinat. We can't see it unfortunately yet because it happens right here on this side of the river. But the moment that hook lands onto Inax, the fight is done for Nord.
Rough one there, No Way. Just about falling to Natty. As Chachi, I literally just said, but I don't feel like Ruddy were actually finding the damage they needed, and like they were starting to have an issue on that front, but they just proved me damn wrong as Natty is burning low. No Way's able to get the kill. They trade out the kill onto him. Peng, Stella's ult charges so he can jump over the wall. Jankos trying to play the escape here. Chachi's going to jump forwards. Peng, can he get the hour away to safety? Yes, he can. Jankos burning low. Q's coming in from Nata. And with the fact that they've got the Atakan slow, it is starting to add up. Chachi's very tanky, though, as he's going to get chased onto. W's and E's getting blocked. There's the charm forwards. Gaethan going to put some damage in. Chachi incredibly low here. Gaethan just wants to finish it up. True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide. Inax just about getting away. Gaethan is going to secure the kill onto him. Chachi's on his lonesome. He is going to survive. But Ruddy finding the kills.
They got 2 down, but in the end, almost everybody from Nord goes down. How did it start? How do we find ourselves fighting? Okay, this time it wasn't Nord forcing anything. It was Natty finding the opening, knowing that he has a team on his back to follow up. He's going to go down in the end because there is no way, again, overstepping, going so deep into the enemy territory, and the team cannot really follow up. First of all, because there is the wall that he literally just put himself down there, and second of all, because there is like 2 fights happening at the same time in the river and further into Radisak's territory. And after that, yes, it's just Radisak suddenly having enough damage to kill people.
Ruddy, very online now. You've got your Nash's Tooth onto your Gwen, so Gaethan actually probably able to play this game a lot more effectively. There's a Medjai's on Peng. With the Leandries and the Malignants, you got Cleaver, Eclipse, Shojin onto Nadinat. Like, the item spikes are very much hit, but if No Way finds a shove onto the 2 carries, that can change it all. But the charm from Peng undoes it all. In jumps Jankos onto the backline with the Grand Starfall, but it matters not. A double kill. Picked up for Nada. Nash trying to get away, but he is caught in place. Peng comes forward. It's a triple kill for Nata. Chachi's going down. Gaethan gets the revenge kill. 4 members of Nord will fall.
That's a disgusting amount of control on the side of Radisak. If you get hit by anything, you're as good as that, and probably your teammates are as well. Big question mark to Jankos flying so far into the enemy backlane, just to be hit by all that control immediately, because even though Radisak lose some control before that to kill Noe, they still had more than enough of it to kill Jankos whenever he flies into that. And now, with 4 down on the side of Nord, of course Radisak are gonna get the Baron. Now Radisak can go onto the Drake and finally secure themselves a second one and deny the soul point for Nord. And all of a sudden, the game that looked so much in control of Nord is fully under the control of Radisak.
And Peng's book is starting to get a few more pages. 18 stacks on the Medjai's. I would start to get a little bit scared here. Got the makings of a Void Staff almost finished up onto Peng.
Yeah.
It looks like Dragon number 2. I mean, there is no soul win condition yet. Both teams would be quite happy with that soul, though. This is a big one. Marlon finds a hook, though. Oh, Nash just has to play the escape, but they're going to get run down. Ruddy almost finishes Nash up. The True Shot barrage was so close. Didn't quite hit.
And the second hook from Malone doesn't hit either. Oh, somebody was supposed to go down there from North side in this fight on the Bolden, but they didn't. They are still alive. However, of course, no control over the Dragon Pit means that Radisak are pretty happy to get the Dragon as a prize, and it's going to be their second one. Don't think we can talk about the soul here, but what we can talk about is Visit Chachi and Inax being on the top part of the map right now. What they need to try to be doing right now as Nord is to try to keep Radisak as far away from their base as possible and maybe kill Gaethan?
Gaethan gonna have to try and 1v2 here, but I don't think you're gonna survive. Has the Ghost. All out comes in jumps Natty. Nat Chachi actually can't quite finish him up. Nata secures the kill. Gaethan, how did he live?
Inax? Did Inax... Oh, Inax survived. I was scared for him for a second. It looked like he was going to be discovered there, but Peng, no, he's out. All good. But not all good. No, I take that back. It's very bad for North. They lost Visit Chachi in a fight that didn't have to happen. Oh, the little replay of how he barely... Oh my god, the timing there. The gods of time smiled at Inax at that very moment. But Radisak are now doing exactly what they are not supposed to be doing if not want to be winning. They are pushing in, taking in the inner turrets all across the map. They can take those and they'll be very happy with that as the result of Baron number 1.
Well, there we are. Natty gonna just make an escape away from the potential 3 members of Nord in the area. But Radisak starting on another pause, unfortunately. 29 minutes into the game, the gold lead substantially in their favor. 9,000 gold up right now. These guys are looking really, really solid. Yeah. And all this is doing to me is just making me think about finals and how exciting finals is going to be. Because we've had Nord who have beat Los Ratones. If Ruddy, you know, if this series is a lot tighter than maybe a lot of us predicted it to be, or even if they do win it, we have like a kind of rock, paper, scissors where everyone's beating everyone, but we are seeing the fight for the dive coming in. Gaethan's low. Good Magnustorm from Nash, though. Nord trying to get some extra damage in, but Gaethan's able to survive. Inax remains untouched for the moment as they will launch in and blow him up. Down he goes. Nash is next up. No Way's on his lonesome. Nata trying to chase forwards. They do have the unraveled Earth. Lovely knockback from No Way. And he will just catch the waves to slow down the shove here from the side of Ruddysack. But I think these guys are going to be inside the base. They don't have a wave to work with, so they're just going to have to try and get the damage onto the tower. Nata's going low, able to dodge away from all of the skill shots coming in his way. True shot barrage. If he throws it down, there it is. Gets the ace. And I think that might just be the game, to be honest.
Yes.
Ruddy, 30 minutes on the clock, looking really solid. I had my prediction for this to be a 3-0 for Nord. I am happy to be proved wrong.
Wait. Maybe there is still a small world in which you are going to be right. But I think you're going to be wrong, Keeprain. I'm sorry. Jankos?
Oh, nice charm.
Oh, the damage!
I mean, Peng's almost got his book finished. Nash is still chasing.
Nash?
All right, the book's finished. There it is, 25 stacks.
Oh my god.
Oh, Chachi. I don't know if Natty wants this heat, actually. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Peng, don't lose your book, man. You just finished it.
No, Inax was charmed. It was fine. It was all calculated. Don't worry, brother. He's not losing this.
Oh my word.
The damage on the side of Ruddysack. But I mean, if you look at the itemization, right? 4 items on Peng. He just completed finally the Void Staff. 3 items on Gaetan, including the Rabadons. This Gwen has been suffering so much in the early game.
Yeah.
But 349, not, the Gaetan in the previous series. We saw him picking up Gwen, but still the Gwen that you would expect to see in the late game. A real menace to deal with. And now, because of her, because of the true damage, there is no problem for Ruddysack to cut through Vizichachi. It still takes them some time, but it's not really that much of a time. And Vizichachi is not an unstoppable force standing there before Ruddysack.
Natty? He's just going to interrupt Jankos.
Yeah,
For a second, I thought he had an option. And a lot of this is coming down to, we were talking about it, but, who kind of gets those angles in the fights? And Ruddy just control so much of the area, but they are, like you said at the beginning of the game, they're first to the area to set up for a fight, and then they have those flank angles, they have those engage angles, they have the vision to work with, which was exactly what we wanted to see from them. And
yes,
they've drafted a really solid comp and honestly playing it very, very well. So I thought Marlon was charging a Hex Flash up. Didn't. He actually just has regular Flash right now. Natty being chased off by Inax. And it is a bit of a waiting game because someone's got to deal with the Supers bot lane, which is Chachi, but he doesn't have teleport. As oh my word, no way. Half your health lost. Just do a little bit of damage. And meanwhile, Peng in the top side is going to finish this tower up. And Nord are just getting starved out.
And now Nord have to be at their base. And look at what's happening in the map. Exactly that. Thank you very much, observers. There is a second Baron of the game going down for Ruddysack. And Nord, they realistically don't really have any way to go and interrupt the Baron.
Well, don't think they're going to do much, but they do look for the fight. No Way gets caught by the depth charge. In jumps Natty onto the back line to finish up No Way. Meanwhile, the tanks are doing nothing. Peng is able to find a kill and escape Chachi. Double kill over to the dog. Down goes the triple. Beautiful pickup for Natty Nat, as now it is just onto the charm, onto the lockdown. Chachi's low HP. A quadra kill for Natty Nat. And Ruddysack are in the base. They're going to be rounding out this game 1. It took a little longer than we expected, but they did it. Down goes Nord in this best of 5, at least for game 1. Over to Ruddysack. I'm excited for this series now.
I can't wait to see how this progresses. I still hope there is going to be a 5-game series today, but honestly, judging by how Ruddysack looked in the second half of the game, I'm not even that sure anymore. To be fair, they did absolutely suffer in the first half of it, but then all it took them was finding one good angle on one good team fight, and after that they start snowballing immensely onto the enemy.
Yeah, that was, a game where I wanted to see that early action. I wanted to see them kind of set up for those fights and kind of just take over the game, and it just took them one moment, and they just felt like Nord were unable to catch up. Anyway, we're going to pass it back over to the desk to round out that game number 1. So Archer, over to you.
You had the early game. You had me at the early game, and then something happened. Nord was looking clean. Not clean, but clean in the early game. They were achieving what they needed. Everything was going smoothly. Can we set up what they needed to do in order for their setup to work?
I think the big thing here is Nord. I want to say they had a really good early game. I thought they really executed around Jankos well. He was able to play freely around the map, right? He had kills in bottom, he had kills in top lane, he had kills throughout multiple different parts. And what we're about to see is one of the replays where he got a double kill bot lane. That was really what put them over the edge, because he had a good early game, but this was when he could take it into the mid game and look to transition it cleanly. And sadly though, after he got this, he got a bit too greedy and got caught out once, but what, you know, still very good punish and overextension from Nats and Marlon.
This is really the story of how the early game went for Nord, and to be honest, parts of the mid game too. Jankos was just everywhere. Nord had so much aggression early, they found so many kills, and a lot of it, as I mentioned, was orchestrated from their jungle. And you expect that from the Pantheon, but it started to fall apart really when we got a bit later on into the game, and with the team fights especially. The first one where it was a bit and the writing started to come on the wall was the Atakan play, right? Ooh. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there for Nord, but it was a clean 5-0 ace and just not bueno at all. From that, it was doomsday. It was absolutely hecked. It was hecked for Nord from there. Like, look at this. They start the Atakan, which is kind of... Yeah, okay, it's two things, isn't it? Atakan is wailing on the Nord roster, and Inax gets caught by a hook. But just, bro, you're winning the game before this point. The fact that they proved this hard.
I mean, Dathan just joins the fight here, right? They've already gotten 2 kills. It was a messy encounter, and this was when Nord had the lead. And when they've first thrown this away, despite doing a really good job at shutting Dathan down and allowing Jankos to be fed, well, all of a sudden, the game has been flipped on its head, and that's really all Ruddy's need. I think this was a perfect situation of what we talked about earlier with Nata, right? He, you know, got a bit, a kill early, did die one time, but on that, he just farmed up a storm. We didn't talk much about him because all the eyes were on the top side. And as soon as the team fights began, who was the member stepping up initially for the side of Righty Side? It was none other than Nata.
Yeah, Nata was
great. Yeah, but if you look
and...
into that one, continue, Fox.
I was just going to say that this is what you said, Duckling, wasn't it? Like, you highlight, well, yeah, we had all this stuff about Nata being great and things like that. It was tough to begin with from the top side for sure. But he was just popping off. Here's another great example of it, really, with the sack. Their team fighting was incredible. No way. I mean, it's a good start. It's a great little shove, but he really struggled, I would say, this game overall. Like, yeah, I mean, there he gets charmed to die, and then Jankos is set up to die as well. It was just, it never really came to fruition for No Way, especially in that mid lane, and Peng was solid on the RE2. But Nata is that kind of quiet, consistent carry that we pegged him up to be at the start of this series. Yeah, I mean, look at that, dude. Look at that. He's just able to non-flashily, which is a word, I'm sure, just bring out the deeps, make it happen.
Yeah, I think that was really impressive, right? You can see around the 23-minute mark, Nord had the lead. That went down to, you know, being an even game state pretty much when they lost the Atakan fight, and then everything was really decided about the team fight just before the 30-minute mark, where I can really see the gold balloon in the favor of Ruddy Sack. And after that, it was essentially all said and done.
Yeah, when you look into this and the way that Nord have been playing about setting up winning conditions, setting up those lines that we've seen in the past, and I think they were able to achieve that. But starting on the Atakan, and what I wanted to bring, and maybe we can talk about it, is that Narinat with their Nafiri was capable of going to the carries unattended. Nobody was stopping this jungler, which is mostly an assassin, untargetable assassin, going into those carries. And Narinat, okay, I don't have a Rengar, I don't have a Tiger, I have a dog. Is a different sort of, pouncer, but he gets his job done. I think it's scary if you allow Narinat to also do his thing unattended. And I think Peng Zari was demolishing as well. And I'm getting information that Nord will take blue side this time.
That's the same.
Sticking
the same as before.
Sticking with the same, yeah. Okay, anything that changes with this?
I don't think. I think Nord were happy with the draft from that first game. And yeah, I think maybe the plus side for Nord is that Natinat, the Fury, Pantheon. I would say probably is two best champions that he's allowed to pick. And now they're gone from the Fearless draft, right? So that might make things a bit easier for Nord moving forward.
Let's see. Xin Zhao is still available. Vi is still available. What are your picks? We'll get to know them as soon as we are back from a little break. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 is the future in front of us. Ready with the first win. Talking about the future, the youth. It looks like the youth is taking the lead for now. Don't worry, Duckling, calm down. I know you're happy when we say that. But the old folks can still show up. Is there anything they should focus differently? Because we got to see the Talia. I don't think it was an issue. Seeing No Way playing a little bit more close quarters. But usually we get to see like the Zeta for the Victor or stuff from way back. Because team fights were mayhem.
Hard-hit analysis. Nord really dropped the ball when the Nexus went boom. Alright? That's the first thing I'm changing. If I'm coming in to Nord's management...
He's not lying.
Okay, yeah? If I'm that Hakali fella, or is he Ruddy? I can't remember.
He's on Verdant, but that's...
Oh, okay. Sure. If I'm Nord's version of Hakali, then I'm...
Just John, you mean the coach? Just John.
Yeah, that's the coach. Yeah.
He wasn't very good at Squid Game, can I just say? He struggled, but
it's just John.
That's
he's
a red
not
flag.
John. He's just John, you know.
That's a red flag right there. Nord, look into that. Yeah, I mean, I actually think right from the get-go, from the start, from the beginning of the game, it was sorted. It was good. They got themselves in a good spot, you know, and everything went really well for them. We watched the first like 15, 20 minutes, and we're like, holy moly, like Jake might be onto something. Nord don't only look good, but they're just. I was going to say quite a few things I shouldn't say. Really beating strongly Ruddy. Disgustingly so. But it just never, you know, it all fell apart at the team fights. That's it. That's what you got to fix. Your set for objectives, your team fights. Because I think they disrespected Ruddy a little bit there.
Some words of wisdom in there from Foxdrop. I will say though, we all knew Hiprin was never right. It was never gonna be a 3-0 when he predicted it. It was always gonna be a chaotic. I think Solari is way more based with her prediction, predicting a 3-2 for Nord. I think this game could go all the way, and I think we got to see a bit of both teams' strength, right? Nord, their early game, very good. They played that very cleanly. If they, you know, clean up the fights a bit and get No Way back to some of his more comfortable champions where he's not as involved in the fight in terms of up close, I think that would improve them a lot. Luckily though, with Fearless, right? You wipe the slate clean, the bans will likely remain the same, but the draft will be completely different.
Yeah, that's the question. What is going to happen within the bans? You look up into Fearless Draft. In Game 1, those champions are removed from the equation throughout the entire series. We had the same so far. The Rengar, the Rumble, the Mundo. Then you go for the stable ones. I think this is going to be a must, and I think the third and last ban coming in from North should be the Varus, even though you are a blue side. Well, the
But you could just be wanted though. Like, I think why maybe not try and leave it open, see if you can force either Rodisek to ban or just get it on Inex. We know Nata is good at it, but yeah, they swip it up. They go for the Aurora instead, one of Peng's most played champions to split as well, who likes to get up close and personal. So I like that adaptation. I think you're blue side. You're forcing them to ban the Varus, or you just pick it.
Okay, alrighty. Will this be the Java response then for Natina? Yeah, this is it, right? So Natina can never play Rengar and Mundo. We know that. We've established that. This is now 13 games in a row where that's happened. But with Neferi and Pantheon gone, he's such an aggressive jungler that he's quite pinched now. He first picked that Xin. It's a big takeaway for Ruddy as well. Now he's going into that Sejuani. Does that force Nord to be like? The thing is, I don't think they've got like a Yone in their pocket, right? So I think a Victor Sejuani combo is a bit meh, but getting is, you know, this is getting up to go for that AD kind of strong split push, like that maybe the Fiora type, the Aatrox type, to play alongside this Sejuani.
Maybe it's going to be picked after the first rounds of picks and the second rounds of bans. This could be it. It was banned on the previous game. It allows you to follow up the Xin Zhao. So it's a double dive. Maybe if they take out the Embess on Ready Sack, you can pick like a Renekton that pairs so well with the Sejuani. That passive is ace-procced.
Yeah, you said it yourself. I mean, would make sense to lock that in. I really like the Kai'Sa. Can follow up on the Syndra as well. Really good pick potential all of a sudden. When you look for that around the map, you'll have to see if you can catch Radisek. I like the puppy ban as well. We know that of course, Zicharji is very good at it. The Kai'Sa denial is huge as well. It is one of Nata's most played champions. The Misfortune may be an option. He's played a lot this split, even in situations where it's not always optimal. I think they might just be careful and ban that away.
I think Zyra Khan has huge value right now if you're Radisek. You get some follow-up engage in the Rakan, and I really value self-pill when you're playing against dogpile comps. If you're an ADC, there's not a lot of that in the game. You know, champions that can keep themselves safe, play from far, really hard to pilot champs that otherwise, can't rely on that for themselves, because Kai'Sa jumps in on you, everyone's jumping in on you. So that potentially could be an angle for the Ruddy Sack. If not, I think you just keep jumping forward here. If you're Nord, you keep picking champions that can do that. Obviously, a lot of the strong bot laners, Nautilus and Ra, have been taken away, but there's still a lot of options for engage. We even saw that the Leona coming through yesterday, and that was really strong.
Delusion. Okay, that's a bit more surprising. Maybe predicting a powerful 2v2 lane to be prioritized here for Ruddy Sack. The Draven Hover is interesting. We'll see what he ends up with. I don't want to say too much here because I think there are different ways you can go about this. I do like the idea of the Sire Rakan. I think you would take the Rakan now then, but instead, I mean, fair enough. Get some range so you can try and help out when your team goes forward. Yeah, I like the Jhin.
Yeah, it's not the self-pill, but as you say, it's the range. So stay away. Keep yourself...
Yeah, just never need peel in the first place, right?
Yeah, exactly. Stay away from danger. Yeah, chilling on that one. And yeah, I think this is it now. What is Nash specifically? This is where I think it makes or breaks this team comp. I still think you want something that can dive forward, something that can go aggressive. Yeah, the Rakan instead. Yeah, I like that. It's pretty versatile as well as a support pick.
It would be interesting if you could bring... It's hard to pilot at the early game, but then Bessa for Chachi versus Renekton, it's hard at the beginning, but then late game you can follow through, you can do that. Sam was better on the first one. That's a big one. That's a meat shield. How do you kill it with Jhin? You have 4 shots. He doesn't care.
I mean, yeah, Jhin, Renekton as well will struggle with it in the early game unless he really only itemizes against the Sion. And you can obviously go in as well. The unstoppable force will definitely be hard to get away from, as the Bard is locked in for Marlon here. So he'll be roaming around a bit. It's the classic scenario where the focus in the game will be on the top and mid lane for Ruddy Sack, while Nati farms up a Storm in the bot lane. So we'll see where Marlon and Natinat go together, and I think they will look to cause some chaos early on.
Yeah, Marlon has played Bard before. He did a win on it.
He was really good last time.
Yeah, he was solid. Can I just say that he was also... He went slightly AP on the Bard as well.
That's what I like to see.
So he certainly has, yeah. So we're gonna be pairing up. I think a lot of focus should be, trying to bridge that gap between mid and late as the game goes on. Like, you've got some decent scaling in the Victor, but I'm nervous honestly for Ruddy Sack. I don't think they have the DPS to deal with the front line of Nord if they have another good early and don't completely fluff the team fights at 20 minutes. It's gonna be tough to bring them down.
So you believe it's gonna be a tie after this one?
I don't
say yeah.
I think Ruddy Sack has got this, and the only reason I'm gonna say so is Marlon's spot almost single-handedly helped Ruddy Sack win Game 3 against Verden earlier this split. I was so impressed by it that I promised myself if he picks it again, I give him the benefit of the doubt, because Foxtrot is making good points, but Marlon is playing bad.
Alright, to me that's the best analysis that you can bring onto the table. Let's see what happens. The first one goes for Ruddy. Can they get the 2-0 Nord against the wall, or will Nord fight back like the Phoenix they are? Tossing it to the casters, it's Iprine and Solari. Take it away.
So wow, we're straight into game, but you know how Trouble has her hatred of Vi?
Yeah.
I have a irrational hatred of Renekton. And this isn't because I had to put it with Aragon for years. I truly, and I say this with complete sincerity, I don't think anyone in Europe can play this champion. I genuinely believe no one if you get an LPL Renekton, they're going to pop off. LPL Renektons are great. EU Renektons kind of suck. So Gaethan has to prove me wrong here. And he has a great setup. Renekton plus Sejuani is a pretty storied combo. It's the same as like Renekton mixed with Nidalee or with Elise as well. But I do have my concerns. I feel like Nord have a very well-rounded team. I can talk. So, Marlon, Duckling has a lot of faith in this guy. I'm curious for your thoughts, because I did just spend the first minute and a half of this game ranting about how I hate Renekton.
I'm with you on that point. I'm also looking at Gaethan specifically, because he hasn't really played Renekton. He hasn't played Renekton in the officials in the Spring Split full stop. This is his first Renekton so far in NLC Spring, so curious about how it's going to go, or if it's going to go down. We'll see about that. Yeah. But
gets grasped by Chachi.
Yeah.
Yeah, W. Q even. He can heal.
Listen, I feel like Chachi on Cyan is such a good decision here from Nord. Even though in the previous game we did say the same about Xante for Chachi, right? Like, how are Radisa going to cut through Xante? But in previous game they had means to cut through that front lane. This game, I am struggling to see that. It's going to be pretty much up to Bang to find ways to deal with Chachi later on.
Inax! He's just gone so low. I think he's dead here. No flash. Nata has no flash. Nata cancelled the auto. He gets away safely. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Chachi falls. Gaethan gets first blood.
How? I'm happy for Gaethan. Okay, he's here to make us believe in Renekton apparently or something, but oh, so close, brother. But what happened on the bot lane? I really wonder what exactly happened on the bot lane because we're so busy looking at the top lane, talking about the top lane, that we completely missed all the action there. I could only assume that is Marlon playing aggressively, but let's actually see what happened because fortunately we have a replay. Hey, it's Marlon stepping up, finding such a good angle onto Inax. Oh, he stepped a little bit in between the minions and was between the bot and the wall, and that is the last place where you want to see yourself.
The auto cancel. Oh, heartbreak there for Nata.
This has to hurt.
Doesn't matter. His top lane did get first blood in response, so it's not the end of the world. As Gaethan now just gonna continue to apply pressure to Chachi. Chachi, I mean, he's literally just got a cloth vest, so he's not gonna be that tanky yet. I mean, there is obviously he needs some time. Gets the W's, gets those grass. He's had quite a lot of grass stacks, although he may just die here. Gaethan can probably lock him down. Gets the W, gets the E forwards. Chachi goes low. Gaethan gets the E miss off, so he doesn't get the slowdown. Gaethan, I don't know if... I think Gaethan's fine. I don't think he's going to be able to get killed by Chachi here. Chachi, just get the reset off and back off for now.
Yes, and Natanat is not around, so... Chachi should be fine for the time being. Doesn't reset, however, and Gaethan keeps keeping the lane on Yeah, actually, he's gonna be fine for the time being. But Gaethan keeps keeping the wave on his part of the lane, making sure that for Chachi it's so hard because he doesn't want to be stepping away from his turret right now in this current state. But Gaethan is forcing him out.
Oh, well, Jankos was thinking about coming over. He's able to steal that one away. We just missed it. Chachi one-shot him. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, come on.
We have missed every kill this game.
Yes.
Natty is able to flash away.
Oh, we're missing all the action. Oh, you can't continue like that. Come on, at least show us the replay of how it happened. Because Chachi stayed. Okay, thank you very much. It's a small replay, but okay. He stayed in the bush and knock up onto Renekton to have some control onto him. And after that, it's just that. I don't know what to say, man. It's just a kill for Visit Chachi. He got his revenge. He's got a tiny... Oh, no, he doesn't have. It's actually Gaethan who still has a tiny gold lead. And we continue with that.
Well, we are just going to see shoving coming in from the side of Nord. Nata on his way back to lane. Just making an escape away as Gaethan, once again, finds a little bit of a lockdown onto Chachi. This is underneath the tower. This top lane is... It's a bit of a slugfest, but, I mean, like... I'm surprised by the amount of kills that are going on here. And
got a replay.
This is how Nata dies.
Okay, with Nash engaging onto him and Nata being cut away from the bot's magical journey.
Marlon? Oh, Marlon. He's able to get the tunnel away. I don't think Nord are going to be able to chase for more.
No, Inax has no mana. There is absolutely no way. And he has only half HP, so there is no way they're following up. But now with Jankos, hasn't been spotted anywhere yet, I believe, but is going to be spotted if he goes out of this bush. So no real opening on the Radisak here from Nord's spot.
Well, it's still a close game. I mean, we're like 5-6 minutes in, right? So like, we're not expecting anyone to have like a major lead unless this is just like, you know, someone turbo sprinting it, which I don't expect to be happening. But still plenty of action. Chachi and Gaethan once again just trading toe-to-toe. Although, Chachi, is again, single cloth armor, got a ruby crystal and a... I can never remember the name of the cooldown reduction bead.
Oh
that guy.
My god.
Yeah, that got you without a question, didn't I?
Yeah? Oh, I won't be able to tell you. No way.
Nice scatter from No Way. Has got flash if he needs to. Looks like the permafrost is going to break off him as well, so he's not going to get locked down. As... They're just going to make their way out. And quick thanks to Foxdrop. It's called a glowing moat. There you go.
Oh, it is a funny name. Thank you very much, Foxdrop. We love you very much. However, we're...
I think he's alright. He's just going to get a little bit of poke from Gaven.
No, he's fine. It's Rakan is still very slippery, and with Sejuani not really paying any attention to him, he's fine in situations like that. But what I want to talk about is, if you look at the timer on the top left corner, there is grub spawning in less than a minute. But at the same time, the Drake has been up all this time in the bottom part of the map. We haven't really seen any attention from the jungles yet towards it, with No Wave running away, sacrificing a flash in a timing like that, when one objective is up and another one is spawning very soon. That is actually quite a big loss for Nord, because this Syndra has been feeling pretty okay on the lane. Just look at the minimap, has been shoving into Peng quite some times, even though he's slightly suffering in terms of the creep start there. But her not having flash means that there is less pressure for Nord now for those objectives if they want to contest them.
I didn't want to distract from you, because you're making good points, but like those Bard shrines are the cutest things. Like, that's the best thing about Bard, is like you buy the skin for the health packs. Oh, that's so cute. It's a little plant.
I need to see. I haven't really noticed. I mean, my favorite one is when he spawns cocoa caps. Like hot cocoa.
The winter one. That's always a cute one.
Yes, it's always a blessing to pick that one up.
Alright, well, just a bit of control for the area for this grub spawn. What we haven't seen crucially is either bot laner, either ADC, sorry, haven't rotated up. It's just supports. As Marlon just going to make his way over. Vision control breaking out. Jankos did start the grubs. I think that was a bit of a mistake. Teleport coming in though. Gaethan now going to come and join his team over at the grub spawn. So this could just be a very, very explosive little fight here. Nash going to get caught out. Is able to evade getting caught by the Cosmic Binding. Meanwhile, Chachi was able to get a nice shove in onto that top side. And it looks just like Ruddy are going to get these grubs for free. As Chachi just gets a little bit of poke off onto the Crocodile. Denies him a wave. And I think the handshake will be towards the Dragon now coming in from the side of Nord. Don't really foresee them having too much action to break out here. Although I say that, Peng's in the area. Is just going to get slowed up by Chachi. Natty has got Smite. He gets the last grub. Gets away safely.
What are Nord looking for? Some kills?
Well, Knockup comes in. Pretty terrible ball there coming in through. Is that's going to be the kill for No Way. Natty caught out by the stun. Good gravity field breaks out. Honestly, Nord look a little lost, if I'm honest with you. They could have just done Dragon, but they kind of... Yeah. They ummed and ahed a little bit about going for that play. And at the end, they did nothing but get a kill. Not that worth, if you ask me.
It's still a bit of warfare, but I'm glad I'm not the only one here who has the same feeling. Wait, Gaethan. Are you... come on, Gaethan. I don't know
if he kills Chachi. He's only got a Phage. Chachi is kind of tanky at this point. Clears out the wave. He does lose a little bit of HP, but Gaethan is losing more. And Chachi just gets free grass stocks. So,
Miss Cinder, baby!
Stacks. That is sad for the Crocodile.
Yeah, I mean, Gaethan did wait out the knockup from Visit Chachi because that is one of the main weapons against the Crocodile that Cyan has in fights like that. But after that, yeah, Gaethan did lose a little bit more HP than Visit Chachi did, so kudos to Chachi for staying alive and hitting him back, because every time Gaethan hits Chachi, he's getting a little bit damage back onto himself. Nata?
Yeah. Oh, Nata! I mean, Inax has no R. Nata's going to be able to break away. Right, is that not going to be able to contest on the Dragon? So it's kind of like a delayed effect from what we saw earlier. They set up the Dragon. Although, to be fair to Ruddysack, they actually did answer out by getting themselves a some of the vision. They got the crab and stuff and have some control of the area.
It's not fully setting up the Dragon as a result of the previous fight. And just going back to the previous fight for a second, it's understandable why Nord decided not to fight for the grubs and give all three of them away to Radisak, which, by the way, if I recall correctly, 3 new grubs have pretty much the same value as the full 6 stacks of the previous grubbies, so Radisak have gotten themselves a really nice objective there as a result, but not giving up on the grubbies and then deciding to go back into the pit and fighting for a kill was a choice of a move from Nord, let's put it this way, because the Dragon was still up there. They could have moved both and they could have set up or just straight on started taking it and having a much earlier Drake, and as a result, the potential for the soul later in the game. But hey, it is what it is, okay? They got the Drake in the end. They're still 3-1. They are closer to the feats of strength compared to Radisak. If they continue like that, and if they're really careful with their movements on the map, they could try to threaten the outer turrets. That looks like the most possible outcome for them right now. To try to get the outer turret, try to get the full feats of warfare because of that, and then see what else they can do with ReadySuck.
Well, it's been a much kind of slower early game than I expected, but we did see this in game 1 between the two teams. They were very tempered early, and then the switch gets flipped, and these guys go absolutely crazy. No way. Nice sidestep there, but he has been caught by the gravity field. Peng gets caught by the unleashed power, and that is going to be the kill onto No Way. Lovely little pick up there for Peng.
And a good angle of a gank from Narinat, right? It's either No Way gets caught in the ultimate from Sejuani, or he steps a little bit closer to Peng and gets caught by Peng as a result. No way out of that, even though Flash was available for him. Doesn't seem like he was in a position to use it whatsoever. So that's yet another kill for ReadySuck, 3-2, and the gold is pretty much that even across the board, which means in 2 minutes from now, or rather 2.5 minutes from now, when both objectives are going to be spawning or close to spawning, I predict we're going to see a fight between the two, because right now, yeah, as you said, the game is looking slow, but there needs to be some rapid acceleration point, and usually for these two teams, it's a fight around an objective.
Yeah, that's typically where we like to see them go for those skirmishes. You don't typically see like a pointless like 5v5. You might see the odd pick, like we just saw mid. As Nash is actually looking for Peng here. Does have the quickness, catches him with the not with the knockup, but Peng goes out with the flash. Nash, that was so close to landing that knockup, but unfortunately didn't quite hit.
Not sure how much for a kill. Okay, no, with Jankas and everybody around, probably could have looked for a kill there on the Peng, but hey, they've gotten a flash out of this victory on this mid lane, which means right now Nord can pressure the mid lane a lot, with No Way still having the flash available, with Jankas still being in close proximity. And again, with the objective spawning soon, that is a good point for Nord to take right now and to keep for as long as possible. I mean, as long as the objectives are going to spawn, because after that, yeah, that's where things are going to get interesting. Okay,
well, this lane has kind of hit a point where I just think Chachi's got too much HP.
Yeah.
He's got, what, 558 from his W. He's had a lot of grass stacks. And I'll always remember the old Aragon. I don't know if this number's completely translated anymore. I don't believe Ruby Crystal's been changed, but each grass stack is worth 13 gold. That was something Aragon used to be completely obsessed with back in the day.
Don't trust you on that, buddy. That's numbers.
13
That's
gold worth of health, basically. He's had a lot of them.
Good. Happy for him, I guess. A lot of health for Sion. That just sounds logical. I don't know. Look at his health bar. Okay, let's not talk numbers. Let's look at the health bars with Chachi. That's a lot of health, and that is already a question to Ruddy. Hey, how exactly are we cutting through it? There is a black torch already on Peng. Sniffing out a Liandry potentially for him as well, but it's a question mark. We'll see what he decides to go into. But potentially just to be sure to cut through that front lane of Nord, because otherwise Jin is not the champion to do that, and he's going full lethality.
Nice lockdown with the binding. Jankos, I don't think he's going to be able to survive. Does throw the ultimate, gets the flash out, caught by the ultimate, and in jumps Chachi. They secure the kill onto Marlon, looking for the knockup. Natty is going to get hit, but Chachi unable to follow up. Oh my word, that was so close.
A very interesting choice of an ultimate angle from Marlon. But they get Jankas in the end with the Herald already spawned on the map. This has to be a takeaway for ReadySuck, though Nat is running around with around half of his health bar right now, so it's a little bit risky if not decide to pull on the trigger, having Visi Charge join from the top lane, still being almost full health, with No Way still having the flash and feeling like a pretty big threat on that mid lane. So ReadySuck do not pull the trigger onto the Herald, which gives Nord a little bit time to decide what they want to do, but it looks like, judging by the minimap, they don't want this Herald right now. They want to fight for the dragon, because it's going to be the second one for them.
Absolutely. Well, it's just now that point in the game where we chill out.
Yeah.
We just chill. Wait for teams to kind of get in the area. I say chill out. It is Dragon time, and it is also Rift Herald time. So this is exactly the time you said we'd expect to see them fighting. We did obviously just see a lot burn from Ruddy on the top side. Nice scatter from nowhere there onto Natty. Gets hit with the unleashed power. Has to throw the barrier down. Evades that last orb. But ADC now too heavily chunked. Has to go for a full reset. Dragon probably just goes over to Nord here. Gaethan was thinking about roaming down, but he will lose a tower if he tries. Nash looks for the knock-up, doesn't quite land it. W was also thrown down by Peng. Jankos should just be able to pick this dragon up for free. Although Natty, can he find the steal? I mean, he's got the Arctic Assault, he's got the smite, he knows it's happening. They decide, nah, not worth it.
No, not really. If Narana goes in and tries to go for a steal, he could very well go down as well as the dragon. So a little bit risky, decide not to go for it, produce for them. Interesting move there from Gaethan on the minimap when the dragon was pretty much being started by Naughty. You could see that there was the world in which they would have wanted to rotate him, and he had to walk all the way because he doesn't have a TP available. But in the end, yeah, but the moment they decide not to fight, Gaethan goes back to the top lane. And now top lane is still standing. Somehow, I'm not even sure how, but now they have to rotate Peng there, and Peng is pretty much going to be doing what he was in the previous game, being thrown on the side lanes to try to stop the split push from Vizichachi. And again, he's playing a champion who is pretty capable of. Ari feels pretty good on the side lanes, Victor pretty much the same. It's just a shame that because he's on the side lanes, for Radisak, they're a bit limited in terms of where they want to push for the action, but now, luckily for them, they want to push for the action on the side of the map where he is. What is that TP?
Marlon on the way. They're going to TP the Scion down. No way gets for the scatter. Doesn't quite hit it onto Peng, but Peng gets caught by the flank. Gravity Field locks him in place. Peng is chunking low. Lovely catch by the ult from the Rakan. Marlon has to flash to safety. Jankos has started up the Rift Herald as Natty will secure some vision in the area, but Nord have too much control. I don't think Roddy can really go for it, although Marlon, maybe thinking about it, has himself the ultimate. Does look like we're going to see first tower go down to Chachi. Nata will answer with a tower himself. They find the lockdown. Inax slides in with the ultimate onto Marlon, though, as Marlon takes the tunnel out. Inax tries to chase forwards, and that is just going to be him on the run. Jankos 1 versus 2. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see Nata go down as well. Natty Nat, he's so damn tanky as he's hit by a W there from Inax. And that is just a Nord-centric victory.
That was naughty from Nord. I love how much action was happening at the same time. We had a little bit of fight in the pit. At the same time, we're having a fight here on the mid lane. At the same time, there is Vizichachi taking the turret on the top lane and securing the feats of strength by doing so. I mean, either way, that would have been feats of strength secured because they just needed one more neutral objective, but he just did it a little bit earlier, you know? So Nord have had a lot of action split across his top part of the map, and they won every single one of them. There is 7-3 right now. Top lane is heavily chunked down. Look at the state of this inner turret on the top lane. There was no one from Radisak who was able to answer to Vizichachi while he was pushing in, and they've lost a lot of control over this top lane right now. Luckily for them, they did get the 2 outer turrets on the mid lane and on the bot lane, so it looks like this is going to be the area through which Radisak will try to work towards. In 2 minutes, there is going to be a Drake with... If they continue, to pressure the mid lane and the bot lane, they find the ways to do so. This could be the next dragons going into their pockets.
Gaethan? Yeah, potentially caught up. Free Talon Strike will land the knock up onto him. He's another Winds becomes lightning. In jumps the scatter the way, Gaethan! He's just assassinated! Beautiful kill! Going over to Inax as well, another kill under his belt. Inax able to dodge away on the Cosmic Binding and the Tempered Fate. W comes in as the Curtain gets called here by Nata. He's got a fair amount of gold and a fair amount of damage, but it just looks like they can't make it work. Marlon almost gets his kill off from Jankos, but Jankos with a beautiful ultimate will buy himself some space. Natty continues to chase forwards. Nash may get caught out by the Permafrost, but is able to break away. That was a very, very explosive fight with honestly very little consequences other than Chachi getting a tower on the top side.
Another one. That's another one in his books, and that's another one for Nord as well. And now top lane is in a really bad state for Radisak. And yet again, that means that somebody needs to be on the constant duty on this top lane right now from the side of Radisak, because Chachi, we know Chachi, he will not stop on that. But what happened in that previous fight? Something very interesting happened there, because there was a very good curtain call, from Nata, from the Jhin, which pretty much forced Nord to step back a little bit, because they were so grouped in this part of the jungle. But at the same time, this is the place in the jungle where you have 2, if not 3 bottlenecks. Nata is not gonna die now, right? Nah, he's fine. He's fine. He's just gonna lose a turret, so he's fine. But with these 3 bottlenecks, it's so hard for Nord to be fighting, especially with Inax having low HP, so they had to step back. But
the new U-turn, what? Chachi, why?
Chachi?
Why did he do that?
Chachi, are you okay? Chachi, genuinely, are you?
Maybe no. You know what? Maybe there was some science which we're missing.
We need to wait for Archer to tell us that our shared brain cell is not working and we missed something super important.
I feel like he was just playing around with the new U-turn mechanic on the on it all. Was Gathan gonna get his base interrupted, but not under any real threat here. Chachi is so big. Can we quickly just click on Chachi? I just want to see how much health he has.
Just want to see those
we'll
numbers.
See the dragon go down. There we are. Nope, that's Gathan.
No, that's
Jankos again. The Scion.
VZ.
Hopefully we'll see. I mean, Unending Despair, he's got a Sunfire Cape. He's got the upgraded Merc Treads. 103 stacks on his W. That's a big Scion. That's a big zombie.
Yeah. That's disgusting. And that is a big problem for Arisak to cut through, even though Pang now finally has the 2 items. I was talking about the Blackfire Torch and the Liandry. So the damage versus the tankier champions is there for him. But is it going to be enough? Because we haven't really seen it so far, bearing any fruit. So we will, I guess, need to wait until the next fight to see if it's going to be enough. Especially since Pang, as Victor, will try to stay away from the front line of the fight, but should still have enough range to get his abilities onto Vizichachi and try to cut through him. Because again, if Pang doesn't do it in a team fight, if he's not the one to kill Vizichachi, Nata will not be able to do so. Gathan most likely not either. So it's fully up on that Victor.
Chachi almost has 4.3k health. He is so down. 4.4 now. There we go. Oh my word. That is a very, very large Scion. 2-1-0. He and the problem is like, if Peng doesn't get enough off, like, Peng doesn't really do the consistent damage you want like an ADC to do to deal with him. Yeah. Yes, he has double burn items with the Leandris and the Blackfire, but like, you know, you're having to constantly hit the abilities on where like Nata with an Infinity Edge and a Collector is not going to be killing this Scion. I don't think they have a tank killer right now, is the big problem. Is that Tempered Fate came in so clutch, it interrupted on it. They are going to secure the kill, though, onto the Atakan. Natty jumps away. Chachi did lose half his health, to be fair, as the curtain call comes down. Chachi's out of range. Jankos is going to eat a little bit of that as he actually just re-engages onto Marlon. No way. On the flank. Could look for a good scatter angle here, actually. If he's going to get caught out, goes for the unleashed power. Marlon's low. The flash away from the W is going to get him to safety. It's Natty's breaking away. Nata on the run. A double kill for Rinax. The scatter the weak lands down as Ruddysack crumble.
And that's another one for them. It's another triple kill for Inax in his books. Man, I love Inax in this game so much more than in the previous one. Don't give him Corki. Give him Kai'Sa. Give him champions that actually reward you for being that aggressive, because Inax was a joy to look at this team fight. I was a bit worried for Norway the moment he is on the flank and he's getting spotted and he doesn't kill Marlon on spot when he's the one spotting him out, but it was Inax finding an angle to go into the backline of the enemy as well as Norway and helping him out and securing the 3 kills. So what happens here is the Atakan goes down. Very good separation of not and out right there, with Norway catching him with the Scut of the Week, with the stun, not letting him get anywhere close into the pit, and after that not find the way to turn around. And in the meantime, in the small window, there's a Baron going down. Radisak thinking about not doing it, and that's the correct thought. But right here, look at Cyan going in very quickly. Look at Inax, goes in, gets one, flashes over the wall, gets another one, and then just runs as fast as he can towards Nara to get a triple kill secured.
No way's flank there. I never thought of a flanking Syndra as being a threat. Like, it's pretty squishy, but really, really nice play by No Way. Great scatter of the wits. Caught Marlon, then catches Nata as well. Incredibly consistent here on the Syndra. Really, really solid game. And let's be real, they picked this Victor here for Peng as a bit of a denial from No Way.
Yes.
It's very much a No Way champion, but, you know, he's got the Xerath, he's got the Syndra. We know there's plenty of champions that this guy plays, as long as he's at a range on a mage. Or apparently, of this game, flanking at range.
Range on a mage, I like it.
Range mage.
Yes.
Baron's up. Now, I want to see these last 2 towers at the least full to Nord, so they just completely take control of the map. That's kind of what we're looking for here. They're setting up just a bit of vision and a bit of control of the blue side jungle. Chachi is going to get caught by a deadly flourish, but there's not really much they're going to be able to do off that. Jankos comes in, flash with the insect, basically. Nice knock up into the double charm. Inax jumps onto the back line with the killer instinct, and that's 3 kills over to Nord. Scatter from no way. Natty gets hit by the wind become lightning. Unleashed power, and the free talent strike will lock him up. Down he goes. Natty jumps to safety. Jankos unable to finish up the kill, but it doesn't matter. Nord, they're in the base. This could just be the game. Gathan is going to have the croc play of the century here with Natty in his pocket. Can he pull a miracle off? Chachi, so tanky with that unending despair. Scattered a little weak, lands onto the crocodile. Able to E backwards. Jankos, you're losing a fair amount of damage here. Gets caught by the permafrost. That's a shutdown for Gathan. Into the Tempered Fate. It goes a little bit wide from Marlon. Gathan can't chase with the slice and dice. They saved the game at least for a moment. But I don't like Ruddy's chances.
They're low. There is still the way in which they win.
I think it's going!
Yeah!
There's the lockdown. Marlon takes a tunnel to nowhere. The Deadly Flourish does catch onto the Rakan. He's able to dodge away on the W slow, but another scatter into another knock-up comes in. Nata flashes away from Chachi. Marlon down. The curtain is called as now Chachi is trying to get the Q up. Is able to get a bit off, but Nata actually missed one of the channels of the ultimate. They're too damn tanky as orbs are coming in left, right, and center. Another knock-up lands in. Gathan has some flank angles, but I just don't think they have the damage to kill the Scion.
Go back, ReadySack right now. Your base is on fire. Look at what's going on in your base. The minions are gonna win the game for Nord if you don't go back immediately. Even though it looked very scary for Nord, to be honest, with their health bars going so low, with Jankos dying very early at the enemy base, and with ReadySack being fresh after the reset, following them all the way from the base. But yes, sooner than later, they needed to give this up, to go back to the base, to deep push. But by doing so, they just gave Nord a Mountain Dragon Soul. And if ReadySack were having problems to kill Nord before, now that there is the shield available, the additional resistances available from this Mountain Soul, there is no way ReadySack are cutting through Nord, unless Nord makes some crucial mistakes. But they're so far ahead, they can make mistakes. They're not going to be punished for that.
I mean, the only world is like a good team fight and some shutdowns into the right people, but I don't see a world where Nata's going to be able to handle Vizichachi, as Natty is just being solo killed by Jankos. In comes Chachi. Pen gets clipped by the knockup. Good cosmic binding. Nata unloads all 4 clips in and does nothing to Chachi. That Scion is just too damn tanky. Nat looks for the charm down. Nat is able to buy some space, but Marlon will fall in the middle of all of it. And this is pretty much just the game. Shutdown goes over to Nata, though. Does take out Inax, as Chachi's now quite low. Nata's on the run. Can he find himself a kill? Ultimate coming up in a few seconds' time. Gathan slices. Can he dice in? I don't think so. Here comes the curtain call. They've got to get through the shields and get the extra bits of damage off. It's not going to be enough. No way's too low. Jankos jumps in and finishes up Gathan. And ReadySack are just left scratching their heads. A 9,000 gold deficit. And Nata 2 items down to his counterpart.
They are still holding on. Nord are still not finishing the game. You see that, right? You're seeing what I'm seeing. Nord are winning yet another fight, but they're not able to close up the game. But yes, Vizichachi, a giant problem for ReadySack. Who got the kill onto Inax, though? I missed that a little bit because I was so mesmerized by Vizichachi's health bar just refusing to go down at every single moment. Inax goes in very aggressively here, gets stunned in by Marlon's ultimate, and gets so caught in everything with the silence and the damage, and it's a very big shutdown for Nata, which is good for ReadySack. Better late than never to kill Inax, but this way they were still able to get hold of their base. And now, just like in the previous game, we're going to see the second Baron spawn, and it looks like this is going to be just what Nord need right now to have this final push onto ReadySack's base.
It's going to be a hard ask. It's going to be a very, very hard ask for them to try and pull this back, but there is still that synergy, that version of Ruddy we saw in game 1. He just had it very collected. And I will say, Nord should have won this game a little while ago, to be completely honest with you. It feels like there are mistakes being made. Just slowing that game down, and definitely doesn't bode well for them for the rest of the series. It's still a best of a 5 to go, so
yeah,
plenty to work with. Nata also just getting some free time. He's level 14, never level 15, to Inax's level 17. Like, this guy is significantly behind his counterpart. Getting that shutdown definitely did him some good, but he really needs some time. But I don't think Nord are going to give it to him. Baron will crumble. And that first Baron was to take the outer turret. This Baron is just to end the game.
Yes, the mid lane is open. There is no inhibitor there. The top lane is almost open. There's only the base turret there. Not have to attack through these two lanes right now to cut through Radisak. And Radisak will have the final stand with Gaethan recalling back to the base right now. But with Radisak being so behind and losing so much in terms of position, even though they're really grouped up right now, they need to defend two lanes at the same time. And it's so hard currently with their team comp.
Yeah, they don't really have the wave clear on Nata to be able to hold. Cosmic Binding goes down. Sorry, Tempered Fate goes down. Gaethan gets hit by the Wind Become Lightning. 3-man Scatter the Weak from No Way. No follow-up off the back of that one. Ruddy trying their hardest just to hold on to this game, but I feel like this is just Nord dotting the I's and crossing those T's. Ulti goes out from Natty. Doesn't quite hit. Chachi is starting to lose a little bit of health. Nata gets a nice deadly flourish off onto Jankos. Ultimate pop by Gaethan, but they've only got one tower remaining. And that is going to be the Nexus laid bare here. Curtin gets cooled down as a last-ditch effort. Scatter the Weak from nowhere, lands onto 2. Marlon loses his life, and they still have all of the members of Nord to get through. In jumps the backline. Jankos gets a massive chunk out of Nata. Not enough to finish him up, but Inax, he's going to put it to stamp down. He's going to be the one to finish it up. Gaethan left on his own. Down goes the Nexus. Nord take game number 2.
And that was such a different game from game number 1, because this time Nord did not make any big mistakes on the map compared to game number 1. We definitely saw them overchasing, taking fights they shouldn't have in the first place. And yeah. I think the person highlight to me, even though we talked about Vizichachilo, for example, Inax is going to be the highlight for me, because what he was able to pull off with that Kai'Sa, playing so aggressively with a champion that allows for that playstyle, it just enabled him so much in this game.
I mean, No Way on the Syndra was landing stun after stun after stun as well. Really, really solid game from him. Anyway, we're going to pass it over the desk to break down that game number 2. So, Archer, over to you, mate.
Okay, hear me out. I understand Inax was really powerful, No Way, but this is Chachi. This is the Chachi we voted for. This is the Cyan. Let's go to expectations from draft, because I think it's really pivotal to understand, hey, Renekton Sejuani, extremely good early game, and they got the early game, but Cyan is a late game champion.
Yeah, I feel like the Sejuani Renekton combo, beautiful in a vacuum. As soon as you got to that last round of picks here for Nord, and Ruddy was like, oh crap, if they pick like a tank that completely nullifies this, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And they had to ban Bobby, Shen, and sounds up. So
yeah, well, too many champions.
Yeah, that's it. There was just no real answer to that. It was tricky. It was tricky right from the draft there. I think Chachi was set up for success, and he's been solid in the first 2 games here so far. I think it's been Nord's best player. Sure.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think the problem was the tank nullified all the damage that came out from the side of Radisak. At the same time, when he got the Overlord's blood mail, he had around 300 AD, so he dealt a ton of damage as well. And that's the big issue, right? You can tank with 5k HP and you can dish it out at the same time. Let's take a look at how this began from the beginning, though, because that Overlord's Blood Mail was a late game item. We start pretty late into the game, because it wasn't even a fair for most part, but already at this point, Vizichachilo has scaled to a point where he couldn't really be killed, and you can see it. He just walks up, doesn't give a damn, and yeah, they win a messy team fight here and get, I think, 4 kills.
Yeah, because this is it. You get kills in top side while Chachi's still pushing. And then you can see this mid... Yeah, perfect. This is it. The mid TP comes through as well. The flank from No Way, which catches Nata, which catches Marlon. I don't know how that stun connects, by the way, from the scatter of Marlon. That's a little bit... I mean, he's dead anyway. It's fine. Just another reason to mold from this game. It was just all working for Nord in these skirmishes. And crucially coming out of game numero uno, they sucked at that. They really sucked at those skirmishes early, right? That's how they threw that game in the first one. And this time around, there was no such luck there for Ruddy.
Yeah, I also want to highlight what Jankos brought into the table. I think game 1, it was extremely powerful at the beginning of the game. And I think this game, it was actually allowed to bleed out his advantage towards the other lanes. Chachi didn't need it. I think he has been stellar on what he's doing, like getting all the dragons, going for the objectives. People are joking about that, oh, he's old, but he's bringing the gold into the table for Nord. I think he's pivotal, and he is allowing Noe to play the way Noe is playing. And it's a Syndra, it's the Talia didn't really shine on the first game, but this is a different Noe in the midst of the battle. So when he goes back into the snipers, things might even get bigger for Nord, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
It feels like Norway has like a very comfortable champion pool, and when he sticks to it, it's sorted, it's great. And outside of that, yeah, sometimes things get a little bit hairy, but I feel like Nord understand that, and moving forward they will play into that as well. Can be a bit of an issue in fearless situations, but hey, for the Nord faithful, let's hope that doesn't become a problem. Something that we saw from the previous fight, yeah, was how Chachi was at he made the first TP play, right, got the kill on Ping, and then pushed down top, doing beautiful stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, the rest of Ruddy Stack was fighting around that Herald. Well, here's a bit of deja vu for you. Okay, here's a bit of deja vu. Look at this, 5-member strong bot side for Ruddy fighting the 4-man squad of Nord. If it looks like this is Ruddy favored, yeah, it's basic maths, mate. Basic maths. 4 versus 5, not going to work too well. But look at top. Look what's happening up there. Chargey's just chilling, dude, and without demolish and 10 million HP. Doesn't even matter, mate. So they're just able to just run Ruddy ragged around the map. Beautiful start. And
it was like the fight we saw before was, you know, oh, that's a bad look. You need to get it together now. That's the fight afterwards where you're like, yeah, it's just game over. You're in a 5v4 scenario. Yes, you lose your top laner pretty early, but he's gotten to do some things, and that's what happens. You get 0 kills and lose the top lane turret. Look at the damage as well. They dealt no damage. Like, look at Chachi. He's the second lowest damage in Nord. He would have been the second top damage dealer on Ruddy Stack as a full tank Sion. Just put that into perspective. That just shows how little damage the side on Ruddy Stack dealt. I mean, yeah, when your support from Nord is competing, doing around the same amount of damage as a Sejuani or Renekton, you know you've been cooked.
It was tough.
I gotta say, yeah.
Nah, just say, like, I don't know how you answered that, Sion. That's Ruddy from draft. I don't know how you did it. Can't do from.
Well, by changing the sides, Ruddy picked blue side for game 3. It is interesting if you look into the KDA from both matches. You get like high kills, a big disparity. It was 22-8, I believe, on the first one, and it's almost the same on the second one. So both teams are beating each other once they get a lead, and no team is able to recover. So with that in mind, let's see how they're going to behave towards this game 3. I'll see you soon after a little break, because this is getting exciting. Game 3 for Ruddysack versus Nord, tied up 1-1. Just as at the beginning of the split, they were tied up. First it was Ruddysack, then it was Nord on tiebreakers. So far so good. History repeats itself again, but someone has to win today. We were talking about the mid lane, we were talking about the champion pool as well, what is about to come and how they play as well. When you put both of them face to face, Peng versus No Way, we get the same but different. They are weapons of mass destruction, but one is a sniper, one looks like he belongs on The Walking Dead.
What? Bro, that makes it sound like you think he looks like a zombie, mate. That's a bit harsh. I think you're talking about his weapon of choice.
Yes,
the bucky,
like the shotgun.
blast.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's it. I just want to clarify that before Peng's mother writes into the stream. What have you been saying about my son? He's a very handsome young man. Yeah, look at that. Look at the champions. You can see No Way's champion pool much more, like you say, towards the sniper elements of it. Long range. Being a nuisance from a screen away, like the Syndra you saw him pick in the last game. In game 1, he was the Talia, which is more to the right-hand side. Peng's champion pool, which likes to get up involved, up in your business. The Ari, which did in game 1, which he did so well. The Aurora, which was banned against him. Yeah, these are the different champion pools from these mid laners. And so far, when they've had success in these series, each of them, it's been champions from these lists.
And what I think is really fun, right, is the fact that when they went over to the other champions pool, we saw in game 1, No Way took the Talia. It didn't look that good on it, let's just say it kindly, right? And on the side of Peng, last game, when they lost, well, he played the Victor. So when they swap over trying to take out each other's champion and play each other's style, they fall apart. They look straight buns. But when they play on their own kind of champion, when they play their own style away, what they've had success with, well, they look really good and really competent at League of Legends.
Well, this is what we have until now. We've been able to meet both of them so far and how the teams have been playing. When I look into the jungle though, Nafiri, it was exciting for Narinat when he gets that little, kill instinct when he goes into the throat of the enemy. But when he played the Sejuani, it's a little bit more stale. So do you think they need to put Narinat on a more active role in terms of jungle? Or what is about to happen?
Can I answer your question with a question? I know that's a bit rude to do. But
no, do it.
Okay. Who do they put him on? If they want him to do that. If this is just what I feel like. Yeah, like he's so pinched. Yeah, we're gonna find out, I guess. But he's so pinched in his champion pool from bans in the fearless format as well. It was so smart for Nord. They recognize that to take that Xin as first pick, because that is a very Nat champion as well, as you were describing, Archer. That early aggression. But it's, if you pick it, the other team can't. And so now you've got the Pantheon and the Fury, the Xin, all taken away. The Rengar, the Mundo, right? You can't pick any of those. How deep does your champion pool go for these more aggressive junglers?
I like the fact that they're on blue side now, though it means the Varus likely does need to be banned here by Ruddysack. They can go for something else, like the Maokai, to trim the pool of Jankos and Chachi a bit further. If it doesn't get banned here from Nord, I think it's a fair enough first pick to lock in at this stage, with all the high priority B1s having already been taken away throughout these first 2 games. But instead, it is the Vi, which is obviously more a Natinat champion. I think that's a good ban as well. 3 bans against Natinat here, and we'll see what they go with now. I think the Varus, the obvious choice.
Yeah, this has been banned away so far in this series. Varus, very strong ADC. Not a lot of great options available. Alrighty, so it's gonna... Okay, it seems like Jankos is just addicted to picking champions that he thinks 99 wants to play. Because, we get the Wukong you said. Lovely. Okay, beautiful stuff. I was going to talk about Jarvan, screw Jarvan, he's boring. Wukong, that's where it's at, mate. Wukong's a little bit like a Jarvan archetype. Sort of bruiserish, but leans a little bit more towards damage side, especially nowadays when he builds Triforce as his first item. I love this coming through from 99, and I think this gives him way more tools than last game when he was on that Sejuani.
Trouble was calling this in, like she was DMing me about the Nico, by the way. This is it. I hope this is Marlon picking it up. We've seen Peng play it. He had a wonderful mid lane play, and that was it. Put Marlon on the duty. Well, Nami and Lucian, this is looking explosive. This is looking like Hipbrain is going to be extremely happy.
I mean, this will not be fun to watch against watching the bot lane if you're Ruddysack and Joya. You can defeat it, but it is very strong in 2v2, and if it goes wrong once, it often goes wrong twice. When you go up against us, they can quickly snowball We'll see if they manage that, though. Putting pressure on themselves to succeed early on is not. And the early games for them have been good so far. That was even the case in game number 1, which they lost, banning out the Pyke here, likely signaling that they think this Nico is in the mid lane.
This is the question now, though, for the solo lanes from Nord specifically. I like what Ruddy's done. Like their identity is quite simple. You know, you've got grouped up fights and all that lovely business. But from Nord's perspective, when there's Lucian Nami and a pretty aggressive jungler on your side, you want to play towards that, right? That's got to be your focus in the game. So to that extent, the Nord pick very like passive, chilled solo laners that don't demand a lot of attention, that can just do their own thing and be left alone. Or do they pick something a little more roam heavy perhaps in that mid side as well? My gut is leaning more towards the former of those two options, to something a little bit chill, but we'll see here what ReadySec decide to answer with.
You know, I was thinking about the mid lane for Peng. If you pick someone that has to play close range, because I think you're gonna have to pick it regarding the top lane, Swain wouldn't be bad. Because if you can get the slow, like Nico bots, and you can get the Swain with Rylai's, like these fights look like they're going to be extremely powerful on close range. And that's the Orianna we've seen on No Way's champion pool.
Yeah, it makes sense. The dunk ball combo coming from Java and Ori there. Oh.
You slammed the Jax Akali? Okay, buddy.
Right,
whoa, this draft just exploded here. Very overloaded now. Damage left, right, and center. Damage on every single member. As it is a very squishy composition for both teams. Obviously, Chachi will likely go towards something tanky, but even this Javan won't be all too tanky. So, what a game. What a game.
Okay. Yeah, nullifying the top side with the Cho'Gath. That's it. Getting tanky, that one. I don't think Getting will be able to do too much in the Cho. But my goodness. All eyes on Peng, I would say, for this game's... For some parts of it, at least. Like, there's certainly elements where Peng can find some solo kills here. And he's more likely to get the roam around to punish something like Lucian Army if they're pushing up, or if they just want to be a little bit handled down bot side. If we need some help for Varus, then yeah, don't worry, boys. Akali's coming.
Okay, what are you going to do with the Varus? Are you going to be attack speed? Are you going to be poke? Where are you going to land? Because it looks like Ruddy have a really complicated team to pilot on the other side. Nor just wants to go in and wants to brawl. Peng on the Akali. Duckling, give me your prediction. It's 1-1 so far. Who's going to take the lead on this one? It's on you. Come on. You have one opportunity.
Ruddy.
Oh,
wow, the analysis is on point. I love it, man. We should double your salary. With that in mind, let's toss it to the Costas Airplane and Solar. It's up to you. Wow. Take it away.
I just got the tail end of what Foxy said. Yeah, we do pay Duckling. We pay him in biscuits.
Yes.
We give him some biscuits. I've got Fuzzy. Hello. Oh, back into the real world. Right. This is a very fun draft. This is a very, very fun draft. Squishy teams, lots of explosive action. I was so excited by the Lucian Nami, but I know, and I heard it on the wind. I heard Trouble getting so excited by the fact we actually finally get the Nico support here for Marlon.
Yeah.
And if that is Poke Varus, which it bloody well should be, otherwise we're going to have in words, they're just going to hard outrange Nord on bot lane. Like, this is Nico Q. If anyone hasn't played versus Nico in a while, you forget how hard it is to dodge her Q. I swear that ability is undodgeable at certain ranges.
It is. It is, that's true. I mean, there is still the W from Nami, if I recall correctly. Gosh, it's been ages since I played on Nami. I don't remember the order of everything. But, you know, the little wave that bounces to the enemy. Yeah. So, it has some range. But in order for you to use that range, it means that your AD carry needs to be in range with the enemies. And for Inax, that is very bad news all across the board. By the way, beautiful Nami skin. Absolutely love it. Tell me.
Oh no, it's a visual bug. I was like, everyone's summoner spells were like burnt there for a second. Oh, there we are. Hello, thank you. Thank you, observers. I was very confused. I was like, how is Natalos' flash and barrier already? But no,
it's just, you know, making game a little bit more fun or something. I don't know. But what I know is that, yes, Inax is going to... Oh,
he got gold!
Whoa! Big...
Oh, Jax.
Okay, you know what? screw bot lane. Let's talk about top lane instead, because top lane has been a very big talking point in the previous 2 games already.
Yes.
And in this game, I feel like it is going to be the same, because we have Gaethan on a champion that he really loves. This is Jax. This is a very big split pusher. This is a guy who wants to dominate the lane and later on be a menace on the side lane. So if the fights go south, if something goes wrong for Radisak on the map, there is always going to be that additional pressure from Gaethan. On top of that, he has an excellent backlane access. And what is the best news for Jax here is that he's not the only one going into the backlane of the enemy, because there is a Kali for Peng. There is Nico to support if anything is needed, because Nico is very far of those angle maneuvers as well. What's going on?
Bot lane, Nata going very low here. Barrier's already been forced out from him. Nord have the damage though now at this point. Flashes over the wall with the double up on the passive. Nat gets the ebb and flow off, and Marlon very low on the Nico. Will survive. Nord aren't going to get the complete control, but if you get close and personal, the Lucian Nami's always going to win that one.
Yes, that's the thing. Lucian hates being outranged. That is why when we're looking at the draft... Oh, Gaethan, by the way, getting chunked down. That is why when we're looking at the draft behind the stage, we're like, is it going to be Nami or is it going to be Milio? Because you can see a very good argument for either of them. Milio could have given that additional range for Lucian because he suffers a lot into the enemies, outrange them, and a lot of AD carries outrange him, and Varus is a very big example of those things. But if you let the fight get up close, Lucian is going to take you down very damn quickly, especially if Nami's around to support him, because Nami's an excellent enchanter in the sense of she keeps her AD carry alive against his own will.
Yes, absolutely. She's it's just the burst, man. It's the burst of this comp. I mean, we're not quite in the Electrocute era, if you remember the Electrocute
oh, that was so
Lucian
fun.
Nami era. That
Awful,
was
but fun.
I love playing it. It was one of the few times I've enjoyed playing ADC. Godforsaken role, that one, but it was very fun to play. You have so much burst between it. As Gaethan, he's played very, very, I'm going to say like selfish and kind of like, you know, carry-orientated champions in this series so far. And so far, Chachi has kind of just been on dog duty, has been able to take over. I say that as mid lane, bot lane, a fight breaks out. Lovely bubble from Nash to tidy that one up. Nata goes down for a second time in Axe. Didn't get the kill, but got the assist. They're just going to play interrupt. Peng gets a nice little chunk out from Noe. Noe's got no mana, but has enough to get a Q off at least.
Oh, we still have 3 men on the bot lane. With Inax having no mana, by the way, so needs to retreat, and we're not going to see any continuation here on the bot lane. But hey, it's already 2 kills for Nord. 1 more, and they're securing the first feat of strength for themselves. With Nash having yet another bubble, this Nami is going to be so damn important for this bot lane to stay alive, because so far, things are not looking bad for Inax at all things considered. That is why very interesting to see what Naranat is going to be doing, because he's level 4 right now. He's going to get his level 6 after the next clear, I would assume. There's going to be a dragon coming up around the bot lane, and at the same time, once there is level 6 unlocked on that Wukong, you just can't help but want to see a lot of action on the bot lane, trying to help your Varus a little bit, trying to accelerate him up, especially since there is such a nice synergy between Wukong coming in with the ultimate from Nico, if it's going to be also unlocked for Marlon.
Oh, the teamfight wombo combo for Ruddy have is very scary.
Yes.
That's my major concern right now is, you know, Nord are doing great with this. Kill onto their junglers, kill onto their bot lane. You know, no way. He's actually down in farm to Peng, surprisingly. I mean, it will equal up here. I say down in farm, it's like 3 farm. But, you know, he's not picked up a major lead over Peng. And you want Lucian to be far ahead. Because versus this Varus, once the lethality items start to come in, once like 2-3 items are finished up, the poke is going to be very oppressive. And the big wombo combo with the Wukong, the Nico, obviously the Varus are to keep people pinned in place, and Peng just playing Assassination is going to make life really hard. As you do see Peng constantly getting chunked out here in this lane, but he's doing his best not to get completely blown up.
Hey, such is the life of a Kali. Pre-6, she suffers. Post-6, she still suffers for a little bit. Needs to get to her first item. Needs to get to something. I mean, you know, the typical Rocket Bell situation for Akali, when suddenly she unlocks a lot of additional mobility. She unlocks her damage, and she's able to do a lot whenever her ultimate is up.
There it is! Just as you were saying it. Oh my word. 32 HP, and he is outie. Lovely little escape. Lovely solo kill coming in from Peng.
Yes, he caught Noe, and he got the flash out of Noe as well in this whole situation with Noe having no ultimate because he had just used it a little bit earlier on the mid lane. Yeah, pretty much the moment that level 6 unlocks for Akali, ideally she wants to get the first item, but even before that, the ultimate gives her so much kill pressure onto the enemy unlocked so suddenly that sometimes the enemy that is a ranged mage can be punished for that if they're not careful enough around Akali.
Just see the kill in the bot side, in the mid lane even. Nice little perfect execution there from Peng to finish that one up. Dragon secured over to the side of Nord. Got the shove down here as well. As Marlon does have the ability to do the old tech. Hasn't got 6 yet though, so may have to wait as Chachi actually gets the interrupt off into Gathan's recall. Oh, sorry. Gathan interrupts Chachi's recall, but Chachi walks away probably pretty happy with the trade he got. There we go. Got my words out in the end.
And it's alright for both of them, and in the end, Gathan is still going to get a nice recall here. The Grubbies, by the way, are spawning in half a minute from now. Narinat is already in the top part of the jungle. Jankos as well, and both of the junglers really want the Grubbies this time, because for both of the teams, there is a lot of potential to use those Grubbies on the side lanes. Radisak, of course, with Jax, you want him fully unleashed and unlocked on those side lanes with a full set of Grubbies. And for Nord, you can send Lucian very nicely on the side lanes. You can use your Cho'Gath there. You can use Orianna there as well. So I suspect there might be a fight happening, especially with the Nico minions.
Marlon's there, has 6, gets the lockdown. I know it doesn't have 6, but the shockwave comes in from nowhere. Caught by the shuriken flip, and Peng secures the kill. You can never trust a minion wave when there's a Nico in the game.
He talked about how hard it is to dodge Nico's Q. Make it even harder when you don't even know that Nico is around you right now. But no, are the Grubbies already with Radisak studying them? Can not fight here. There's an ultimate on Jankos. Could potentially do something funny here.
They have teleport available to both of their players. Marlon not got 6, which is quite big for them here. That's going to be 1 grub already secured. Ruddy looking just to chase forward, sending the clone out as a threat to Nord.
A message.
It looks like Nord are just going to give this up. I think they don't really have the fight. No way wasn't around in the time, and Jankos. I mean, you just don't want the heat, man. Why are you even toying with it?
Look at the minimap.
Risky business.
Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. That is your answer. Why they're there. Why they're getting the attention of Radisak. Because Vizichachi is doing Vizichachi things. He's proxying in under the inner turret and the base turret on the bot lane. Oh, this man. Oh, no way.
No way gets caught there. He's going to go low. Nice Cataclysm, but into the flag and drag the follow-up. There's the kill. They find the bubble onto Natty Nat, though, as he jumps into Nash's pocket. Can they finish him up? The answer is yes, as Jankos takes him down. In comes Chachi on the teleport, though. It's a little bit too late, unfortunately, as he's just going to catch this wave. Peng just going to laugh at him as he heads back to the bot lane.
Yeah, and not really much to do here for Vizichachi unless they want to keep this choker on the mid lane for the time being. Are they just having fun? Oh, Chachi. Oh,
no,
Chachi.
He might have the kill! He flashes his face!
Chachi! Oh!
He just calculated the damage.
Yeah, I gotta say, I did not expect him to go so aggressively with a flash forward onto that Akali. But hey, kudos to him. That's the first kill for that Cho'Gath. That is the first death for that Akali, slowing her down a lot, getting the control over the mid lane, pushing the wave in. Nord are actually gaining quite something because of this kill on the mid lane, because right now they're rotating Noe to the bot lane, trying to find a little bit of a safer position for Noe to just farm up to get at least the first item to feel a little bit better.
Marlon 6.
Yeah.
Marlon is now 6, maybe looking to set up a play somewhere on the map. We'll see. Right now, though, I don't know what monkey's real. There's 2 monkeys on the minimap.
Yeah.
Okay, topside monkey is fake monkey.
Yeah, but it is confusing on the minimap with those 2 monkeys moving around. You're like, hey, which one of them is the fake one? Which one of them is pretending?
Especially when they can both make clones. So on the minimap, you'll see 2 monkeys spawn up, but that doesn't actually tell you who's who. Is Marlon going to pretend to be a Wukong? May just chase in as we see Nata going low. That was so much damage from the culling. Almost finishes him up, but Nata is able to survive. Meanwhile, Marlon not going to find his opportunity to get his gank off. Jankos, though, maybe looking for Nata. Natty's chasing over, Chains of Corruption. Go unbelievably wide. And Natty will be able to save the tower, but that was a pretty sad series of plays there for Nata. As Inax is damaged, he's got the Essence Reaver. He is starting to really slap.
Yeah, It's just one item Lucian. The beauty of this character. Pretty nice base stats and spikes very nicely on the lane with just item completed. Especially when Nami is around to accelerate his auto attacks a little bit and to heal him up if should anything happen. Yeah, this Lucian is a really big threat, even to somebody who naturally outranges him and should feel fine into him, like Varus, when he gets into that ultimate with no way of getting out of it except for sacrificing the flash, which definitely not didn't want to do in that situation. Yeah, that's really tricky, and you're losing a lot of health like that.
Jankos has the flag and drag. Isn't going to pull it off, though. Culling not quite available to Inax yet. Dragon's up. Looks like pings are going down towards potentially the bot lane. Chachi's also rotating over. Inax with the tidal wave available. Marlon looks for the lockdown. Doesn't quite get enough off, though. Jankos able to flag and drag to safety. Breaks away from the lockdown.
Angus on the top lane has a... Ooh, what is with Gaethan's health bar?
No way has shockwave.
Oh, a lot! With no way threatening him, now Gaethan can't really join the fight. Should there be a fight at the Dragon?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to really go for a fight down there. Dragon gets reset, though, in the middle of all of this. It's hard to secure dragons with Chachi around because you've got Smite and Feast to work with. Jankos comes in with the Cataclysm, immediately breaks out. Tidal Wave lands onto a couple of members as the culling goes out from Inax. Doesn't really do too much damage as Gaethan finds the lockdowns onto Chachi. Chains of Corruption still available to Nata. A lot of ultimates used there from the side of Nord. Still got that Shockwave to work with, still got that Feast, but that is it. Dragon's been started up. Gaethan off on the flank. Peng also coming in for a flank as well. Nord peeling backwards. They're going to look to turn some attention. Nice Shuriken flip lands onto Inax. Peng could go for it. Isn't going to fully commit yet. Dragon half HP. Flanked from that Akali is so deadly here to the side of Nord, and they have to pay respect. Chachi's just going to walk forward. There's the lockdown. Peng gets the kill onto Jankos. Chachi is going to feast away on the Dragon and to secure it, but Peng almost finishes Inax off. Nord lose 2, get the Dragon, and answer with 2 themselves.
2 for 2, but that was the glimpse into what Akali is capable of doing, and that is pretty much destroying everybody on the backline if given the possibility to do so. There was a ward from Nord in the Tribush down from the Dragon Pit, but it was removed by the Vision Ward from the side of Radisak, and because of that, they didn't really have any eyes onto Akali, and Akali, the moment she sees an opening onto the enemy, she goes in with no hesitation, and that's a lot of really big burst damage, which is so deadly for the squishes on the backline of Nord. And as she progresses further, she's getting more items in. That is going to be deadlier and deadlier for Nord.
Absolutely. Well, we see Chachi quite happily grab that Dragon for his team. It's Dragon number 2 over the side of Nord. Although they do need to get first Tower Blood and another jungle objective if they want to be the teams to take the feat of strength. But not the feat of strength is completely definitive, although boot upgrades are cheaper now. It's down from 700 to 500. And some of them are fairly nice, especially like, I like the magic resist in the armor boots, giving shields. But for now, it is just a bit of a waiting game to see where the next little breakout of action is going to be. Nord kind of being pulled around the map a little bit here. They need to go back towards this mid and cover the lane that Nata is shoving as Natty jumps in, forces the tidal wave out from Nash. Lovely bubble, but it hit a clone actually. Silence comes out. They find Chachi with a lockdown. Chachi looks for a knock-up. Doesn't really get too much off here. Peng coming in onto the flank. Clone's not going to buy too much time. Peng, though, will look for Nash and Inax. Doesn't hit the Shuriken flip. Flashes coming out. Chachi just continues to be a bouncer for his team, making sure no one can get onto them. Inax remains untouched. No way did rotate over, but the fight looks to be cooled off for now.
For the time being, exactly. Oh, wait, it's not.
Chase the corruption come out. Peng goes in. Inax is low HP. Peng finds the perfect execution. Finishes him off.
And that is going to be the Herald for Radisak as a sweet, sweet reward. Even though the top laners are still having a little feast fight up there, it doesn't really... How many Varuses do we have on the minimap right now? I see at least 3. Oh my god, that is confusing. But you know what is not confusing? The first item on Peng, because that is a Storm Surge he decided to go into as the first item for that Akali, and that is so deadly for Nord, because yet again, a lot of squishes. 3 out of 5 are very squishy. 4th one is going to be also more or less okay for Akali. Akali to deal with, but she relies so much on her burst damage, and if she manages to get somebody down very quickly, not even get a kill, but just get down the health, she gets an additional movement speed, which is everything that Akali wants whenever she goes in.
Oh, shockwave from No Way. Didn't expect this damage to come through, but with the clockwork wind up, he secures the kill. Dodges Marlon's route, but the ultimate and the flash comes through. No Way looks to have broken away from this one. What an outplay from No Way. Secures first tower for his team, secures the solo kill and the escape.
He was keeping Pang at a distance, and Pang did not have an ultimate to go through. Just as I was talking about how Pang is deadly for those squishes, just like Orianna, No Way gets a kill on him. Good timing. What can I say? No Way. But no, that is good for him. That's yet another time that Pang goes down because somebody catches him off the ultimate and off the flash. These are two very crucial items for Akali's survival, and if she doesn't have them and gets herself caught in a situation like that when a mage can keep her far away from themselves, well, then playing Akali becomes really tricky. Oh, Nutty Nut!
Jankos able to steal that one away, though. Denial from him. Problem is the lanes are starting to fall apart here for the side of Ruddy Sack. Gathan is not able to handle Chachi with a heart steal on that top side. That tower is slowly being whittled down. Inax is very scary with the Essence Reaver from the buildings of an Infinity Edge on the Lucian, making it really hard for Nata to really get control of the lane with just the Ghost Blade. It looks like Peng could get collapsed onto. Gathan looks for Chachi. Chachi finds the knock up and another grass sack. Chachi is literally just being a grass sacker today. That's all he can do. He just plays the tanks for his team and just sits and just gets autos off on Gathan.
Yeah, there's going to be Ornn at some point. There's going to be... what else is left there out of those tanky champions?
Malphite.
Malphite, yes. Maybe a Poppy will be allowed one day, who knows? But then Poppy is not really a full-on tank, so come on, that's a completely different story, okay, guys? What is also a different story is Drake is spotting up very, very soon. Chachi got a turret on the top lane right now, has a TP, so will be able to join Nord on the both side of the map if they decide to fight.
Oh, Cataclysm comes in from Jankos into the flag and drag. No Way's getting caught by Natty Nat, but he's able to break away. The shields will keep him alive, and Natty clipped by the tidal wave. Chachi comes in. Knockup doesn't quite hit onto the members of Ruddy Sack, but they lose their jungler as Dragon spawns. That'll be Dragon number 3 for Nord, and most crucially, the feat of strength as well.
Oh, they're losing the turret in the mid lane at the same time. Nata was not in the fight whatsoever. There is no way yet they're getting in time for this mid lane. But at least they're getting the dragon, and that's going to be a soul point for Nord, which is, by the way, while we have a pause, let's talk about that for a second, because they got the Chem Soul this time with additional tenacity into Ruddy Sack, who want to be playing a lot around their control onto the enemies. That is going to be a really good soul for Nord if they secure this one.
It's actually a really brutal one for them. Just the ability to break away from those chains a little bit quicker. There's so many kind of little things in which that it becomes harder. And it feels like the first two games, you know, they were both one-sided, leaning one way more than the other, but they were relatively low tempo until like a moment happened. Where I feel like this game, we've definitely had a more kind of controlled game from Nord. It feels like Nord have had a relatively good grasp on it. Ruddy have had some solid answer backs, but it just feels like, you know, the trades have not been Ruddy favored. Even if they get a kill, they just come at a heavier cost. And that is what we saw from Nord actually versus Los Ratones as well. Is, you know, they were very good at playing the denial game and not giving them something for free, because I feel like that was exactly Los Ratones' playbook was, you know, they would distract you and then take stuff for free across the map. But Nord are a team who are, you know, the best improvement I've seen from them between, you know, this season and last is Nord seem to be a lot more understanding of how to make plays without, you know, giving anything up, and how to deny teams from, you know, getting freebies and not getting punished for it.
Yes, I love that you're bringing this point up, because it does seem like there are a lot of similarities between this game and the series of Nord versus Ruddy Sack, in the sense of Ruddy Sack are also a team who want to be fighting a lot, and especially with the draft that we've seen so far, and this one in this game is a perfect example of that. This draft wants to be team fighting. This draft wants to be working around their wombo combos, around their turn of control, plus really good backline access. Nord have been consistently denying them those team fights. We've only seen both the teams grouping up around the dragon like twice twice so far, and all that it has been happening at all the other times, is that Nord are just spreading across the lanes, having a lot of pressure on the Radisak, forcing Radisak to answer them on the side lanes instead of chasing something for themselves, farming up their own potential side laners, or grouping up anywhere on the map.
Absolutely. It's really just been about the control and the denial from Nord so far. Once again, speaking of which, they are denying vision. They're getting control of the area for Atakan. Should be a really nice one for them to get. And it's a horrible one for Ruddy to lose because they want to be able to kind of get that wombo combo off and then tie that with the crowd control. Natty Nat gets into the Rift Herald. I think he made a mistake. He's using it to drive over members. Comes in with a cyclone. Inax flashes away. Vizichachi's on the back line, and that is one dead monkey. He's able to break away. They find a shutdown from Peng. Onto Noway, though, is a bit of a denial. As meanwhile, Peng's looking for Jankos. Bubble doesn't quite come in. Shuriken Flip goes down. Nord answer back in a 1-for-1. Support for mid lane. But Natty forced so far away. Chachi on the hunt here, as Peng needs to be careful. That Cho'Gath is too much for him. Peng comes back with a Shuriken Flip. I don't think you have the damage to kill a Cho'Gath as an Akali, mate.
Yeah, not quite enough, you know?
Okay,
The Vizier is just controlling the entrance to the Atacom here.
Problem is they've multiple flank angles opened up here. Chachi has Feast, though, so he'll take that one away. Another stack over to him. He's like 5k HP as well at this point. Heart Steel, 148 stacks. Got a lot of stacks on his ultimate. There's 9 stacks on his ultimate, sorry. As Jankos finds Peng. Peng goes invisible, but Inax can maybe chase after. Has almost got the E available. Can't go for it. Infinity Edge finished up. Didn't quite have enough cooldown, though, to finish up the kills. We'll have a look at the fight once again.
Yes, because what happens here is... not sure what the read exactly was for Narinat. Maybe distraction, maybe trying to find a better angle onto Node. And Peng at the same time, look at Peng. He's going onto Norway in the back lane with quite some decent damage, but he needs 2 stacks of his ultimate to kill just 1 enemy member. And after that, he's stuck in that beat. Yeah, he still has the flash available, but his only way out is a Shuriken. And with that, you can't really continue looking for anybody on the side of the enemies. And there is still Nash full health, Inax almost full health, and the fight is lost for Radisak because they have already lost their front lane. They have lost their support, and now their mid laner, their back lane assassin, can do nothing in that fight.
Well, Chachi trying to steal the Raptors away. We'll be able to do so. Jankos takes it. Chachi's so big right now. Almost 5k HP. Yeah, that's a big old Cho'Gath. Got himself another unending despair. So again, continues to be just a big old meat shield for his team. Peng will be able to take his tower topside though. So at least there is a little something getting earned here.
At least some additional gold for the team. Because, to be fair, the difference in total gold between the teams is not that big. Somewhere around 2k, I can't do math, so like, you know, something around these numbers. But Nora taking another turret on the bot lane right now. With the dragon spawning very soon, that is going to be the soul for them. They want to have as much pressure onto Radisak on this bot side of the map as possible.
Looks like the flank angle's coming in. Bubble to speed them up. This may be the opportunity. Chachi's going to go for the teleport. Knockup comes in. It's only on the clone, though. Marlon chases forward. Catches free with a pop seed. And this fight is all going Ruddy favored. Chachi's doing his best to keep it going. But it's only Jankos. It's only Chachi. It's a triple kill over to the Varus. Can he hold? Knockup's coming in. Quadra kill for Nata. And Radisak are back in the game.
I can't believe it. Man, I can't believe my eyes. Is that game number 1 all over again for Nord? Because Nord have overstayed their welcome there. Yes, it's a good idea to push for the turret and then go for the Drake. But they did not have wards in the jungle. They did not understand if Radisak were going to go onto them, and that is exactly what happened. And even with rotating Vizichachi, that still happened much later, that it would have been ideal for the team. He wasn't with them from the very beginning, had to sacrifice the TP to try to help them out. But when it happens, thanks to Malone, there is nobody to save anymore. Very, very good read right there from Radisak, which might be a way for them to turn the game around yet again, just like we saw it in game number 1.
Absolutely huge ultimate there from Marlon. Beautiful pin down. Inax unable to play that fight. And this is the problem with the Nord team, is they're very short range. So if they get caught clustered, which they're going to likely be, that AoE, that wombo combo from Ruddy is just so effective at shutting them down. 3 items now onto Natter. Level 14 to Inax's level 12. Nord in a pretty dire situation. They do still have the feast, though, so they could look for a little something. They're going to try and interrupt the reset from the Jax, but teleport out from Gathan gets him away. They're losing a big wave top lane. There's a massive wave top lane.
Well, they also just found the enemy jungle.
Wait, Natty? I didn't think Natty was under any real threat, but it looks like he is. Has to flash away, gets just out from the tidal wave. The Vorpal spikes are really effective at shutting him down, actually, and slowing him down. Just going to clear through this wave. They chase in, maybe. Jankos has himself the Cataclysm. Gathan puts up the counter-strike just to find the stun. Blast cones away with the cone. All gets sent packed away towards the enemy team. Is able to ward hop again. And Nord, it's almost desperation at this point. They're desperate to find the picks, to find the kills, but Ruddysack not letting them get it. And that control, that tempo that we talked about for Nord has been heavily stunted by that fight on the bot lane.
And it's definitely a decision from Nord to decide to chase Ruddysack so far and so deep into the jungle, because look, they got Nathan up very low, they forced him to recall. That is an opening for Nord pretty much, because we have the Baron up and running on the map. You are on the mid lane pretty much, you're so close to the Baron pit, and there is such a limited vision from the side of Nord, especially into the enemy jungle and just around that pit in general. This is an opening that you cannot use to take the Baron, but at least you can put in the vision, at least you can try to fight for more control around the area, and instead they decide to chase Ruddysack, getting absolutely nothing out of it as a result.
Oh, Natter. It's a little bit of the culling, but Inax unfortunately did place it in a little bit of an awkward position, so doesn't get much. He has the Negatron cloak in his inventory, so very much aware that Marlon and Peng are probably the 2 biggest threats to him in this game. As Chachi, I mean, he is not scared of that Akali at all. Peng is really not going to have any impact onto him. His job is to one-shot Inax.
Yeah, when it comes to Cho'Gath, you can just tickle him a little bit very respectfully and then go away and look for somebody else, hopefully for Ruddysack, because they would need to find another good angle, because Nord are still in a position where they're capable to fight with Ruddysack. The difference between the teams, even after the last fight that just happened earlier, is not that big. Nord are not losing too much, definitely lost a lot in terms of tempo, definitely look much more lost on the map, but if you just compare individual strength of everybody, in terms of item-wise and experience-wise, there is not really that much difference. Nord can still hold a good fight with Ruddysack, and maybe that little... it's a... Oh, okay.
Nico clone. Nico ward clone.
Yes. That is so confusing. It must be so frustrating to play against Nico these days, because you never know what the hell is going on.
I have seen people fall for things like red buff ganking, because they're like, why is the red buff here? And then it turns out to be a Nico. I don't expect our players in this game to make that mistake. That is definitely a much lower elo mistake, but she does make you question everything. You don't know what's real and what's not. You don't know what's a ward and what's not when it's Nico. As Natty actually has a nice flank angle here. Spotted out by Jankos' flag. Marlon, ultimate available. Got the Proto Belt up as well. Cullen comes out onto Natter. Gathan looks for the counter-strike. Doesn't quite hit the mark here, but Natty, with the Cyclone available, gets caught by the silence. Knock-up doesn't hit from the Rupture. Just a little bit more poke coming out from Natter, but he doesn't really have the damage to hurt Chachi, unfortunately. That is going to be falling to I don't know who, as they find onto Gathan. Gathan has to jump away from the Cataclysm, escaping from getting caught out here. Natter once again catches onto Chachi. Chachi, though, he's just too damn tanky. Peng on that flank, not going to be caught out by the flag and drag from Jankos. Teleport's coming in. Peng goes to the Shuriken flip. Inax able to dodge it away. Natty eating so much damage from Chachi here as Nord continue to just play as aggressive as possible here. Chachi is such a good bouncer for his team right now.
And he's such a good frontline as well, and just overall neutralizer for Ruddysack, because look at what happened. We started this whole exchange between the teams with Ruddysack being at the river, forcing Nord to fight into them, coming all the way down from the Baron pit, and now it has flipped completely around with Nord securing the position at the river without taking a single kill from the enemy, got the dragon, got the soul, and now can go and fight for the Baron, or at least the control around the Baron.
Yeah, I think they've realized the Baron's not going on, so they're just going to back off. Blue ward used there by Inax. As I think it is time to spend some gold if I was Nord. Try and get some more items. It's 4 items onto Nata. He now has the spell shield as well, so he's going to be even harder to handle. Inax picks up the rapid fire cannon, so makes up for somewhat of that range deficit he's got with that. Gives him, you know, the odd extra bit of range.
Still keeps the cloak in the inventory, by the way. Still very aware of Bang, who's sitting on 3 items right now. Ready to go in, ready to cut through the shields.
The red. Just stole the red with an E.
It's infuriating to be playing against that. Inax!
He might be caught here. They're going to look to chase forwards. They actually go in for the tidal wave onto Marlon. Marlon gets caught by the Cataclysm, and Yankos is able to get the kill. Flag and drag into the knock-up, into the feast! Nord find their opening and snap it shut with 2 kills.
Okay, Gaethan still on the top lane. Might go down. Actually, this damage from Norway.
Yeah, Norway didn't do anywhere near enough, unfortunately, as now Nata and Natty Nat are looking to try and get into the pit. I mean, there's a blast cone available. They've got themselves the jacks up as well. This is not doable here for Ruddy right now. They need, for Nord, they need to get those kills. Natty jumps in onto the backline, gets the Cyclone off onto 3, but there's no follow-up, there's no damage. Down everybody else goes. Only Nata, only Gaethan stand. Baron will go over to Nord.
It was a very hard fall for Baron for Nord. It didn't look like they were in the position to secure it just a couple of minutes ago, and now look at them with the Dragon Soul in their pockets, taking down this Baron. Nobody's going to be there on time to stop them. Still 25 seconds, a Natty Nat on the jungle of Radisek until he's going to respawn. It would be lovely to see the replay of what happened, because there was so much happening prior to this Baron that I lost the timeline a little bit here. But in the end, yeah, there was some desperate attempts from Radisek to go in, especially with Natty Nat trying to find an opening onto Inax, but eventually just going down and allowing for the Baron for Nord to happen.
Gaethan, we haven't really seen much from this guy on the jacks. He's been involved in 4 kills in a game with 25 kills. Like, he has been relatively quiet on the jacks, and it all started with this little pick onto Inax.
Yeah, and Nord is so trigger happy, and that is what actually helped them so much here, because the moment there is an attempt to go onto them, they immediately turn it around without any hesitation. And there is an understanding that not everybody from Radisek is around, so if they decide to go in, they're not going to be punished for that immediately. Then yes, they cannot do the Baron here, as you said, absolutely, but then Nata being blasted into the enemies, tries to find an opening on Inax. Well, Nata cannot follow up, because Vizichachi is excellent throughout the whole game at keeping enemies exactly where he wants them to be, which is not rejoining the team to help them out with the additional damage. And Radisek lose the Baron just like that, and what looked like was a turn for them for better is now turning into a turn for worse for them.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty rough. Marlon pretending to be an Akali sends the clone out, but I think they may be caught, throws out the ultimate and is immediately blown up. Chachi teleports in. Looks like Peng and Nata are just going to be able to break away. I mean, there's a spell shield onto Nata, makes his life pretty safe at the moment, but unfortunately he might be a little bit safe from some of those picks. His base is not safe at all. This tower will be falling, and with the Baron, I expect Nord to crack the base here.
7,000 HP on Vizichachi, by the way. That Tolga is ginormous. That damage in the turrets from Nord is ginormous as well. They're getting in the inhibitor. Yes, they are getting it in the inhibitor, and I'm very happy with the result. Can recall here safely. Not Ethan?
I mean, that's fair play, to be fair, into the Baron team. Cracks into the base. Doesn't take the inhib, sadly, but the Jax is maybe online. We always know about the Jax split push. It's a tale as old as time. Could be an issue for Nord.
It could be, with their mid lane being opened right now, which means they're being slowed down quite a lot, even though they still have the Baron buff running. What lane do they walk through right now? Because ideally, the idea would be to crack open the bot lane, having the big minions going through it, and then to have your attention towards the mid lane, shift it there. But now it's a little bit harder. The minions are just approaching the Radisek spot of the lane, so naturally Node are moving their attention more towards the top part of the map to see if they can work around that this time. And in the meantime, by the way, in a minute from now, things can get really spicy because the Elder is going to spawn. Just saying, keep an eye on that timer.
That is going to be a big one. I expect him to send Gaethan down to the bot lane. He can just start to get a big shove going. He's got TP. And potentially see if he has an avenue into this one, but tower will fall here on the top side, and that is not even the last tower outside the base for Nord. They've actually still got mid lane tier 2 to go. But Chachi, I think he has like 8k health, man. Like, that guy is so hard to kill. Nata losing half his health. They do get the lockdown onto him. Gaithan actually gets a bit of damage off, but Chachi, he's half health. That's still like 4,000 health to get through.
Yeah.
I just don't know how they do it.
Chachi and half health is still like 2 no ways to go through. This is in the meantime, by the way, Yanka's got the turret in the mid lane. So it is looking much better for Node right now because look, they can recall safely because they have the window right now to set vision please around the dragon. I'm hoping that it is going to be the plan because they have literally 0 wards into the enemy territory in the bot lane right now. The dragon has just spawned. Radisak are on a timer to get at least their jungler because I think I'm actually not sure anymore. It should be their jungler, right? In the bot part of the map. You know what? I don't know. I'm just saying that there is an opening for Radisak to go and look for an opportunity to fight for this Elder. Oh my god. This is impossible.
Teleport coming in. Chachi is going to immediately find Gaithan. Gaithan able to evade, actually getting hit by the Rupture there. Breaks away. Teleport's also coming in from Peng. I feel like this is do or die for Radisak. If they want to survive this game, they need to either deny the dragon or win the fight here. Gaithan being zoned away by Chachi. 3 members actually onto Gaithan right now, and Radisak haven't really been able to find a window to blow up anybody else. Gaithan just trying to hold the mid for the moment. The problem is North, they don't need to commit. Look at bot lane. There's a massive wave. All they have to do is just wait this one out. That tower will be going down to the supers. 2 supers down there and a big old wave to work with. Natty jumps in, tries to see if he can find the damage off, but the blast cone denies him. Nowhere gets heavily chunked out. Marlon finds the lockdown onto Chachi. They've lost a tower inside their base. They have to go for a reset. Teleports were used. Peng goes for the Shuriken flip in. There's going to be the monkey spin. Jumping forwards. Over the wall they go. Gaithan looks for the lockdown. Doesn't get the counter strike off. And this fight is just so sloppy for Ruddy. Nord find the bubbles. Marlon hits nothing with his ultimate. As Nord have just found their opening, found their window. Nash, he may be in danger, but Natty can't finish him up. A double kill picked up for Chachi. Natty trying to make a run away, but no way will keep him pinned in place. And this is just so hard for Ruddy. Chachi has teleported into the base. Nata, a lethality Varus versus a full health Cho'Gath at level 17. He can do nothing but watch as his base will crumble to Chachi. Slowly but surely, he's trying to whittle through him. Chachi may actually just find the kill onto Nata. In comes Marlon to save the day. They find the lockdown. The shutdown's there for Nata. But Nord, they matter not. They take the dragon.
Oh, and not enough. God bless Elder. That's another one down for Radisak for almost a minute. The death timers are really deadly for Radisak right now. They have 2 down. They're gonna be without Narana for a really long time right now. Not have reset, not have Baron up and running right now if they want to go for it. Or they can just force things if they feel like it. Because they have the Elder already in their pockets. They decide to go towards the Baron. Again, the enemy jungler down, so that's a perfect opportunity for them to do exactly that. Malone is around, by the way, has the ultimate available, but last couple of times it did not exactly work out for them. And honestly, for Nord right now, it is the question of how fast will you be able to close this game down? Because this is also a very long game. We're at 40th minute mark already. Yeah. We're just taking the second Baron down.
I am surprised, but Nord are very, very passive in both their games so far. Yeah. Well, in all of their games so far. Ruddy, they've had some fight, but this game has been very, very Nord-centric, and we haven't really talked much about the Gold League because it's almost irrelevant at this point. Like, all the ADCs are fully built. Mid lane is pretty much almost fully built. 1 more item to go. Chachi, just a colossal big tank right now. He's got 485 stacks on his heart still. He's probably running around with about 8-9k health on Cho'Gath, maybe more. Hopefully we do get a look at him before the game ends, but Look at the size of that cockroach, man. How do you deal with it? You have a Varus. You have a lethality Varus. You have no way to actually deal with Chachi. As Peng gets caught by the Shuriken flip, has to jump in, throws down the ultimate, and is immediately eviscerated for it. Inax secures the kill. Marlon jumps in. He gets the knock up on the 3. They're going to come in with a monkey spin. They do turn it around. Ruddy find a couple of kills, but the problem is their damage dealers are gone. Gathan has to hold versus Jankos and Chachi. It's a 2 versus 2 at the end of the game. I have no idea.
And damage doesn't matter. It's just how much health they have to flex against your opponent. And I'm sorry, but Visichat and Jankos combined have more health than everybody in Ruddy.
Jankos going a little low here. The monkey's going to try and come in for the spins, but that's going to be the Nexus laid bare. Gathan has to pop the stopwatch. Natty can do nothing but watch. Natty trying to save the game here for the side of Ruddy. It was an honourable attempt at the end from them, but Nord are going to take this to match point. 2-1 to Nord.
And what a victory that was in the end. Visichat is 7.7k HP, by the way, by the end of the game. An unmovable wall between Nord and Radisak that Radisak were not able to cut through. And honestly, how do you do that when you have lethality Varus, when you have an assassin on the mid lane, and nobody else to deal consistent damage to a tank?
Yeah, I mean, so one thing I do want to see is if Nord close this series out in the next game, I want to see a decisive game because none of their wins have been that confident. So
yeah,
that's what I'm wanting from Nord. If they want to, they're going to grand finals, they're going to be playing versus either Ruddy or whoever makes it as that third spot. But I mean, we all know who's going to make it, right? Like they're playing versus one of those teams. I want to see a confident performance from them going into game 4. We're going to pass it over to the desk though to break this game 3 down. So Archer, over to you.
Thank you so much. At this point, well, we have match point in favor of the Phoenix. They started off on the left foot, but so far they've been taking giant steps. And talking about giants, I think Chachi has become the boss of playoffs. I gotta say it. Yeah.
So many health bars, dude. Like,
you know that games.
Boss music starts happening and you're like, oh god, I'm cooked. And then finally I did it. And then phase 2, Chachi, oh my back. It doesn't matter, mate. Doesn't matter. Aches and pains, no problem, bro. He's got you. He's sorted.
I'll say though, don't get caught up in this hype too soon, right? Because there was one moment where it all came together for Ruddy. And I want to take a look at that before we start praising Chachi for being a monster for the laning phase and the entirety of the rest of the game. But if we can put up the first replay here,
to doubt.
this is the one instance where they realistically managed to kill him. And what did it require? It required a pixel perfect setup where you kill everyone around Chachi and then spend 30 seconds killing him. Then you could take him down. Look at this engage. You find the right carries. No way he's assassinated. Everything played to perfection here. And just when they've killed Jankos now, take a look at how close this boss fight is against Visichat. He's almost taking multiple people down. And Peng ends up dying to a minion as well.
It does show you the combo, the idea that Ruddy had with this team comp, with the Wombo combo, things like, the Wukong on top of the Nico engage. Like, it certainly had some merit to it. But yeah, just Chachi, again, was a little bit too big. And I hate to say it, but I don't really know what the Jax was bringing to this comp, right? Like, it was blind Jax Akali, the last 2 picks on blue side for Ruddy. And I think the Akali had some, got into the back line a little bit and did some distraction around. It was kind of good in these fights. But Jax is just a little bit harder to make work, honestly, as a champion, and didn't really get any split push going either. Outside of that part, sorry, go on. Yeah,
he did nothing. You can take it, but the Gathan did nothing this game. The Jax did 0 damage. You can continue, Foxtrap. I just wanted to make that point clear.
I was maybe a little more diplomatic, but yeah, it just didn't really seem to do too much or have too much of a say in this game, unfortunately, for the sack here. And even when they thought they were finding the picks. It wasn't to be.
Dude, as a former Akali main myself, messing up that combo is illegal. And in such a crucial moment of the upper bracket final, Peng had played a phenomenal game up until this point. And yeah, at this point, it was just too messy. I mean, the raid boss with Chachi was being a great bouncer. Natinat decided he wanted a 1v3 for himself. Questionable decisions were made, but I think even the problem was that if Radisak made the right decisions, it might not have been enough because raid boss with Chachi, I mean, what could you do about him?
Yeah, this was what we were discussing a little bit with the Varus build, right? So Varus with lethality, which I honestly do think it's the correct call if you're playing a 1-3-1, right? If Akali's side laning, if Jax is side laning, maybe you're looking for picks, but you're wave clearing mostly with the Varus. That's your role, Nico Varus. You're wave clearing. I think it makes sense to have the lethality, but when you're watching these clips back of Chachi trying to die in team fights, no. Doesn't work with the lethality Varus, so it never. This is it, right? It doesn't look like it works in those situations, and they just didn't really have the tools to bring him down. So you can see it in his fights. Look at him go.
I mean, yeah, in another context of what you described, where the Varus would make sense, Visajaji could just not be killed. Nice dash away from Inex there as well, but I mean, it's irrelevant. It had to be pixel perfect, and as soon as one thing goes wrong, the fight is essentially already decided, I want to say. I mean, Chachi, he plays it really well as well, man. He pushes his tanks to the limits. It's unbelievable how much he soaks up, but how well he plays too. I mean, what can you really do, man? I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, he's just a raid boss. You can't kill him.
Yeah, gross.
Yeah, agree 100%, and it's looking like... Apologies, but Yankas and Chachi...
Nah, there's no way he does the most damage on his team, bro. With that build, nah, that's not right.
He probably did, but that just puts more into context how little damage they dealt as a whole, right? Because that Varus, it took ages for him to realistically do damage, but obviously he'll do the most, as he did still hurt quite a bit on the squishies. But just, I mean, the Jax 17k, the Nico support did 14, the full tank Jarvan did 19k. I mean, something's not adding up here. And the most damage on Nord, it's Chachi.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. What was that build? Heart still on in despair. Yeah, notorious.
And I know everybody kids about
build.
The Chemtech Dragon, but if you have like 8,000 HP and you have the soul, I mean, it's useful. And looking into objectives, I think we need to highlight it yet again. I think Yankas has been stellar in the way he's playing with the macro of the map. We keep talking about it, but he's not only taking away those champions we talked about, Foxtrot, the champions that Naughty likes to thrive on, but he's using them into putting Nord in that position they need to moving forward. With this information, the Ruddy Sack picked red side, so maybe they can be the ones replying into what Nord is going to pick. And for the first time, Gaethan might have the counter pick. We'll talk about that on the pre-match of what could be the final one. Getting us not only our first finalist, but also the first team from NLC Spring Split getting a ticket to EMEA Masters. I'll see you soon, don't go anywhere. Match point. We were talking about these teams being tied up before joining this winner brackets finals. Keeping in mind what at stake. If you win, you go to Copenhagen finals instantly. You skip Saturday. Janka said he wanted to play Saturday, but hey, at least you get more time to sleep, old man. With that in mind, we do have a tweet prepared from Nord itself after their loss on the first game.
I love it. I love it. I mean, it's aged pretty well so far, right? Posted after game 1.
True.
They obviously did the most important thing of the night. Ruin Hiprange's prediction. He has to be wrong. But then they've also won game 2 and game 3, only needing one more, as you said, Archer, to make it to the finals and also qualify for EMEA Masters.
Okay, now we need to talk about it. Not the elephant in the room, but the boss.
The raid boss.
The raid boss. What do you do when you're faced with greatness? How do you surpass this gentleman? Can you even do it?
It's looking bleak, bro. It's looking bleak. Much like the original context of that picture. I just don't know, man. Like, the thing is, League of Legends is not lacking these growth style champions, right? Let's not even talk about Poppy, which is being permabanned versus him. Red side for Ruddy could be the answer for them, right? Getting that last pick in the top side, it worked pretty well in game 1, and that's obviously the only game Ruddy won, so they want to replicate that.
I don't know the answer to this before we move on, but does anybody know how many times have we photoshopped Chachi face into pictures of everything? Yeah.
You and him are pretty close in that one, I reckon.
I'm just saying, this is gold. But yeah, with the idea that Ruddy takes the red side right now, things may be more interesting for Gaethan to play the top side and to find an answer to those meat walls that Chachi is bringing up. But you played the Shogath. You played the Cyan. What other meat walls are available though?
Yeah, there will always be more tanks to be able to be pulled out, right? Some more effective than others, of course. I think the thing for me on the red side for Ruddy's sake is how much do you really benefit from it? Yes, in game 1, it did work out quite well, but I mean, you have had the counter pick before and you decided to blind the Renekton instead, and that didn't really go your way, did it? So you have to do it in B5, or red 5 rather. That's the only time it's really worked, but still then, I mean, this is Chachi. He killed them 3 times in lane, so it was just the mid game that fell apart there from Nord. So even when counterpicking for Gaethan, the laning phase has not been fun for him.
Yeah, he's definitely been struggling in this series for sure. But Charge has just been on another level, to be honest. Really hard to beat him. But I'm still anticipating this to be a topside focused draft, at least in bans and last pick for Ruddy. The thing is, if you've actually looked at Ruddy's bans, not the champions that Vizi's played, Ruddy have been banning. You know, basically, Charge's champion pool is so wide. You know, like the likes of the Kennen got banned last game. You know, we've seen him took that Trundle in the side lane to win the 1v1. Like the Yorick split push strategies as well. He's whipped out too. It's just, I don't know what the answer is, to be honest. But I do agree it should start with getting a good matchup. Get them and
there you go.
Avoiding hanging into these tanks.
The Poppy
you didn't
is
even get to play the Poppy.
Just want to mention in short, right? 15 games, 15 bans against Naughty Nuts, Rengar, and Mundo. The Misfortune Instalock, one of Nord's strategies have very much been to counter-pick their opponents by taking their main champions, right? The Talia in game 1. They took the Kaiser game, obviously Inax really good on it as well. The Xin Zhao, the Jarvan you could say to some extent as well. Now the Misfortune away from Nata. You know, they'll happily maybe sack a bit of a laning phase, but deny you one of your strongest champions.
Alright, what's the answer instead going to be? It is that Ashe with the Volibear. I really like the Volibear as a pick here for Nat. It's quite an aggressive champion. It's similar-ish playstyle to something like a Pantheon as far as the early game goes. And I think Pantheon has been one of Natty's best champions. So yeah, we'll see. That could be going to the hands of Gethin. It is a flex, but I would most likely see that in the jungle, and I do like that as a choice, as a pick. He excels when he's got those more aggressive junglers in his pocket.
I saw the Ashe, I saw the Misfortune. I was like, this Braum will come in for the Ruddy sack, and Nord are aware of that, and they're like, nah, thank you. We're the ones blocking. So there's already an option and an answer for the Ashe. And if you bring this is highly aggressive and you're looking for the reset. So if you bulk up, maybe Viego will have a harder time. But if not, well, Yakas is going to have a field trip.
Okay, I mean, I like the Enchanter there. That's nice. That'll be fun to watch. Now, just shortly on the bans, from my opinion here. Maybe you think originally I want to trim out the mid lane pool, but no. With the way this series has gone, regardless of how many are left, ban out Chachi. Try your best, man. Just remove the Shen again. Something like that. Maybe the Kennen rather Foxdrop said as well, right?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, from Ruddy's side, I would want some more engagement frontline from Gethin. But I don't think he really does that. He's not that kind of guy. He doesn't play those kind of champions. But they don't all... It seems that as a strategy, Ruddy also doesn't play towards him as a solo laner either. So it's an interesting kind of dilemma here for Ruddy. I think actually the Aatrox is a good takeaway because it sort of like bridges the two gaps, right? Someone that can kind of team fight, but also very much wants to be in those small skirmishes and 1v1s and stuff like that. Something that Gethin has also played before.
Okay, final ban should probably go into the mid lane.
Maybe one of these snipers right in the mid lane. Xerath is still left open and hasn't been played in the series, which Norway has had some success on. That does mean there are possibilities for tanks you could play in the top lane that will also have some agency, which is really the sweet spot for Chachi, right? He doesn't just want to tank, he wants to be able to still have an impact on the game, and something like the Shen could definitely do that. We'll see though. Let's get banned out there. Gathen's Fiora, one of his more played champions. I've not been overly impressed by it, but I have definitely seen some peaks from it. You're blind Ronaldo. I mean, what's the R5 for then? Getting a good matchup for Peng, but surely, after how this series has gone, you want to protest the top lane.
I would agree with you on that one. But, yeah. So, cool. Yeah, sort of what I was looking for at a top for Ruddy here. A champion that can frontline a bit more, create some space, some CC, that kind of thing. But I'm not 100% convinced, to be honest, now, because Chachi can just do whatever he wants topside, right? He can chill, he can take whatever. Yeah.
And that's the Xerath.
Just pick comfort and... Alright, one of the snipers, Hui was taken down. Xerath will come through instead. I like this draft so far from Nord. I'm not sure what's so special about what Penga's going to pick here that demands it to be last picked.
What are you going to play against this, man? I mean, what even has the range available anymore to have that impact? You've banned the Hui yourself, and we know Peng is best when he gets up close and personal, so might just have to try something to sack the lane there. And Bessa, definitely a champion with agency.
Okay.
Now, I mean, I'm a bit stumped here, right? I mean, you can't match the range, realistically speaking. You're gonna have to do something different, and I need to see that now from Peng in not a do or die game, but your tickets for EMEA Masters on the line here, buddy Sack. And that is something. That is something. The LeBlanc. Okay, that's interesting.
All right, yeah, that's the gauntlet thrown down there from Peng. That's purely going to be a hand stiff in this one. Try and get some aggression there, come through, and you're pairing up with a volley bear. Really strong early game. Loves to gank, loves to play aggressive. Can look to snowball the LeBlanc. I think that's going to be the game plan right now. You know, you've got tools to get LeBlanc ahead early. She needs to do that so she can pop off, go crazy, be ham. That's it. That's it for Ruddy.
Well, the table is set. What are we going to have for dinner? This is it. Foxtrot was going to take it.
Well, we've been voting Ruddy and Nord each. Yeah, Duckling's Mr. Ruddy today, so I think I'm gonna stick to Mr. Nord.
But then I have to stick with Mr. Ruddy then. I mean, even if I wanted to say Nord here, now you said it, I can't. I'm going Ruddy. Ruddy up. Put them in the sack, boys.
There you go. I was not expecting this. And Hipred was not expecting to see his main being played on this deciding match towards finals. Without further ado, take it away, casters.
I'm a happy boy. LeBlanc sucks at the moment. I don't know why it's getting picked. It's such a terrible champion, but I absolutely love it. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, if LeBlanc gets in range of Xerath, one shot. But, like, how do you actually get in range of Xerath?
Yeah.
Xerath just plays so far away. Now, what I do like LeBlanc for, because the lane matchup is kind of underwhelming, to be honest. What I do like the LeBlanc for is volley LeBlanc, like the 2v2, jungle 2v2.
Yeah.
Genuinely terrifying. It's very easy to follow up on top of each other. You have a lot of bursts that both of them are capable of putting out. This is a scary little jungle 2v2. And me and you were talking quite a lot about Jankos's Viego, because we low-key hate it, because Norway doesn't play champions that synergize well with Viego. Like, Jankos probably wishes that he had the LeBlanc right now.
Oh, by the way, here in the game, there is a correct splash out for LeBlanc, so you can sleep peacefully tonight. But I cannot, because
good.
I hate this Viego here. I don't like Jankos on Viego. I don't think this is a good spot for Viego. And the draft looked good up until Viego popped up. To be fair, Viego popped up really early in the draft, and after that, it kind of went a little bit downhill to me. That's why for this game, if I were to give a prediction, I wouldn't have been able to say confidently not like I did before in the previous 2 games, and this might be the game that Radisak win, but there is a big but here for Radisak, okay? And that is they need Narina to be extremely proactive, super aggressive. He needs to be everywhere in the lane. He needs to be on the bot lane a lot, he needs to be on the mid lane a lot, he needs to be on the objectives a lot. This needs to be Volibear on steroids in the early game. Otherwise, Radisak will be running in problems later in the game, where LeBlanc will have issues getting on the back lane of Node, where there is going to be that is super hard to deal with, yada yada yada. Radisak, please be as aggressive as possible in early.
And this is something we've seen from Peng as well. Obviously, just had a Kali game, and it's all about the flank angles. When you're playing these AP assassins, assassins in general, but when you're playing these assassins, you need to be setting up, you need to be in the area, getting good flank angles, and then potentially finding that window to blow up. Because realistically, no way, probably not going to be the target for Peng. Realistically, Peng's targets are going to be Inax.
Yes.
It's going to be potentially Jankos if he can find it. No way. If no one's playing this right, he's probably just going to be so far away that Peng's never going to find him without, his team just having zero vision and him overextending.
That's true. And for Inax, this is going to be a particularly very hard game, because there are things and ways that are going to go into Misfortune and disrupt her when she is going into ultimate. There is, Volibear and Gnar are going to be the biggest things like that are just going to stop Misfortune from ulting, which is the thing that she hates the most. And not on top of that, Peng's idea is going to be to kill Inax as early in the game as possible, having all eyes on that AD carry in the enemy game. And by the way, speak of that AD carry, that's a good takeaway, of course, from Nada, but Inax has not played Misfortune in an official in Spring Split in NLC so far. It's going to be the first one today.
If I'm completely honest with you, I do think that there was a bit of a drafting mistake from Ruddy where they locked in Natty Nat's Volibear instead of just locking in like the Brawl Mash.
Yes.
I feel like Brawl Mash is such a potent combo that I'm surprised that they decided just to give it over. No way, gets caught by the Ignite. So close to going down, is gonna survive. As Jankos comes over to make sure that No Way's lane is covered. Oh, bit of LeBlanc action early, love it.
25 HP, I believe, when he got away. And by the way, Volibear on the bot lane. That's what we love to see. Do we want to... Oh, Gaethan?
Chachi's actually also going low here. The hyper stacks come in. Gaethan finds the kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a potential dive is going to be coming out. We do see Gaethan getting jumped, but we're going to cut back to the bot lane as Inax goes for the flash onto Marlon. Marlon tanking towers, but the W shield comes in from Natty. He flashes to safety. A beautifully juggled tower dive from Radisak.
Just juggling with that aggression from the turret, from one to another, and just the fact that they went for it, okay, that is what is the most admirable for Radisak. I wanted to see a very aggressive bear in this game, and we got it already. We have 2 kills secure for Radisak. Kudos to Gaethan for finally getting his revenge on the top lane and securing a solo kill onto Visit Chachi. But then yes, what happened on the bot lane is super crucial, because now there is a prio for this bot lane of Radisak. Now there is a prio for Volibear in the jungle as well. Now Volibear can go and harass that Viego in his own jungle much more. So that is a big opening for the early game for Radisak from just these 2 plays on the opposite sides of the map.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about, about some of the issues with the draft. I have one more to bring up.
Okay.
One more issue. North don't really have any engage.
Yeah.
Like, Radisak, they have that engage. Obviously, some of it's situational in the Narbar, but they have tools to work with where Nord kind of just have to, they're a team that wants you to go into them. And that's the good news. LeBlanc wants to jump in. The Ash Arrow wants to connect, and you want to have the follow-up with your team. So you do hope that you can kind of buy that space. As Marlon is hit by the Winter's Bite. Isn't going to be going down, though. But it is very much just on Nord playing disengage and turning it around. Now, Jankos making his way over, though. Inax going incredibly low. They've got the concussive blows stacking up onto Natter. He's going to just pop the ghost to break away. They look for Marlon. Marlon goes for the flash out, and now Nash is under fire. Natter is just absolutely cutting through him here. Nash puts the shield up. Natty Nat, no flash available as they get another slow off and another auto. Natter flashes in to secure the kill. He's able to survive. Jankos underneath the tower, potentially getting dove off the back of this one, as that is another kill. Marlon gets it. Natty goes down. In comes the W. Inax survives with 8 HP.
What is happening on this bot lane? That is the constant fighting non-stop. Something happened on top lane as well, but because Busy Chachi is recalling with less than half HP. But bot lane is where all the fun is happening right now. Radisak, by the way, secured the first feat of strength for themselves. Now would love to go for those objectives with the dragon already available and so much prior for the bot lane. 1-0 Ash right there with a volley beard that is pretty much unlocked already as well. They, however, did give 2 kills to Inax over the course of the whole events. That is a 2-1-0 misfortune, which feels a little bit counterintuitive right now if you think about it, because there was so much action, but the kills ended up being spread with one of them going even into the supports pocket for Radisak, while for Nord, Inax managed to get the best out of the worst situation on the bot lane, which is good for Nord.
Well, Natter potentially getting dove here. Does not have ult. He is caught by the concussive blows, and Jankos finishes him up with a Heartbreaker. Marlon left his ADC alone as a wave clashed, and that's a pretty rough price to pay.
Turret, bro. I'm just gonna ward there, okay? Don't die.
Oh no, Marlon. No, he's okay. He dodged away on the... I can't remember the name of the stun from Viego now.
You got me thinking. I don't remember it either.
Heartbreak is the ultimate.
Yes.
Blade of the Ruin King is the Q.
Yes.
And I cannot remember the other ones. Now, Gathan has ultimate. May look for Chachi here. Chachi actually may just look to turn this one around. Chachi getting closer towards him. Gathan gets him with the wallop, gets the ult back, and yeah, that's enough to send Chachi away.
Yes, that's quite a lot of HP loss. Gathan is small, so needs to be a bit more careful. Now, Novi has no mana on the mid lane.
Yeah,
Oof.
Peng doesn't have the damage though right now. He's only got himself a lost chapter. No ultimate.
This is still going to be a lot of burst damage onto Nord's main carries later on in the game. Peng is going to be scary unless they find a way to deal with him just like they did with Akali in the previous game. And of course, Peng needs to be absolutely on top of his game.
Oh. Nice little wave clear chunk out of Inax. The problem is you know, it's a very scrappy game. Like, Ruddy obviously got those first couple of kills, but Nord is still kind of getting away with everything they want. They denied the dragon from getting taken by Natty Nat and Marlon by diving Natter. Now they're going to get the Void Grub, so they take an issue off the top side of the map and then can look to put some focus back towards the bottom side.
Look at that.
No way, maybe in a hint of danger here, actually. He has nowhere to go. Is going to get caught. Ash Arrow comes in for the connection. Actually flashes away from that one, but Natty just chases after him, has the W. Inax puts the E down just to make it rain. Gets a little bit of damage off onto Natty, but heal comes out from Marlon just to bail Natty away as that tower will be going down. Well, sorry, 2 plates will be going down.
Yeah.
Natty's going to be getting away from the tower. That's what I meant to say.
They even started rotating Peng from the mid lane just to see if maybe there is going to be any continuation, any additional fight. They got one down, however, they cannot really translate it into the Drake right now because of how many people from Nord have joined onto the bot lane, and Jankos is here. And if not as smart, they can actually turn this into their own direction right now because they can threaten Radisak, they can push in the wave, and they can rotate towards the Drake, which is what they're doing right now, and still get out of the situation as pretty much winners because yes, Noe went down, and it's super bad that his flash went down as well, which will make his life on the mid lane much harder, but hey, they still get the Drake out of it.
Yeah, it's another feat of strength stack over to Nord. It's another objective over to Nord. Gathan just getting a fair amount of damage off onto Chachi, slowly whittling away at these tower plates as Chachi does need to be very careful. Gathan gets another auto in, another little grasp. Chachi having a hard time here on the Ambessa. And, I mean, regardless, he was probably going to have a hard time. I might have to hold that, though, because Nord looking to get dove here by Ruddy. Nash puts up the wall, is able to break away.
You had a thought though about the top lane, unless we're going to see something
I'm just
else.
surprised he didn't take Ornn. Like, he was always going to have a rough one if it was Ornn or Ambessa, but I feel like Ornn offers more. Now they throw down the ultimate, gets interrupted immediately. The Arcane Rain comes down, Nata's trying to break away. Peng has a flank angle. Inax low mana, although Peng, it's so hard to jump forward. Jankos will insta-stun you.
Yes, and you can't really look for a target that you're going to breeze down quickly enough because Inax is quite low, but he still has the Brom around him, so no real opening for Peng. Quite a lot of damage from the ultimate from Misfortune, I gotta say, and Inax is getting pretty close to completing his Bloodthirster, so that is going to be a lot of help for Nord's bot lane very soon.
Yeah, it's getting quite scary. Now, Peng immediately went for Sorcerer's Shoes, has only just finished up his Lost Chapter, so it's going to be a little bit slower. Obviously, wants the Luden's Companion ASAP to unlock Wave Clear, but also a lot of additional bursts. Is Gaethan found some damage onto Chachi. In comes the ultimate, though. The lock on to Gaethan, who flashes away. He has to try and get away from this one. Chachi's coming in to get the slow down, and Chachi flashes away and survives the play.
Oh, the fact that he survives the play on so little HP, the fact that Jankos was the one getting the aggro from the turret onto himself, beautifully played by Nord up there on the top lane, neutralizing the situation a little bit. Now it's a 1-1 Ambassador now for Visicharge. It's going to be a bit safer to stay there on the top lane, plus it is going to be safer for Nord to go for the Herald in 3 minutes from now when it's going to spawn, which is a bit early to talk about. So let's actually focus on the other part of the map right now, because there is still a lot of tension on this bot lane. I can't stop looking at these two because they're going toe-to-toe, both Nara and Inax. Like, look at their creep stat, look at just what their champions do, look at their position on the bot lane. This is very interesting because Inax is leading just by a tiny bit. You can see that, like, the peanuts of the gold available to him, additional kill, but they're going back and forth on the lane all the time. The difference is when Nata gets close to the turret, he gets those turret plays down extremely quickly, especially if he has Q stacked. So this turret on the bot lane is under a really serious threat if Nord lose their eyes from it just for a second.
Yeah, they have to be incredibly careful about that one. Hence why Jankos is in the area. Immediately, both of them stun each other. W shield comes in for Natty. He's just going to get control. We see the Asher actually make a connection here from Nata. Nash trying to make the escape away. Is going to throw the ultimate out. A beautiful bullet time forces Nata to flash away. The secure kill onto the Lulu as Natty chases over the wall. Noms down. Peng secures another kill. Jankos pinned in place as he is forced to flash away from Ruddy Sack. Beautiful fight for Ruddy.
And something happened on the top lane in the meantime again, because Visicharge is low on HP again. Peng is running away low with the... Oh, Chachi?
Oh no, Gaethan.
Oh.
I think he might actually fall here. Chachi's shield just enough to break away. Gaethan, though, flash. Chachi not going down.
Oh, that's an Eclipse Chachi on top of all things. He's going in for very risky plays with that Ambessa, just utilizing the low health, utilizing the shielding, utilizing all the mobility that is in his kit, and then looking for those opportunities. High risk, high reward situation, pretty much. Okay, what is happening here with the arrow? God, Nash is doing so much for Inax, by the way, just shielding him both with his shield and with his body. Surprised by the decision from Nari here to go immediately onto the enemies and not stop Inax from ulting, which is what you would expect him to do. But then Peng does exactly what we are going to see him doing from now on, just going on to Inax, trying to kill him as quickly as possible, because that is a very big chunk of Nord's damage in the team fight that needs to be taken down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and he's now got the Luden's Companion as well, so has that a bit of additional burst under his belt. Tied with Nowhere, who also has it, as we also just seen a replay of top lane. Did Gaethan die? No, I think this was just like a fight.
Just a fight. With Visicharge going very, very low. Ah, slammed against the wall, the classic.
Yeah, he did go incredibly low. Nice dodge from Chachi right there at the end. Champ's got a lot of mobility though, so it makes sense. As Peng jumps in, gets a little bit of additional damage off. Half health's No Way. It's exactly what you want to be seeing from the LeBlanc. Big old chunk and then back off.
Very risky positioning from No Way. Understandable that Nord won't be around break.
Marlon making a mistake. Beautiful bullet time. Nata's getting absolutely shredded from that one, as well as Jankos steals the form away. Natty not going to get caught by the concussive blows as he just jumps away to safety. Natty, though, still hanging on. Still taunting them. That's twice they've made that mistake, though. Get caught by the Glacial Fisher bullet time combo.
which is a very deadly combo. It's so interesting how Braum works so well with Misfortune and also against Misfortune. Like, this is just a champion that you always see combined with the other one. But right now we need to see it not combined with the Dragon, or maybe the other way around. But it doesn't look like the other way around is going to happen because Pang is on the top lane right now. Potentially looking for just stopping Vizicsacsi from taking that turret down.
Spoiler, LeBlanc and Avessa doesn't really go well for LeBlanc. She doesn't really do much.
Is that an Arcane reference there?
Well, actually, if it was an Arcane reference, LeBlanc would absolutely clap Ambessa, but yeah. It's her daughter where's there's the problem.
Exactly. But she's not playing in this game. And yeah, this LeBlanc is not canon friendly because she doesn't really deal with Ambessa all that well. Gaten, what's the plot? What's the idea?
I think he's just being a nuisance while his team are potentially setting up.
Fair enough.
The problem is we've seen Nata like throw the last two ultimates out at like into a cluster, and Nash is always standing in front of his ADC. So you never find the lockdown on who you want, which means Inax then always seems to get like a free answer with the bullet time, and it just has so much survivability just due to Nash. It's very bizarre because Marlon then gets blown up and isn't actually really able to offer much to Nata to keep him alive. So it's definitely starting to be a bit of an issue here for the side of Roddy, where, you know, they're not able to use that Ash Arrow to fish for the picks that they want. Gaten might be a bit of a hard tower dive, unfortunately, for Nord, with the fact that Gaten now has his ultimate available to him.
Yeah, was just closing up on his Mega Dive form, so the idea for Nord probably wasn't just even looking into a potential tower dive. Counterpoint to what you said about Ashe, the only opening that I see for Arisak right now is just to keep trying, because the ultimate for Ashe is such a low cooldown. Sooner or later, you are going to hit through Dash, because otherwise, you're not really cutting through him that effectively, so your only idea would be to try to catch Node off guard, and when Nash isn't going to be covering for his AD carry.
Oh, I say that. There's the polymorph into a whole heap of damage. Peng secures the kill. Ash Arrow makes a good connection here at long range, keeping Nash locked for a long time. They will lose the tower on the top side, but they did answer with a first tower blood over to Nord. Feat of Strength finished up for them as well off the back of that one.
Finally, a cannon LeBlanc there on the top lane. And out of that, Radisai could actually look into getting the Herald, because it's sitting there patiently in the pit waiting for somebody to get it. But in the meantime, for Radisai on the bot lane, things are looking very dire, because right now their inner turret is under a threat. And the idea for Node right now is to, yes, cut through this outer turret in the mid lane as soon as possible and have both mid lane and bot lane being constantly threatened to split Radisai apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, Dragon not up for quite a while, so both teams can play it a little bit more chill on that one. I do like, but you know, Nata has at least been fishing consistently with the Ashe. There's nothing worse than like, oh, I can't find it, so there's not worth using it. Like you said, short cooldown on that ultimate, and about to hit level 11 as well, so cooldown will get even shorter. So Nata can continue to be a bit of a menace here on the Ashe. Has got the Yontail Wild Arrows finished up, and a whole heap of damage locked in onto him. He's able to survive the Rite of the Arcane raining down. Nata has to flash away. Ultimate invested by Marlon. I don't think he was ready for that play, but it looks like Natty may be under fire. Pain coming in for the flank though. W's forwards there, trying to get some damage off. Inax able to dodge away on the chains of corruption, sorry. As they find the lockdown, but that is going to be one dead Marlon. Chachi comes over the wall and secures the double for his mid.
And they get carried because of that, and now they are going to be taking the inner turret as well. The beautiful timing, the beautiful engage found by Node. They get Nara in the end, funny enough. All those resources thrown into the AD carry, he still went down.
He was too chunked. Gaten did not teleport into that play. Will answer out with a potential tower here, although Chachi's just going to come and one-shot the wave. So yeah, Gaten doesn't even get the tower. Gaten.
Oh, does he?
Okay, he does go for it, but man, needs to be a bit careful here. He whiffed his R, whiffed his W, jumps the wall, Nars out. Consequence free.
Speaking of of consequences, though. That is the Herald that is being taken right now by Jankos. So in the end, the objective that looked like the most realistic one for Radisak goes into the pockets of the other team. The Dragon is spawning in less than a minute. By the way, the Camisole again, and Nord are just one Dragon away from being on the soul point, but Radisak are already there. Love seeing that from them, trying to work around establishing the vision.
Oh, Peng! That is going to be one dead Enax. The heal comes in, but it does not matter. Nash locked in place, slowed down from Natter as well. They're trying to rain some damage off from No Way as that artillery mage, but 2 kills, the bot lane dead. That's what you want from Yola Blanc. He's going to have a Shadow Flame off that, and once Shadow Flame's done, Enax never lives.
That's definitely a way to establish vision. And now, screw Dragon, forget that. You have Ashe, you stack Q, and you take Atakan as quickly as it even goes. There is no answer from North. They are not there. They're not able to react whatsoever. Also,
I think it hit. It did hit. Gaithan's going to find the lockdown. He's about to gnaw out as well. That's a kill for Gaithan. Beautiful Ashar from Natter. Into the Dragon, into the Akshan. We might be going to game 5.
We might be going into Silver Scrapes with how the things are looking, but Vizichachi's around.
Can they stop this one? Dragon is going low, is going to be secured by Natter. Jumping for the lockdown into the bullet time. Massive Fisher combo is going to finish up the ADC already. Natter's burning low as they've been able to get the kill. Peng, he's about to die, but he's able to jump away just before they connect in. Marlon being chased by Jankos. Jankos can't close the gap. 2 quick kills go over. Dragon secured, Atakan secured. Nord, they fire back, but Ruddy got a lot.
Oh, this is such a roller coaster, man. I can't with this series. Every game back and forth, back and forth. Here, Vizichachi initially doesn't fight and engage, but the thing is, there are other tools. If they're in the short range, there actually are really good engage tools, and especially that Braum, because once he goes in with a follow-up from his Fortune, it is impossible for Radisak to react because of how long that knockout from the ultimate from Braum is. And that is more than enough time for Enax to unleash a lot of damage onto the enemy. And even though Natinat, for example, finds himself really close to Enax, he can't really go in and stop that misfortune because he's so low on health already. And if he goes in, he dies guaranteed.
LeBlanc is quite scary. I'm gonna be real with you. Shadow Flame now finished up. Although, as much as I'd love to completely praise Peng, who has played amazing on the LeBlanc, to be fair.
Yep.
This champ nosedives in power. This is when your high spikes. There's the lockdown. Jankos will die. Shadow Flame crit secures it, but Nordance are out with a kill onto Marlon. Teleport coming in from Gaithan. He comes in with a 2-man Gnar. Natter trying to put some damage down, but Chachi finds him with a bit of burst damage. Chains of Corruption, Ethereal Chain, sorry, are on, and Chachi will fall. No Way's left on his lonesome, and Ruddy just take everybody down. It's the ace.
And we have the replay of that, because I'm sorry, but the worst enemy of Nord are themselves. If there is a teleport coming in from Gaithan, and they see the teleport coming in, why are they locking themselves between that teleport of Gnar and a wall? This is like a guaranteed death sentence, and they all go down as a result of it, only getting one little tiny support that doesn't even count, because it's a Yordle. Who cares about Yordles, man? Come on. So, wait, they did have a vision later on, yeah, right? Because Jankos dies here. They know that there is a ward standing in this bush. Let's see if I'm actually not going crazy, because I'm pretty sure... Yes, see? Jankos does pop the ward right there. And then they go in. There is a TP coming, and look at all 3 of them. So nicely. Hello, Mr. Megadona. Please lock us into the wall and take all of us down, because why not?
Man, if the Ethereal Chains hadn't hit Chachi, he would have probably got that kill onto Natter, but the lockdown was just a little bit too much. Is now Natty trying to play denial from Jankos on the blue buff. Just put the shroud down and decide to break away. This just feels like it's anybody's game. Enax, a questionable ultimate from him.
I don't have any follow-up for that. It's just questionable.
No, it was just questionable. I mean, Baron's up in 30 seconds. He'll probably be somewhat close to it by the time. And odds are we're not going to see Nord immediately rush. Ruddy immediately rush it.
I mean, to be fair, they have Ashe. Ashe allows you to rush objectives.
They do also have the vision, to be fair. Nash gets caught by the chains. Peng decides that's a little bit too hot for him. Backs off.
Ethan on the bot lane doesn't have a TP probably. His Chachi does have a TP.
Jankos breaking away. Chachi gets caught by the wallop, but back towards the mid lane as we are just seeing Peng get a little bit of damage off onto Nash.
Bye, Jankos.
It's just a denial. They put the Herald down, actually. Nash is going low. Nash may just get caught here. Natty gets the slow onto him. W forwards. Inax trying to break away. They find the lockdown, but a beautiful interrupt from the Wild Growth. Chachi trying to go mad on the back line, but he is polymorphed. He is locked down. Inax is trying his hardest to get the kill onto Natty, but Peng jumps forwards, pings back after throwing the sigil down. No bullet time available. Ruddy can take this Nasher completely uncontested.
Peng, looking for potentially looking for Inax, but they're taking the barn in the meantime with Ash. With Ash and Volibear.
The 3-man zone is too much. Nord are just going to answer out with potentially Dragon, but I don't think they can.
No, it's 20 more seconds. It's way too late for them to have a little bit of a shake there in terms of the objectives. That is going to be a Baron going into Radisak's hands. And now they can push in because look at that. Across the board, there are no auto turrets for Nord anymore. And on bot lane, there is no inner turret either. And they have Gaten who can really safely go into the sidelines. They have LeBlanc who can go absolutely freely into the sidelines. And on top of that, they have insane wave clear and damage for turrets with Ash on their side. That is a very dangerous team to give a Baron to.
A lot of range. Well, not a lot. Well, a bit of range. Bit of range, but a lot of burst. Peng now. Void Staff finished up 5-0-6 on LeBlanc. You love to see it. This is the first LeBlanc I've covered as well since they did the rework. So Peng, you have done me proud. I'm very proud of you right now. As Marlon comes in, is going to just dodge away on Chachi's ultimate. Still making a run for it. Gaten coming in, the slow from the poly into the chains. Chachi not going to get away from that one as Gaten goes on a rampage. So much burst coming out from this LeBlanc.
And that Ambessa is scared of burst because look at her build. Origin into Eclipse. That is not the Ambessa that survives for a really long time. Oh, no!
Good interrupt. Gaten gets the knockback though. Nash is just pinned in place. Throws out the Fisher, but he goes down. Inax and Jankos are in the mid lane. They are at tier 2 mid on the other side. They may just lose their base in this time. Inax is going to get the reset off, get some items under his belt. This is going to have to be one hell of a hold. 3 versus 2. Bullet time comes in. Natty loses a fair chunk of HP. Another Q comes down as Marlon goes down. It's going to be the clone as Inax flashes forward, finds the shutdown of the Peng, and somehow Nord have found their way back into this game. Natta's being chased, looking for the boomerang from Jankos into the slow. Natta gets smited, gets locked down, and Nord somehow come back. How do they do it?
I don't know. Don't ask me these questions. I don't know. But what is happening right now? They're getting some really good shutdowns from the side of Radisak. They have slowed them down. They have taken the Baron buff out of everybody, but not enough. And now, because of the death timers, which are like 30-20 seconds of everybody on Radisak, there is so much room for Nord to finally take back the control over this map, or at least try to. That looks like it could have been the last stand for Nord, I'm not gonna lie, especially seeing Inax and Jankos on the mid lane just a little bit before that, and then with the Bullet Storm not really doing that much seemingly in the very beginning, but then Peng doesn't find a kill going in and goes down as a result because Inax is pretty much full health all this time, and then they just keep chasing because they can, because Jankos has a lot of health, more than enough to frontline in this chasing situation, and Inax brings in a lot of damage to follow up with that.
Inax's misfortune has been a little questionable at points in this game, but damn. Really nice end to that little fight. A lot of shutdown gold as well, most crucially, gifted over to the members of Nord. Can they actually make the pullback happen? That's the question. It is still very much Radisak in control of the map, very much in control of this game, but a delay in Radisak's tempo has come out from Nord.
The timing is not the best for Nord, to be fair, because there is no neutral objective to take as a reward for defending your base so vigilantly. It's just depushing the waves. It's just stopping the push from Radisak that they are left to doing. And look at Gaethan in the meantime. Somebody constantly needs to go and stop that crazy Nard because the bot lane is completely open and there are big minions going through it.
Jankos getting a little bit of poke thrown out from Gaethan onto him, but it's just playing the disengage. Asher are used there by Nata. Again, short CDR, not going to be too much of an issue for him. Infinity Edge, Yontails, and the Phantom Dancer. There's a lot of attack speed on this Ash. It's just kind of holding the lanes right now is the name of the game here for the side of Norden. Try and not give up too much while trying to deny the in-hit push from the supers.
To be fair, all things considered, if you look at the goal difference between the teams right now, it's not really that high considering we are on 31st minute of the game. We have seen so many kills and objectives taken throughout the game. And it's what? Less than 2k? Again, I'm not going to count that, okay? But the difference is tiny considering the state of the game right now. Nord are still not too far behind. Nord have really crucial items for everybody on their team. It's up to Nord right now to not make silly mistakes and find an opening for Radisak, which might be in less than a minute from now because there is a dragon spawning. It's going to be a soul point to whichever team takes this one. And Radisak have been stacking those camp dragons on top of each other throughout the game because they missed the first two ones. That is going to be a pretty big soul for them and for Nord as well if they manage to get it or just get to the river at all.
Trying to push forward, Peng gets a nice little chain off onto Jankos, nothing too major. He has the upgraded magic boots, so he gets a magic shield when he takes damage every now and then. There's Natty just playing the interrupt on the tower. Oh, sorry, on the tower, on the red buff, but there's going to be the lockdown into the bullet time. That's going to do so much work to Natty Nat. He falls. Jankos steals the farm. Marlon has to flash away as the right of the arcane will finish him up from no way. Nord continue to chase forwards. Gaethan able to break away, but Nord once again find their picks. 2 down.
2 down right when the dragon spawns and right before the Baron that we just saw underwater in the river is going to spawn as well.
Can he make the escape here? He's got him through the fancy feet. Peng missed too much. So he's going to break away. And I now think Peng is the one being hunted. Inax going to be looking for him. Interrupted. Teleport goes out. Just as he is going topside. There is no way Peng is hanging about anymore.
Nope, he's not overstaying his welcome on the both side of the map. But in the meantime, there is a dragon soul point for another that they have just taken. They are looking into potentially securing this Baron as well. Nadinat, however, is going to respawn right now together with Marlon, so that is a quite risky move for North.
They got it fairly quick. They got a lot of damage, and it's late in the game, so they're going to cut through this Baron before anybody can get in range. Lovely play by Nord. Secure themselves the Baron. And now they need to use it to answer back. They need to start cracking the base and getting control. We knew this game. Well, I didn't. I said it was going to be a 3-0. But we knew this series. Everyone else knew this series was going to be a very, very back and forth one. And this game is dead even. Anyone can win it still.
Absolutely true. Anyone can win it. Either of the teams are capable of doing that right now. But Nord are managing to find those little setups. And they are also punishing Radisak for overstepping, for making those small mistakes that just accumulate, like Marlon playing way too aggressively with that Lulu, like not fighting the fights with not enough vision on the side of Radisak to understand what is going to be the follow-up from the Nord side. And now Nord are the ones in control. It's going to be a little bit hard for them to go through the lanes because they still have the outer turrets on both the bot lane and the top lane. However, they have Misfortune on their side, who is going to cut through turrets rather quickly. They have Diego and Ambessa as well for that. Well, keeping Ambessa on the top lane for the time being because there is still Peng. But for Radisak, the biggest question right now that is going to define their game and whether they win it and win the series is going to be how well are they going to be able to use that Baron buff.
For Roddy, it's very much about playing the flanks. They need to find those angles for Peng. If Inax gets one shot, or Jankos gets one shot. I mean, it's harder to one-shot Jankos because he's got the shield bow, but if you can one-shot Inax with Peng, you pretty much guarantee the fight win. I'm not going to say 100% guarantee it, but he is so much of the damage right now for Nord. But no way, like we wanted to see, he's been playing so far back on this Xerath, but like, there's just no angle to deal with him from Peng. As Ashara goes in, doesn't hit. You have to wait a little bit longer on that one. Luckily, short cooldown. As the attention right now from Nord is just to siege up this bot lane, answer back with this tower. Peng trying to get a little bit of damage off. Chachi now working the wave in the mid lane up as well. This tower slowly but surely getting whittled down as Inax, he will cut through towers on this Misfortune at this point. He has so much HP. And that is going to be inhibitor in the bot lane down for the side of Nord. They're looking towards the mid laner as well. This Baron being very effective for them. Nash able to jump over the wall. Marlon jumps away from the bullet time. The right of the arcane raining down onto them. Nata needs to dodge. The wild growth comes through to keep him alive. Gaethan has the ultimate, but he can't do anything. Down goes another inhibitor. Nord very much in control of this game. Very much in control of their fate. A space at Grand Finals and EMEA is up for grabs right now.
And very smart from them. They don't overstep and they don't overstay on the enemy base, especially with their Baron buff running out. They get exactly what they want with this Baron buff. They open up fully 2 lanes with the big inhibitors that are going to be a bit of a nuisance right now for Arozzi to deal with. And they go back immediately. They use their gold, they get in more items, and then they continue pushing in with those minions. There is still a top lane open for them. I'm assuming they will still send Visit Chachi there most likely, or they can all go together, to be honest. That works as well, with no Baron buff available anymore, but still with Misfortune available to them, that tower is not going to stand there for long.
No, pretty sure this will be dying fairly soon. Ruddy, can they find that fight? Nord, they were the ones with their back to the wall, and they found that opportunity. They found that fight which won them it all. As Jankos takes a little bit of damage from the QR from Peng. Tower gonna stand. They have no Baron to work with, but with Gaethan actually catching that wave very deep in bot side, they don't have to worry about it for a very long time. It's only mid lane that's going to be the problem, but these towers don't last for long. Ashara comes in, hits the perfect target instantly though. The cleanse comes out from Inax. Backline access from Peng gets caught by the lockdown as Jankos finds the assassination onto the assassin as he is just going to chase forwards into the teams. Nana breaks away, flashes away from Chachi's ultimate. The final inhibitor will fall as Ruddy, their chances to lock a grand final spot and an EMEA spot is evaporating away from them. They are still going to Copenhagen, but they're going to have to work for it if they want to make it all the way. Nord shutting down Los Ratones, now looking to shut down Ruddy Sack. Ruddy holding on. Can they keep this going? Another wave of supers is making its way up the mid lane now. They need a quick heal, and they need a reset. Nata's about to get that ultimate back. His only opportunity to make it work, but Jankos finds the flash, finds the lockdown, and Marlon has to just play the escape. But Ruddy have already lost their jungler. They've already lost the tower. They find the lockdown onto Inax as they get the cleanse off. Inax is just about alive. 14 HP on the Misfortune. Nata is trying to go crazy, but it's not going to be enough. Gaethan finds the lockdown. Peng with the assassination is trying his hardest. He gets the triple on the LeBlanc. They find the lockdown. He's going to force the resurrection. The Nexus is so low. Nord have done it. Jankos!
Jankos! He still has it in him. Hey, there were doubters, there were disbelievers, there were people openly blaming Jankos for some things, but he's got it in the end, all the way from the Dragon Steel in the game #1 in this series to finishing up the Nexus at the very last moment in this last game. Congratulations to Nord. You just secured yourselves a ticket to EMEA Masters.
Yeah, and Jankos is the one to deny his old team, his former team from last season, that spot as well. Absolutely beautiful. The Guardian Angel, the almost quadra kill for Peng on the LeBlanc at the end. But Nord, the tenacity from this team to come back in that game, because they were the ones with their back to the wall, and suddenly it just looks so in their control. Absolutely huge. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the desk to round that day out. So Archer and the gang, over to you guys.
A 3-1 wraps it up, and Nord goes to finals in Copenhagen. Leagues disrupt, we already know on Sunday at least one team. The other one has to be discovered during Saturday. And this is looking clean. Well, let's talk about the beginning of the match, because to be honest, it looked like Ruddy was pushing this into a 5th game.
I thought so. I was worried about my prediction. I saw it floating away, trapped in the wind. But yeah, no, it was all sorted really. It was Ruddy had such a sublime start to this game. The adaptation in their draft as well, I would say, was solid. And it came down to two factors for me. Primarily was Natty Nat on that high agency brr, as he was just storming through Nord's lineup. And then he was paying that R5 mid laner did a lot of work here too.
Yeah, what a game, right? I mean, this really had it all, and I think it's been a bit of a roller coaster of a series. Despite Nord winning 3-1, there are moments where you felt like this could have gone to 5 games and it could have swung to either side. But when push comes to shove, and in the nerve-wracking moments in particular, right? Ruddy were in Nord's base, they locked in, they clutched up, and after that nerve-wracking fight around their own nexus, they didn't look back, they didn't misplay once. And I remember a small fight later, it looked very, very comfortable for them. I said, I don't think they're coming back from this, Ruddy. That felt like the momentum had fully shifted, because even when the game was still close in gold, you could clearly feel that Nord, they felt in control, they weren't making the mistakes, and I think that's the general decider here. They made less mistakes than Ruddy Sack throughout the day.
True. I still believe, massive shout out to what Ruddy brought on this 4th game. Having the Gnar was capable of facing Chachi, for instance. Yeah. Playing with LeBlanc was clean as well. Like, it only took one mistake for everything to fall down. But I think it was a massive step up from Ruddy, and it's good to know that Nord were capable of dealing with that and upping up the level.
It was Peng won it in a lot of these fights as well. This LeBlanc got so fed, and we saw this like, ooh, we're saving last pick for mid. Questionable, but nah, it all worked out well, didn't it, for Ruddy? And this is a lot of the game looked like this to begin with, right? These fights, these scraps, these skirmishes, all good for Ruddy Sack. And the problem was that there was just no way back in for Nord for a good part of this game. A good chunk of that game, they were donezo. But then what's it called? The last push that Ruddy did, where I'm not gonna lie, I think they thought they were pushing to end the bloody game, right, and go take us to game 5. They overextended a little bit, and it was like a triple shutdown for the likes of Nord. Inax getting 2 of them, Jankos the other was
I mean, I think that's the key point, right? Because we were sitting here in the green room, like discussing what are the talking points from this game, what are the takeaways, and what Asha said before about a big improvement from Ruddy all around. Well, that still remains true. They played so much of this game better. Gaithan improved. The R5 worked out. But when those 3 massive shutdowns, each being around, on average, I think 800 gold, that changed the game. Jankos became too fit to be easily one-shot. Inax as well, his bullet time, getting, a 2,000 gold injected into him, just got up to that next level, and he all of a sudden hit like a truck. And yeah, then Nord again, they clutched up, they didn't get caught out, instead they began catching out the mistakes that Ruddy Sack were making.
You could see the slip-ups, you could see them, but it's at the end, well, we were calling it, it was only Chachi and Jankos on base. We're like, oh, the uncles, they have to step up, and they did. They have so much experience, and the rest of team is following as well. Like, this Nord is looking extremely scary. This is why they're going to complement their win the brackets run with the finals. No loss on the upper bracket. This is amazing. 99, I think, like, this Volibear fitted him so well.
Look at
but he got to a point. There you go. Oh, this is clean.
Max range. He was initially recalling, I saw. Sorry for interrupting, Arashi, but I thought that was worth highlighting. As he 100%. Instead decided to TP in, and he got value for his money. And I think the younger guns, you could say, on the side of Nord, but the Unks in particular have stepped up from the first few weeks. Jankos and Chachi have, been historic players in Europe, but the way they've stepped up from what was an 0-2 week to this, they look fantastic. They look absolutely incredible.
That's it, considering how bad they started in the seeding stage, right? These guys are sick. I had a lot of question marks for Nord when they returned with No Way, because they were not looking good. And in the second week, they got hard carried by Zyru, their sub mid laner. Right now, No Way's coming in. It's like, okay, you're changing the one teammate that actually looked pretty good on your team, but obviously my worries were certainly unfounded. They've looked so good coming into playoffs. They obviously took down Ruddy Sack in the upper bracket as well. Los Ratones, come on, Dan, get with it. Los Ratones 2-0 in the upper bracket, and now with the Ruddy Sack 2, these guys, they're the real deal.
Look at the gold
damage comes in. Yeah.
Oh
also,
my
the
God.
gold. 5,000 minus to 7,000 plus. Wow, holy Timo.
Okay.
That is unbelievable. And when we come out of this, I'd love to bring up something we saw heading into Game 4, right? Nord, for them, they had a fantastic day because they did everything they set out and accomplished to do. I want to take a look at their tweet about what they wanted to do today. First of all, the first goal was destroy Hipbrain's predictions. Did they do that? Yes, they did. That's an emphatic yes. Win game 2 and 4? Well, did they do that? Step 1 was complete. Step 2 completed as well. They won game 2, 3, and 4 and moved to the not upper bracket, the main final at Leagues Disrupt on Sunday.
Yeah, Nord admin
making your
Strax.
prediction doo-doo. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Ducky.
okay,
Your
thank you for
so
bringing
far
that in
have been
here.
Amazing.
At least I'm not Hipbrain.
Amazing.
He predicted 3-0. His was wrong way more than mine was. Because this could have been 5 games.
Fox,
Should have been 5 games.
It's never about I made a mistake. It's always about someone else did a
yes,
bigger
but-
mistake than me. Yeah, there's always something else. But there's also something else during this match. We talked about it. But this Team North qualifies for EMEA Masters. During Winter Split, we only had 1 seed. This time we have 2 of them. They have their spot secured for EMEA Masters. We still don't know if they're going to get the first seed or the second seed. That's going to be up to debate on Leagues Disrupt. Not only to take the trophy of NLC Spring Split, but also to see where you're going to land in terms of qualification towards EMEA Masters. But regardless, they're secured. They're locked in.
Our expectations for Nord at EMEA Masters. Our first seed coming through from the Winter Split. Los Otones, they won it all. And who knocked down Los Otones in playoffs here? It was Nord. And now they beat Radisac as well. They're looking at the best team in the league so far. And NLC was the best region, so is what it is, bro.
I think I want to call back to something I said pretty early, I think, in winter when Lost Ratones were clearly just head and shoulders above. What really excited me about them was not the level Lost Ratones brought, but also the fact that if anyone could match them, you knew you had a team able to contend internationally, speaking in the ERLs, right? You had a team that is able to go into EMEA Masters. And this Nord roster, they could make quarters, they could make semis. Hell, they might even make a final if they play like this. Because they are a damn good team, and they've proven it by beating Ruddy here today, by beating Lost Ratones last week. And remember, just a year ago, we couldn't get our winners into the quarterfinals. And now, if it's Lost Ratones or not, the teams we send, we know they can challenge.
You know what's amazing? Regardless of what happens with the league and how the league itself changes, we always have a tremendous amount of copium. It's amazing.
It's true. It's true.
Absolutely.
They've beat the defending EMEA Masters champions, and well, yes, Lost Ratones, I would still favor them if they made it to EMEA Masters, but I have no doubt in my mind that Nord will be able to compete. They will be able to put up proud representation, and they've been to EMEA Masters before. It didn't go all too well back in the day when they made it with a little bit of a miracle run. So I want them to go in there. And if it's about getting, out of groups into playoffs, I don't care. I just want them to be able to go up against the LFL, the LVP, and say, we pushed you. We challenged you. We didn't roll over. We didn't die. We're the NLC, and we fight until the very end.
Well, that's a good question to set up for Just John, the coach from Nord, who's waiting for us. Welcome to... Oh, look at that smile. That's a big one. Congratulations. You did it. Not only finals, but EMEA. First thoughts. Okay, what's in your mind?
At the moment, my mind is just fully blank. I think the thing with Fearless is that my mind is still full of what we would have had to draft in Game 5. So it's hard to even comprehend, but it's really good to have locked it in already early. Gives us a bit of time to plan how we're going to approach it as well. And then also allows us to just focus purely on finals. So massive win and just happy about it, basically.
I'm happy you brought it up because this Fearless draft looks so much like, oh, we take this champion, you play, and then they take the champion, we play. It was like daylight robbery for both sides. How do you deal with that as a coach?
It's a lot of fun. Ruddy pushed us, I think, in draft a lot more than we're used to because we're in this situation where you do get a bit of information disparity where we're streaming absolutely everything and they're doing a bit of both, which does allow you to change your priorities a little bit. And I think that's a really, really smart thing. And they approached the draft in a really, really good way. I still was happy with our plan, but not particularly happy, I think, with a lot of the processes that got us through the draft today. So very, very good on the players to just manage to pull out the win anyway in a few of those games where I think we would have changed some things in hindsight.
I have a weird question for you, if possible. On the Yankees interview, he was saying that it's always lovely to play semifinals and then finals because you get used to the stage, the nervous, like it's broken down as well. But then we think about what happened on Winter Split, where you did that and then went to finals, and it was a beat up. So how do you feel about not playing Saturday? And if the stage frighten is something that you could be concerned for your players, but you kind of have Chachi and Yankees, which have more experience than all of us combined.
Yeah, I think just before the games today, Noah was asking, is anyone nervous? And I think Yanko's response was, I wasn't nervous before finals, like World's Finals or something like that. So I think it should be okay. I think we should be all right. I think one of the things as well is that there's so many things that go on that you can't predict at finals event. So for example, in Nottingham, we switched sides and there were loads of tech problems. So any comfort of being on stage was kind of gone out the window anyway. So I think it's hard to predict. I think that's always a nice thing to tell yourselves if you end up playing in the lower bracket final. I think it's always a nice thing to have in the bag. Always ready to pull that out as a coach. If we had have lost today, don't worry, it's better to play 2 series. But I think going straight into finals is good for us.
Okay, final one for you, John. When you look into this team and the way it has grown, having Jankos, and all jokes aside, we make a lot of jokes about Jankos and Age and whatever, but I think he has been pivotal to the way the team has been building, his macro awareness, his calling as well. How do you look into this team? And if you could describe this team right now, because I asked this to you at the beginning of the split, how do you look into this team right now at the beginning? But at the end of the split, how has it changed?
I think we are still quite varied as a team. I think that if we get drafts and game states that we're comfortable with, I think we can execute with the best teams in ERLs. And I think that we have some bad habits that show up a bit more when we're in those uncomfortable situations. But especially if Jankos is comfortable in the game, which admittedly is quite common, he can just absolutely run the game for everybody. And we saw that against like Lost Ratones, for example, where he's able to just basically run the whole map for everybody and everyone can just kind of go along with that. So I think when everything is going well, we're absolutely fantastic. And I think we can take games on across anyone. Looking forward to EMEA Masters as well. But at the moment, we need to work on that consistency and try and build up a few more strategies. And it's not the champion pool, but it's more getting used to playing with those other champions and those other styles, which we did do today, but maybe a little bit less comfortable than I think I would have liked, at least watching from the sidelines.
I know what you're talking about. I 100% agree with you, Coach. I hope he doesn't see this, but I just think Jankos has been terrifying and Chachi is unstoppable. I think you have an amazing team. You did a wonderful job so far. Congratulations. Best of luck, not only for finals, but for EMEA. Yeah, we are the defending region, by the way.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah.
We're just the defending region. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Jason. You want to say anything to the Nord fans or the team?
No, just thanks everyone for following along on the journey, and we'll see anyone in Copenhagen who's going, and hope to look forward to not only the trophy, but a deep run in EMEA Masters as well.
I'll see you soon, boss. It's a pleasure always. Man, this team is looking good. And they know the pressure of, we're the defending region, we have to step up. We're also on finals straight up after what happened on Winter Split. We have to perform. No pressure. Like, obviously a lot of pressure, obviously.
Yeah, do you think they'll be feeling it though? As John said, like, Jankos, some experience there.
Stepped on world stage,
some experience
fine,
there. No way he's been to E-Masters a lot. In Access, yeah, I think honestly, yeah, go on.
I just want to say as well, though, I think that goes for basically everyone we're sending to the event except for RuddySec. They have these more, I don't want to say rookies because they've been around the ERLs for multiple different teams in multiple years. But, you know, at the likes of Lost Ratones, Verdant as well have someone like Senkox who's also been to Worlds. So, like, all of the other teams still remaining in the tournament have these players who are used to the stage, used to the glaring lights right in your face, used to the pressure from the crowd. So I don't think many teams will feel uncomfortable. The only one I could be a bit worried about is RuddySec, but I know they've got some fans and ultras going with them, so I'm sure they'll be supported plenty in Copenhagen as well.
NLC is so stacked, by the way. It's scary to look into what we have. It is. Now, what do we have as MVP of the series? 3 individuals stood up to the day. It is Chachi, Yankas, and Inax. It's up to you back at home to head on to social media and vote on who do you think should be the MVP. Okay, so far we're having some situation, technical issues. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Listen to me. Head on to Twitter, vote on your MVP of the series, and then we'll showcase it on the social media. Fox drop. Can you see me, Fox? No, you can't. Well, you see me, but you don't hear me. Duckling, you don't hear me as well.
I'm reading you.
Thank you guys for watching.
Bye.
Say goodbye.
It's been lovely.
There you
See
go.
you
Thank you
all.
so much for that. For you back at home, we will be back next week on the 22nd with LR versus Vernon to decide who's going to be joining on Copenhagen semifinals versus Ready. And until then, we love you very much. Without you, it's not the same. These two folks are amazing. They don't know it that I'm saying this, but I love them with all my heart. The production has been amazing as well. Congratulations. I'll see you soon. Until next week. Have a lovely one.